probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the moment of truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted word of God, which is able to save your soul.
Lord, we ask that the entrance of your word will bring light and understanding to the simple. By the auspices of the Holy Spirit, we receive right now inspiration, illumination, and revelation. And we thank you that none of the word we receive today will stand against us in the day of judgment. For by your grace we'll be doers of the word and not hearers alone, deceiving ourselves. Take all the glory, all the praise, and all the adoration. Thank you for saving soul today. Thank you for delivering the oppressed. And thank you for setting the captives free. To your name alone be all the glory and praise. In Jesus' mighty name, and the people said, Amen. The subject of our contemplation is honoring God by our giving. Say that with me. If you think it's one of those gimmicks in the church where you are pumped up in order to respond in a particular way, then you don't know where you are. Because I'm going to lay it bare and teach you some principles and truths to live by. My assignment is not to raise money. My assignment is to raise people. To make you a pillar in God's kingdom, a formidable force that no one can push away. I consider this message a word in season for all our Dominion partners, as well as all the saints under the sound of my voice, whether you are members of this church or you are watching by television or you are on live stream. To start with, as I said, I'd like to let you know that God that we serve owns all of the heavens and the earth, and he is not a beggar. To be honest with you, he does not need your money. It's always a miracle when God, who owns all things, is asking you to give him something. You are participating in a miracle when that takes place because he owns everything. Do you know God said, if I were hungry, I would not ask you. All the cattle on 1,000 hills, they are mine. I know them by their names. Give me some 50. I'll read from verse 7 to 12. I want you to humble yourself before God, no matter how loaded you think you are, how deep you think your pocket is, and how rich you can quietly within yourself say, well, you can call me a poor man now. Here is the word. Hear, my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify against you. I am God, your God. Can I hear amen? I will not rebuke you for your sacrifices or your burnt offerings, which are continually before me. All right? I will not take a bull from your house, nor goats out of your folds. For every beast of the forest is mine, and the cattle on 1,000 hills. I was preaching for Bishop Oyedepo many years ago in Kaduna. And Brother Benny Hinn was there also. We're ministering for him. And this scripture was read. And I whispered in the ears of Brother Benny Hinn. I said, God owns all the cattle on 1,000 hills. The one on the ground we have not finished. And yet he does not eat hamburger. Does he eat hamburger? Why did he create all these things? For your benefit. He created them before he created man and formed man and put him in the garden that he planted. So I know all the birds of the mountains and the wild beasts of the field are mine. Ready? Read. If I were hungry, I would not tell you, for the world is mine. I can't hear you. For the world is mine and all its fullness. Question, does that include you? Does that include your possessions? Does that include what you have? Your car, your house, your clothes, your shoes? What do you think you have? So let me share with you 3 basic truths that you must have at your fingertips anytime, anywhere you find yourself, and somebody say, let's honor God. Number 1, know that you cannot receive anything except it is given you from heaven. It doesn't matter what you think you have. You can't receive anything except it is given you from heaven. You can write that down, John 3:22-27. It was John the Baptist who said that. You can read it at your pleasure. No man, saint or sinner, can receive anything except it has been given to him from heaven. That's why you don't have to be envious of anybody. No matter what they think they have, you don't have to be envious of them, because when it is time, you receive yours. Number 2, listen to this very well. I'll spend some time here. The sacrifice of a wicked man is an abomination to God. Mr. Deep Pocket, I want you to hear me well. God is not counting on you with however your pocket is deep. If you're a wicked person, you cannot appease your conscience by coming before God to give to him what you receive fraudulently and dishonestly. He's not impressed by your giving at all. The sacrifice of a wicked man is an abomination unto God. The Bible actually says if he gives it with evil intent. Because sometimes in church we give it, you saw the Holy Spirit ministering to those people in that church, we give it to show off. To let people know, we boast of what we receive. Do you have anything that has not been given to you? Why boast? Let's check some scriptures. Proverbs 15, 8-9. Proverbs chapter 15, 8-9. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. Proverbs 21:27. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination. How much more when he brings it with wicked intent? Proverbs 13:11. Let's compare. When you receive it or you have it, you have your possession by dishonesty. Wealth gained by dishonesty will what? Will be diminished. It's a question of time. But he who gathers by labor will increase. Proverbs 15:27. I like this one. Proverbs 15:27. He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house, but he who hates bribes will live. So those who love bribe will die. Hello? All of a sudden you have gone quiet because you are pushing that deal with the ministry and they are asking you for kickback. And you say, so our business is tough in this part of the world. You have to play the game like them. If you join them, you can't beat them. If anyone has any secret from me, let him say. I've never given a bribe in my life, and I will never give one till I see God in glory. Never, not once. I don't go near such people. If you attach condition to something, you can keep it because I know God. You say, okay, this is not the type of church I like to come. He who is greedy for gain troubles his own house. Read Haggai. That's why you can't sleep at night. That's why there's nightmare. That's why the walls are speaking to you. The blocks are speaking to you. You are turning up and down because you are not living right. Isaiah 66, verse 1 to 4. Isaiah 66, 1 to 4. Thus says the Lord, heaven is mine. Oh, be alive with me. Come on. Heaven is mine. The whole earth that you are running after is my footstool. How long is God's leg? Where is the house that you will build me, and where is the place of my rest? For all those things my hand has made, and all those things exist, says the Lord. But on this one I will look on him who is poor and of a contrite spirit. That's the man who hungers for the true word of God, who thirsts for the word of God. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness, they shall be filled. On this one will I look, on him who is poor and of a contrite spirit, and who trembles at my word. He who kills a bull, if you don't tremble at his word, if you bring a bull, it will look like you have just killed a man. If you don't tremble at his word, if you sacrifice a lamb, it will be as if you break a dog's neck. If you offer a grain offering, it's as if you offer swine's blood before God. He who burns incense, as if he blesses an idol. Just as they have chosen their own ways, their soul delights in their abominations. What will God do? So will I choose their delusions and bring their fears on them, because when I called, no one answered. When I spoke, they did not hear. But they did evil before my eyes, and I chose that which I do not delight in. So it's a waste of time to think that when you make money and you're a big man, you can come to God and show up before him. You must be sick in your mind. What do you have that has not been given to you? And so I come to number 3 things. Number 1, you can't receive anything except it's given to you from heaven. Number 2, the sacrifice of a wicked man is an abomination unto the Lord. And now finally, number 3, until you give yourself to the Lord, whether rich or poor, it will be difficult, if not impossible, for you to give your substance to God or be generous towards God. Until you give yourself to God, it will be extremely difficult. You know, it's okay, Director General of Dominion Partners, it's okay to pay tithe of 1 million naira. Okay. You still have 900,000, right? But the day you receive $10 million and it's time to pay tithe, you will size up the pastor. I don't want to tell you stories, oh, God is my witness, oh, God knows I'm not lying, oh. I'd given an offering at a time that the pastor fell and I fell. I won't tell you who. Carrie had said, the promise I made to God has been fulfilled. And I brought it to him, and he looked at it. I don't know whether it's anointing. I don't know whether it was a cash. We are all human, oh. Aha. By the time you are about to write $1 million check as tithe, you will size up the pastor. The pastor, you will start debating, and you will reduce. It's okay, 100,000, pay 10,000. I'm going to ask you some questions today. I know you don't know, but you pretend like you know. But I'll put microphone in your hand and ask you to tell me. If you think it's easier to pay tithe, come and ask me. Kai. And I made good money. I sized up my environment. I said, if I pay this tithe, won't they know how rich I am? I've forgotten that it was God who supplied. Thank God Immediately before I could sustain that thought, it slapped me into reality. So I've sat where you are sitting. I know how we are. I'm a lot so tight to relay. If you wow, anonymously, which is fine as long as you do it, but anonymously, oh, niche. Until you give yourself to the Lord, you cannot dispose of what you have or be generous towards God. But when He owns you, He owns all that you have. It's a lot easier for you to give to Him. In Luke chapter 12, you remember the man whose barn was so small, he broke it down. His land produced abundantly, and he began to build a larger store. And he said, this is what I will do. I will say to my soul. He has forgotten that the land was not his. The one who caused the seed to grow is God Almighty. Paul plants, Apollo waters, God gives. He forgot about God. He said, I'll build a bigger barn. And I will say to my soul, soul, rejoice, relax. You have more than enough to live on for the rest of your life. Just keep on enjoying. And the quiet voice said, thou fool, tonight your soul is required of you. Fool, this night your soul will be required of you. Then whose will those things be which you have provided? Let's read the conclusion. Verse 21. So is he who lays up treasure for himself and is not rich toward God. He's not rich toward God. He's not thinking of how can I become a financial pillar in God's kingdom? How can I bankroll the gospel? How can I be there to help the poor, to help God's servants, to send missionaries? God help me to push forward your work. No, he's not thinking about it. Yeah. I won't tell you of a man who just built a house, fantastic house, in Banana Republic. Kept the swimming pool on the 6th floor. And before he could open the house, cancer killed him. I'm not rejoicing over him, but there are so many stories like that because you're not prioritizing God. You're prioritizing showing off, which is fool's glory. Give me 2 Corinthians chapter 8, 1-7. This is the standard of those who honor God. Giving has nothing to do whether you are poor or rich. There are miserable poor people. There are miserable rich people. There are those who are poor who are rich toward God, and there are those who are rich who are also rich towards God. But there are people who think the ministry cannot go on without us. I'm not going to say anything. We still build the citadel without such people input, not a dime. God raised ordinary people and still got what he's doing or what he wants to do done. If you want to know how indispensable you are, fill a bucket with water in your house, dip your hand in the bucket of water, and remove your hand. Whatever hole is created is how indispensable you are. Nobody is indispensable to God. Moreover, brethren, we make known to you the grace of God. What is in action here? The grace of God bestowed on the churches of Macedonia. Paul said, you are partakers of my grace. He said, there was a grace that was bestowed upon this church in Macedonia. They were so poor. In a great trial of affliction, the abundance of their joy and their deep poverty abounded in the riches of their liberality. Can you imagine? They were so poor, but at the same time, rich towards God. How did I get to where I am? My pastor was on the platform. We were going to have convention. First Sunday he announced, we need about 100,000 for this convention. Second Sunday he announced. Third Sunday he announced. Fourth Sunday he announced. I got angry. I wrote him a note. I didn't know it was a yearning in my spirit. I said, sir, I'm tired of your announcements. Let God bless me. There will be no such announcement in this place anymore. He received the letter. He read it. He closed it. About a month after that, because that was August, by the month of September 24, I remember that day like yesterday. my appointment was terminated. And I carried the letter to my pastor to show him. He said, yes, God has just sent a reply to you because you wrote me that I was asking for 100,000, like in 4 Sundays, we have not gotten it. And you will, I said, so reward of wanting to promote God's work is to be terminated. He laughed and asked me a simple question. I felt foolish after he asked me. He said, how much do you earn a year? I said, 8,400. How much do you earn a month? I said, 710 naira. Said, how long will you save 100,000 naira? I said, yeah, my deal. He said, okay. He said, God has replied you now. Go and start your own. I said, sir, you are a mathematician. You know the pastor I'm talking about. You are a mathematician. You don't understand. There's no way I could start legal practice now because of private practice decree. He said, go and pray then. I prayed, and God said, start October 1. I look at God. I look at Pastor Adeboye. I said, both of them, they are totally cut off from the planet. And here comes October 1. Muhammad Buhari, fellow countrymen and women, private practice decree abrogated. I will never forget the way he spoke it that day because it was like somebody shot me into an atmosphere. My life took a different turn. All that I desire was to bless God's work and go and ask if I didn't do my part. Heaven knows that I did my part. The Lord, you bless me and see what will happen. You know how a lion prays in the morning? Oh Lord, when he roars, show me the animal that I will eat today and leave the rest to me. That's his prayer. Lord, bless me and see. Be careful before you pray because he will do it. And then you now begin to negotiate with him. Thank you for your testimony. He's saying, go higher. He said, I want to remain small. And today, she's sponsoring Osun State Television. People who are listening in Osun State do not know that it's one person who is sponsoring it, not even all of us. And there's so many like that who took it upon themselves that I'll be there to move God's work on. For I bear witness according to their ability. Yes, beyond their ability. Please stop. According to their ability. That shows what they had. Beyond their ability, they were living a dream life. You don't understand this. If you are living a dream life, you don't live below your needs. You live in the realm of dreams above your needs, but you spend within your means. I'm not sure you understand. It means your soul delights in abundance. Not material mesmerism. Like David's soul delighted in abundance in Isaiah 55, invitation to abundant life. So let your soul delight itself in abundance. How does your soul delight itself in abundance? David said, I'm living in a house of cedar. The ark of the covenant of the God of Israel is dwelling between curtains. I will build God a house. David did not have the money to build God a house at that time. Don't deceive yourself. Read your Bible. 2 Samuel chapter 7. But I will build God a house. Nathan said, you are the king. Because he knew he would be the one preaching there. Do as the Lord has put in your heart. And God showed up. Go tell him he's not the one building. It will be his son that will build. His hands is filled with blood. But from chapter 8 of 2 Samuel, because his soul delighted in abundance, it was conquest after conquest after conquest after conquest. Read chapter 8 of 2 Samuel and see how many conquests he got and the gold that came to him. And the Bible says he dedicated them towards the house of the Lord. You have not proved God until he borrows your boat. You have not really proved God until you get to the place that, Lord, if I look at myself and my from the beginning to the end, family minus my father. I was born into declining wealth and raised in abject poverty. The day I made the first million, Lord Jesus, go and ask my photographer. The draft I put inside my pocket. I called the photographer. Oh yeah, yummy. Oh yeah, yummy. Oh woman, I'm Money itself does not talk. But if you have $50 million in your bank account or in your pocket, your work will change you. Your speech will change. Because or intoxicated, you know. When you have little change, you must change that. But guess what happened? I'm taking you somewhere. Then it dawned on me, that was my first 1 million naira. It's not mine. You can go and cross-check. It's not mine. It's the first one I made. I'm not asking you to do anything, please. If I was not ministered to, I would not do it also. Be led by the Spirit of God. He said, that's your first fruit. That's your first fruit, okay? That's why I'm going to ask you a question. What is first fruit? Because you must be free. God must wrestle with you to wrestle you out of your lack and poverty and set you free. Even if you have to be limping like Jacob. I took the 1 million naira, went back to the bank, changed it to the name of the ministry, and presented it. Said, you need this more. I said, no, sir. It was ministered to me to give it to God. It's my first fruit. Now, how many other millions have I made? Hello? Need I impress you that I'm a millionaire? I don't talk that way. No, Mrs. Bakari was interviewed many years in the UK. He said, we understand your husband was a Muslim that turned to become a Christian and is a millionaire. And she said, we don't talk that way in our family. We are mere trustees of resources of God. It's not our own. We are stewards. Stewards don't have a sense of ownership. For I bear witness that according to their ability, yes, and beyond their ability, they were freely willing, imploring us with much urgency that we will receive the gift and the fellowship. Oh, that's a long one. That can take a while. Of the ministering to the saints. And not only as we had hoped, ready, read, but they first gave themselves to the Lord and then to us by the will of God. Nobody is forcing you to be a member of any particular church. If you cannot support what's going on there, leave. You cannot support what's going on here, leave also. You must first give yourself to God and by the will of God, support whoever God is asking you to support. But if you have not given yourself to God, He can't give you things. You become a slave to those things. You don't own them. They own you. Is that clear? Haven't cleared those others. Let's focus on the central text for today. Proverbs chapter 3, verse 9 to 10. Proverbs 3, 9 to 10. Ready? Read. Honor the Lord. Oh, come on now. I know when you want to say amen, you shout louder. The moment you are seeing responsibilities coming, you are now reading slowly. Ready? Read. Honor the Lord with your possessions and with the first fruits of all your increase. With the first fruits of all your increase. Honor the Lord with all your possessions and with the first fruits of all your increase. Are you honoring the Lord with all your possessions? Your lips are moving. Madam, are you honoring God with all your possessions? I'm trying. Madam, you're thinking. You're taking a deep breath. Are you honoring God with all your possessions? I'm doing my best. God knows. Honor God with your possessions and all the first fruit of all your increase. What will happen? So, this is a conditional blessing. So your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with wine. I want you to stop there. Let's read that scripture one more time, and let's pay attention to details, because I'm going to knock off some useless teachings in the church this day and age. Verse 9. Honor the Lord with your possessions and with the first fruits of all your increase. Look in the middle column of your Bible. By the word honor, there will be letter A, annotation A. Is it there? Do cross-reference. What does it take you to? Exodus 22, verse 29. All right? Let's check verse number 10. Proverbs 3:10. So your barns shall be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. By the word so, there's also annotation A. What is there? I teach you this always, but I don't think you study your Bible that way. If you apply it, nobody will mislead you. You'll be guided by the word of God. Honor the Lord with your substance, and with the first fruits of all your increase takes you to Exodus 22, verse 29. What does he say? You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe produce and your juices, the firstborn of your sons, you shall give to me. Now, here is trouble. Your first son has a will. Your first son can say, well, I'm not going to serve in church. I'm not going to work in church. Just smile. Because you know the truth. It's not because you're legalistic. Oh, when Shego finished university and came to Nigeria, he said, I'd like to work in television stations. I said, okay. I began to call them, go to channels. He went, he said, I really didn't like the equipment. They're not as sophisticated. AIG, Sahara was, no, not Arise. Not Sahara Reporters. Ben Bruce. Silverbird. I called Ben Bruce and said, let him come. He went there, he came home. Then he saw NN24. He said, Dad, this is the place I like to. I said, fantastic, go ahead. I called the person and said, let him come. They went into bankruptcy. He couldn't work there. I said, Shego, you're my first son. See me. See this work. This is your assignment. Stay with me. You won't lack anything. Your first son belongs to God. I'm not saying you must make it compulsory for them. Explain to them. Let them get that understanding. You don't know how many jobs he has been offered. The president of Nigeria offered him one in my presence. So let him join it. I said, no, he's working with me. This one, Oluwalosegun Eleyi. Then Kaduna State government, they said, want to make him CEO of this. I said, Anemio, CEO. Shegun, pour water in my hand. You will carry all the grace that I have to your generation. And you'll be richer and better in the days to come. Now, you may be angry. He may not understand it. Èmi nìkan ló yé. Kò lè yé ẹnìkankan. Ìdí tí mo fi yìn Bàbá. Èmi nìkan ló yé. Èmi nìkan ló yé o. Èmi nìkan ló yé. Kò lè yé ẹnìkankan. Ìdí tí mo fi yìn Bàbá. Èmi nìkan ló yé. Do not delay. Read it again. Oh. You see, first fruit is not something you keep aside. You can't delay with it. I hope you're hearing for Joshua too. He will become an aeronautic engineer. He will fly and he will come back to serve God all the days of their lives. That's a portion of the first son. I'm not making it compulsory. When he was little, he has forgotten that he was sowing seed. Shagun will stand before his siblings. I pray you out of disaster. I pray you out of trouble. I pray you out of danger. I pray you into God, into favor of God and favor of men. I say, amen. 4 years old, I traveled abroad and pastors were going to have a meeting. He entered the office and sat on my chest. Shagun, what are you looking for? He said, Dad is not home. I'm representing him. Oh, I did. There is no note I have that he doesn't have. He has access to all the notes. Come on, get ready. Prepare. Come on now. Give me that scripture again. Exodus 22:29. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe produce and your juices. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Look at Anna. Did not expect that any other child will come. So, and see what that one child became. See how many other children were given to her. And what were the names of the children of Peninnah, the sons and daughters? Nobody knows them. All right. How about the promise? Deuteronomy 28:8. When you honor the Lord with your substance or your possessions and the first fruits of all your increase, this is where it's taken from. The Lord will command that blessing on you in your storehouses. The blessing is not in your storehouses, it's on you before it can impact your storehouses. If you don't know carrying the blessing, your storehouse will dry up. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your storehouses and in all to which you set your hand, and it will bless you in the land where the Lord your God is giving you. Now, from the cross references, I'm letting you see that the author of the book of Proverbs, who wrote Proverbs chapter 3, verses 9 and 10, derived the inspiration to write that from the Lord. And here you have a generation that is preaching grace, excessive grace, that does not take cognizance of the law at all. We are not in the time of the law. We are in the time of grace. I'm going to share some things with you today to shut their mouth up. I'm not legalistic. I love the Lord. I know the balance between the Old and the New Testament. I'm a trained lawyer. The Old Testament is God's will. The New Testament is God's codicil. Once you write your will and you have other possessions, you don't have to cancel the will. You write codicil to amend the will. That's all. Except there be death of a testator, the testament is of no effect. The difference between the Old Testament and the New is simple. In the Old Testament, you need the blood of bulls and goats. They cannot satisfy God. They cannot please him. They can only pacify him until the Son came and shed his own blood and said, this is the New Testament in my blood. The difference between the two is the cow and the bulls that you no longer carry anywhere. And please don't call that altar. That's not altar. That's a platform for people to stand upon. The altar of God today is your heart. We have an altar that those who serve the tabernacle cannot eat from. That's the difference between the old and the new. Don't let anyone push you into gutter and tell you we are in the dispensation of grace. We are not under the law. How foolish. Romans chapter 15, verse number 4. Romans 15:4. For whatever things were written before, read with me. For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we through the patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. Was the law written before? Is it for our learning? Or now, the law says thou shalt not commit adultery. We are under grace, you can commit it. Talk to me. The law says thou shalt not kill. We are not under the law. We are under grace. You can kill. So do you think when they tell you all excessive excesses that they bring into the body of Christ, do you check yourself? May I ask you a few questions today? I may have to leave this message as it is because you're on edge. You have embraced excessive grace that is pushing you into lasciviousness. You're not living well. You're not living according to order anymore. You have thrown caution to the wind. You're hearing grace, grace, shout grace, 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 grace. And underneath is nothing but dead men's rotten bones. What a sepulcher. Let's look at some scripture. 2 Timothy chapter 3. I want you to be the one to judge this. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 14 to 17. If I can finish now, I pass the baton to the likes of Apostle Mike and Pastor Biola and the rest of you. You continue to marshal it and let people understand that times may change, men may differ. The expectation of God remains the same throughout all generations. His truth endures to all generations. It's not changed his mind, except those things that he has removed because of the sacrifice of Jesus. But you must continue what? In the things which you have learned and been assured of, knowing from whom you have learned them. And that from childhood you have known which one is holy and which one is unholy. Is the whole Old Testament unholy? And that from childhood you have known the holy scriptures, which are able to make you wise for salvation through faith, which is in Jesus Christ, in Christ Jesus. All, I can't hear you. Talk to me, somebody. Is Old Testament scripture? Is New Testament scripture? All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Why? That the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. I'm not very sure that the new kids in the block and their old counterparts who teach grace in such a way as to thrash the commandments of the law are aware of the following truths. I'm not sure they are aware of the following truths. Are you ready? Number one, that the giving of first fruits and the tithe existed before the law. The giving of first fruits and the tithe existed before the law. Abel gave first fruits of his flock to God, and Father Abraham gave his tithe to Melchizedek before Moses was born and before the law was given. If you agree with me, say yes. Yes. If you don't agree, say no. You can't say no because I'm teaching you the truth. All right. Both Abel and Father Abraham received commendation from God, though they acted without any written law, any written code to guide their giving. What did they base their giving on? Not a written code. Eternity was written in their hearts. Genesis 26, 1-6. I want to shut the mouth, silly mouths of those people who just talk carelessly in the church and turn lasciviousness loose in the church because they think we are under grace. They do not know that the standards of grace are higher than the standards of the law. Genesis 26. There was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. Then the Lord appeared to him and said, do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land of which I shall tell you. Dwell in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your descendants I give all these lands, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham, your father. And I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of heaven. I will give to your descendants all these lands, and in your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. Why? Why? Because Abraham obeyed my... Oh, I can't hear you. Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. Where was Moses? Was Moses born when he was obeying laws and commandments? You throw caution to the wind. You're listening to those who push you into gutter. You do not want to live an orderly life anymore. Hey, we are sin abounds. Grace abounds much more. Next question. Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. Abraham obeyed what? My voice, and kept my charge, and kept my commandments, and my statutes, and my laws. Pastor Chigozie, was Moses born? Had God given 10 commandments? What laws was Abraham obeying? Eternity that is written in their heart. They knew what was wrong from what was right because they were dealing with God, and it was in their heart to do what was right. Okay. Now, let's see the law. Deuteronomy 28. Look at what Abraham obeyed and became great and was blessed in all things. Deuteronomy 28. Now it shall come to pass if you diligently, what? This is the problem you have. You are not listening to the Holy Spirit. The voice is not guiding you. You don't even know how to obey. He said, he obeyed the voice of God. Are you obeying God's voice? Do you have a relationship with the Holy Spirit? Does he talk to you from time to time? Does he guide you? Or is bottled up on the inside of you? You do what you like and you ask God to put rubber stamp on it. No way. Now it shall come to pass if you diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all his commandments which I command you today, that the Lord your God will set you high above all nations of the earth. Next verse. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you because you obey the voice of the Lord. That was the first priority of Abraham. Abraham obeyed my voice. Are you obeying God's voice? The day the Lord called me into ministry, I was not prepared at all. I didn't want to be a pastor. I was doing well in my chambers. He spoke to me on the 3rd of May, 1988. I went to the place where he showed me. I met him there. We started church 3-4 days after. I went to tell Pastor Deboye. He came to the place. He said, what shall we call this place? I said, let us call it the model parish of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I wasn't prepared. I didn't go to Bible college. I didn't go to any school. But before I got to Redeem, before I got to Deeper, I've been hearing the voice of God and obeying the voice of God. And nobody will substitute that or replace that in my life. His voice had brought me thus far. His voice will direct me home. Can I hear a good amen? If you hearken diligently to the voice of the Lord, this blessing shall pursue. You are pursuing blessing because you are not hearing the voice. From this day, in the name of Jesus, may what others are looking for be looking for you as you hearken to the voice of the Lord your God. Those who try to separate law from grace in such a way as to completely discountenance the law without any exception must understand that Moses, the lawgiver, also found grace in the sight of God. Hello. Without the grace he found in the sight of God, he will not even be able to put any law down. Exodus 33, 12 to 17. Moses, who gave the law that you are trying to discountenance, first and foremost, found grace in the sight of God. Then Moses said to the Lord, see, you say to me, bring up these people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now, therefore, I pray, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, and that I may find grace in your sight, and consider this nation is your people. And he said, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. Then he said to him, if your presence does not go up with us, do not bring us from here. For how then will it be known that your people and I have found grace in your sight, except you go with us? So we shall be separate, your people and I, from all the people who are upon the face of the earth. So the Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. He found grace in the sight of God. He stood in his presence 40 days and 40 nights. He was being dictated to. He was writing the law. He came down and broke the law in one day. All of them, because we were worshiping idols. He smashed it, because they bring it a second time. The first one was the handwriting of God by itself. This time around, God was now dictating to him to write it down. And he said, thrash it. We are under grace. Stop misleading people. I am of the considered opinion that the saints of old understood that the gracious God gave both the law and grace for the benefit of mankind. What did he do? He gave both the law and grace for the benefit of mankind. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 1 to 9. Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 1 to 9. I kept quiet all along, and I was not responding to foolishness that was being paraded in the church as they were teaching loose grace. So that everybody becomes a loose cannon and live the way you like. You're under grace. Now, this is the commandment, and these are the statutes and judgments which the Lord your God has commanded to teach you, that you may observe them in the land which you are crossing over to possess. That you may fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you, you and your son and your grandson, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Therefore hear, O Israel, and be careful to observe it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply. See, this is why he gave them the rules and the principles, that you may multiply greatly as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. Okay? You shall teach them diligently to who? Your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. They will guide what you look at. Mr. Internet expert, is the word of God governing your eyes when you're looking at pornography on the internet? You shall write them on the doorposts of your house. Everybody will know who you are before they enter your house and what you stand for. And on your gates.
What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello, good morning. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. This is the news brief. The bimodal voter accreditation system machines have never failed and will not fail Nigerians at the 2023 general elections. The declaration was made in Abuja on Saturday by INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu while accessing activities in polling units in the FCT where mock accreditation of voters were held using the BVAS machines. Yakubu explained that from the mock exercise witnessed, it took less than 30 seconds to accredit a voter, adding that this was the report INEC was getting from all the selected polling units nationwide.
2 polling units were visited so far. There is no report of failure. The machines have performed optimally. And this is the report we are getting so far nationwide. But we have also made contingency arrangement like we will do on election day, that there is a spare machine. In case and in the unlikely event of a malfunction, we will be able to respond and fix the machines.
Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission in Lagos State on Saturday conducted a mock accreditation exercise in 12 polling units across 6 local government areas to test the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system ahead of the polls. The exercise, which began at about 8:30 a.m. and ended at 2:30 p.m., recorded a massive turnout of voters across the selected local government areas. The State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Mr. Olusegun Agbaji, who monitored the conduct of the exercise in Surulere, Ikeja and Shomolu local government areas, gave satisfactory remarks on the functionality of the BVAS. According to him, intending voters got accredited within 1 or 2 minutes through the system.
The essence of this is to show our people that BVAS will work. Like I've said in other areas, if politicians allow us to do our work, we will work effectively. And politicians should not compromise our staff. If they compromise our staff, bypass the BVAS, it means we have overvoting. Any polling unit where we have overvoting is cancellation. So far, we have not seen any problem, because part of the problem, challenge you could say, is that maybe the BVAS is not working well. But all the areas, because they have been properly configured before they were brought here, fully charged, that will work till about 5 o'clock in the evening. So if that is the case, and we also have backup in case of any problem, we also have another BVAS if the one that we have is faulty. But it's not possible to be faulty. So they are all new. And in Lagos State, we have 13,325 polling units. We already have all the BVAS with us. They are being configured now for the election. So far, we can put ourselves about 75-78% ready because we have to train our staff. And this is a new device. For the adult staff, it's going to take about 4 days to train them because like the other equipment of smart card reader, this is a new device bimodal in nature, and we are going to train them properly to understand this. Not just training, not theoretical training, practical training.
Still with INEC, the Commission has assured Nigerians that the bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS for use in the 2023 general elections would work effectively. The resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti State, Professor Abayomi Salami, gave the assurance while monitoring mock accreditation of voters in some selected polling units in Ekiti State. At some of the polling units visited, including Ward 10, Unit 15, Basiri, and Ward 9, Unit 17, Okesa, Ado Ekiti, Salami said that the Commission had configured the machines to work without hitches during the elections. He explained that the mock accreditation was to test the efficiency of the BVAS machines in readiness for the elections. The REC also affirmed that in the forthcoming general elections, the votes of the electorate shall count, urging eligible voters to turn out en masse to elect leaders of their choice. As the mock accreditation exercise commences nationwide, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has assured Nigerians that whatever challenges experienced during the mock accreditation with the BVAS machines will be fixed and improved upon before the forthcoming general elections. INEC National Commissioner in charge of Kaduna FCT, Nasarawa and Plateau States, Mohammed Haruna, gave the assurance at the monitoring of Rigachinkun polling unit in Kaduna State. Plus, TV News correspondent Habila Darafai, who was there, filed this report.
Volunteer registrants came with their PVCs to verify and authenticate credibility of the machines and to ensure if they will vote during the polls. Idris Al-Hassan was the first to be accredited. He described the processes as less cumbersome and hoped it will be maintained during the elections.
I'm the first person that has been credited. Very, very, very easier to accredit everybody that came. The process that started with the checking of the list, name of the person, and also the voter's card. You show them your voter's card. Then after, they will snap the picture. And also you do the thumb print. It's not just long. It has taken me only three minutes.
The INEC electoral officer in charge of Igabi local government area, Fatima Garba, said the process was fast and smooth and a large number of voters will be accredited within a short time during the elections.
The entire accreditation process has been went smoothly. So this process is a drastic improvement, of course, compared to the smart card reader that was used during the 2019 elections. So far, since we started this exercise, the turnout has been quite impressive. People have been coming out to participate in this exercise as volunteers. In the morning, we met a few people already waiting for us to participate in this exercise. So far, like I said earlier, the process has been, of course, successful. And we are hopeful that, inshallah, with what we have witnessed today, the 2023 general elections will be, of course, much more successful with the way the mock accreditation exercise, of course, took off.
One of the challenges that came up during the mock accreditation exercise in this polling unit was the refusal of the BVAS machine to accredit one of an identical twin because of the facial features. But INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Haruna says there is no cause for alarm as the machine has thumbprint and facial to verify voters, saying the Commission will address and improve on it.
Just a few seconds. Most of it, an average, let's say 1 minute, which is really good to be a policy issue. And we'll have to take it up at the Commission level. But there's enough time, 3 weeks, so we'll be able to sort it out. It's isolated. 1 out of how many? 65? Those that have been done here, only 1. had that. And even that, they were able to do it because they used the fingerprint when they could do it.
There are hopes that there will be no hitch with the machines during the elections.
Elsewhere, the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Yushayu Ahmed, has, in his maiden visit to the Kaduna Temporary Orientation Camp in Komin Mashi, Kaduna, advised Corps members against embarking on unauthorized journeys, stressing that they could undermine their security. Ahmed assured that his administration would continue to ensure that every Corps member enjoy improved welfare and security. The Director General stressed that Corps members must conduct themselves within the provisions of the NYSC bylaws as it would be applied on every infraction. He, however, specifically wanted the Corps members to participate as unbiased electoral officers during the forthcoming 2023 general elections by taking cognizance of the electoral laws. The Nigerian Labour Congress has described the Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai as a right-winged extremist who doesn't believe in rules. The Labour Union also condemned what it described as irresponsible and dangerous, the comments of the governor regarding the National Industrial Court of Nigeria. The Labour movement, in a statement signed by its national president, Ayuba Waba, stated that the public service rules were meant to be respected in all circumstances by both government and employees. NLC noted that the practice of having industrial courts is not peculiar to Nigeria. El-Rufai had, in an interview with correspondents, regretted that one of the biggest mistakes Nigeria made was setting up the National Industrial Court. He further described Nigeria's judicial system as a pathetic system that sides more with crooks than the innocent. With few weeks to the 2023 presidential election, President Muhammadu Buhari has said that he will continue to campaign for the All Progressives Congress candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Buhari stated this at the APC presidential campaign rally in Nasarawa State on Saturday. The president described Tinubu as a committed Nigerian, adding that the APC candidate will fulfill all his campaign promises to Nigerians.
Ahmed Bola Tinubu, as he said in his speech, I knew him more than 20 years ago. All the problem we had, I mentioned it earlier, there was no local government I haven't visited from 2003 to 2011. And I visited all the states 2019 when I was asking for this term, the second term, and the final term. I will continue to campaign for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is a committed Nigerian, and I believe he will give all he has to this country and to you, Nigerians. I thank you very much.
Meanwhile, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has warned cabals reportedly trying to scuttle the February 25th and March 11 general elections to desist from the plot, saying no to any form of interim government. Wike's comment comes barely 24 hours after the flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, campaigned in Ekiti and alleged a sinister plot to cause a crisis that will lead to the postponement and disruption of the February 25th election.
In our policy, where people they target, say make an invest. When I invest, and I'll go demonstrate. When I demonstrate, the riot fee come. When riot don't come, they say, oh, no, don't fit the election again. Then they will say, make we do interim government. And I go support interim government. No way! No matter the provocation, I go tell everybody, Melembe. This election we go do am. This election we go do am.
Ahead of the March 11 governorship election, Oke Ahiwe has been elected as the People's Democratic Party's governorship candidate in Abia State. Ahiwe is the immediate past chief of staff to Governor Keze Ikpeazu, whose 2 terms of 8 years end in May 2023. His emergence followed the death of the former flag bearer Uchenna Ikone on January 25, 2023. Following the demise of Ikone, the PDP in the state held a primary on Saturday to replace replaced the deceased candidate in accordance to the Electoral Act 2022. Ahawe scored a total number of 469 to defeat his closest contestant, the Deputy Governor of the state, Ude Okochukwu, and Lucky Igbokwe, who both scored 12 votes. Now, with a bid to address the long queues and scarcity of cash at automated teller machines nationwide, the CBN directed banks to begin paying a maximum of 20,000 naira of the newly designed notes over the counter to customers. Despite the directive given by the Apex Bank to commercial banks, customers say the banks are yet to heed the order. Our correspondent Paul Judge reports.
On Lagos Island, long queues continue at the ATMs of commercial banks. Customers jostle to get money as people on the ground are ensuring that no one makes more than one withdrawal session. Customers say the scarcity of cash is making life unbearable for them.
And I'm coming from inside the hall right now. Even the hall is not even helping issues. I learned the CBN said they should be giving us maybe 5,000 on the counter, but they are not giving. They said there's no money there. They said there's no money. Okay, it's something that they said there's no money there. How do you want to force them? Even a guy was even there saying that when he comes back, he's going to scatter the whole bank and all this stuff. People are getting frustrated by the day. Is there any sign that there will be election at all? We can't be suffering from fuel issue. We are now suffering from currency issue as well. Two issues at the same time. It's not right.
I've been to POS. They said they don't have cash. I also tried withdrawing from ATM machine. The machine only pays 1,000 naira for other bank. That is not their ATM machine. They said they don't have any cash to pay. They need to look at it and they rectify the whole issue because it's really, really hard on everybody.
I went to the bank before it was a war. It was another war there because many people will not let you. Somebody will say that he's been here before you. Even before you get to the place, everyone will be crowded in the bank. You will not know who faced you and who did not face you again. So before you know it will lead to another problem. So what I'm soliciting is that government they should look into this issue because I know it was a new naira note policy that triggered to all these things that is happening.
This lady operates the point of sales business. She laments the unavailability of cash. She says it's difficult to get money from the counter.
Very affecting my business because I have only one daughter. I cannot even feed my daughter. Since morning now, I was queuing in the ATM. Since morning, with queue, I'm not able to withdraw any money since morning. This thing is affecting us. Let our government find solution for it. We have our own money. We can't even use it. That thing is not making sense anymore. Go many times. I can't even count it. I go more than 5 times today. They say we can't withdraw on counter. We should go and queue in the ATM. And there is no money in the machine.
Well, banks are not dispensing anyway. It's obvious. And using POS, the charges are like killing. I think yesterday I made withdrawal of 9,000. The charge 2,000 naira. So I actually got 7.5 instead from 9.5 here. So it's actually ridiculous and it's too much. Today, no difference. So I don't know. It's just getting really terrible and worse. So hopefully, I'm hoping that things actually get better on time because this is really stressful.
The cries of no cash fills the air across the country as the CBN tries to drive its cashless policy to an acceptable point. But the more it does, the harder it becomes for people, especially petty traders and commercial bus drivers, who have been used to transacting with physical cash. Paul George, Plus TV News.
To ensure that human rights issues form part of the discourse in the build-up to the 2023 elections, the National Human Rights Commission in Plateau State organized a town hall meeting with gubernatorial candidates of various political parties. The town hall meeting brought together relevant stakeholders and engaged the candidates on a variety of issues bordering on the rights of citizens. The chairman of the National Human Rights Commission, represented by the Plateau State chairperson, stated that it has become necessary to engage political actors on human rights issues because it is a critical indicator of a functional democratic system. Now we move to other parts of Africa. Tunisia's powerful UGTT trade union has accused President Kais Saied of targeting it as a distraction from record low election turnout and what's been called a total failure of his economic policies. UGTT chief Nuruddin Taboubi held a meeting in Gamath to discuss the arrest of the union's senior official Anis Kabi earlier in the week. The country faces high inflation and a shortage of basic goods. Tunisia held elections last weekend for a parliament stripped of its powers by Saied. It was boycotted by almost 90% of voters after critics accused him of trying to silence his political opponents. Kabi was detained on Monday after workers at toll barriers on Tunisian highways went on strike for better pay, meaning tolls usually paid to the state-owned highways company went uncollected for 2 days. Critics of the government saw the 11.4% turnout as a rejection of Saied's post-revolution political system, which gave him new powers and made him virtually unimpeachable. Outside Africa, U.S. military fighter jet shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina on Saturday, a week after it entered U.S. airspace and triggered a dramatic and public spying saga that worsened Chinese-U.S. relations. The balloon was shot down about 6 nautical miles off the U.S. coast over relatively shallow water, potentially aiding efforts to recover elements of the Chinese surveillance equipment in the coming days, officials said. President Joe Biden said he had issued an order on Wednesday to take down the balloon, but the Pentagon had recommended waiting until it could be done over open water to safeguard civilians from debris crashing to earth from thousands of feet above the commercial air traffic. While Saturday's shootdown concludes the military dimension to the spying saga, Biden is likely to continue to face intense political scrutiny from Republican opponents in Congress who argue he failed to act quickly enough. Elsewhere, Ukraine and Russia traded almost 200 prisoners of war in a swap announced separately by both sides on Saturday. A video uploaded on social media by Ukrainian authorities on Saturday purported to show the Ukrainian released prisoners returning on buses and posing for pictures upon their arrival. Also on social media, the Ukrainian president's chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, said 116 Ukrainians had been returned, while Russian news agencies cited Moscow's defense ministry saying 63 Russian POWs had been freed. Yermak also said the bodies of British volunteer aid workers Andrew Bagshaw and Chris Perry had been sent back to Ukraine. In business, oil marketers have said the insistent reoccurrence of the scarcity of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, is going to continue until the country starts refining petroleum products locally and halts total reliance on imports. In a statement, the marketers said this was because the challenges the association with the imports of refined petroleum products had been on increase lately, particularly since the invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces in February last year. They stated that PMS imports was no longer sustainable going by the current changes in the sector. They insisted that the government must strive to commence in-country refining of products in order to ensure product availability and sustainability. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, sole importer of petrol into Nigeria, has been grappling with the burden of subsidy on PMS following the crash of Naira against the United States dollar and other fiscal challenges. In entertainment, Linda Ikeji's debut movie, Dark October, has ranked #1 on Netflix in Nigeria. The movie, which is centered around jungle justice and its woes, brought out the emotional side of many who have seen it. Many have tripped to social media to give good reviews of the movie, while others opined that it was too sensitive a story to make into a movie. Dark October is the story of the 4 University of Port Harcourt students who were falsely accused of theft and lynched in Alu community in Rivers State on October 5th, 2012. In sports, Edwin Kibet-Koech of Kenya has won the 8th edition of the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. Kibet beat about 500 other marathoners on Saturday morning to win the 42-kilometer race. He will be claiming the grand prize of $50,000. More details in this report.
At exactly 7 a.m. on Saturday, the bang of gunshots flag off the 8th Access Bank Lagos City Marathon at the front of the National Stadium, Surulere, with over 50,000 athletes, including 76 foreign runners from 22 countries, hoping to win a part of the total prize monies of $330 in all categories. At an hour 50 minutes into the race, the humidity, which was calculated at 71% at the commencement of the race, rose to 91%. An enthusiastic Edwin Kibet from Kenya, who won the race in a time of 2 hours 14 seconds, says the road course is good, but the humidity is high.
I feel very happy because I'm the winner, but it's not easy to finish. The course is very tough, it's not easy to win. The humidity is very high, so I try to run alone until the end.
The technical director of the race, Yusuf Ali, says the race, which is now a gold label, needs more improvements to attain platinum label, noting that the humidity was too high and that the starting time will be reverted to 6:30.
The area of gold label, like we have now, we must do the next thing. And I think the start wasn't too bad. The finish area very clean. And if you look at the women race, they came in almost the same time. It's very exciting. And the men were a bit away from what we were shooting for. But hopefully by next year it will be different.
Though his plan was to be among the top 10 athletes to cross the finish line, Adamu Shehu Muhazu from Plateau State is the first Nigerian to cross the finish line.
I feel so happy, but it's normal. Even last edition, I came first Nigeria, but it's normal to me. But my mission and target not to come first Nigeria, to come overall first 10, but I couldn't make it. But by God's grace, one day I shall make it.
Beyond the finish line, Esther Obiekwe says marathon should be a lifestyle and not just a race.
It's a good feeling. So people should make it a lifestyle. It's not just a race day, marathon, show-off thing. It should be a lifestyle. For me, it's a lifestyle.
That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Ubiebo. Many thanks for watching. Good morning.
With their so-called experience in 2019, Lagos's poverty rate was 4.5% and today it's 8.5% with 4.2 million Lagosians in extreme poverty. It is only an inexperienced manager that will pump 10 billion naira into an employment scheme to address unemployment rate of 14.6% in 2019. And today, same unemployment rate has gone up to 37.16% with 1.8 million Lagosians having no jobs. The duo of Jandor and Funke have been investing in Lagos's economy for about 2 decades, running their personal businesses, employing people with track records of success. Lagos needs a breath of fresh air. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jandor as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Yeah, believe it or not, experience it firsthand or not, our great nation, Nigeria, may be said to be grappling with so much challenges, and Nigerians, especially ordinary Nigerians, may just be the worst hit for it.
John, it is like mind-boggling. And the question that I constantly ask myself, I don't know how many other people ask, is how did we get here in the first place? But most importantly, how can we get out of it? Because for me, that is the cocoa. You know, with all of the, besides the banditry, the kidnappings, the abductions, hunger here and there, high level of corruption, we are currently faced additionally with the challenge of fuel scarcity. Yesterday, I was at a filling station for close to 4 hours. And when I had entered like 10 more cars, and suddenly they said they are no longer selling.
Well, remember to keep the smile on your face. Maybe that will take you through, take all of us through. Well, actually, as if this is not enough, just what Helen has said, I mean, to bring a nation to its knees, especially with the critical election just a few days away, and the difficulties and crisis with the PVC collection, which is still looming. Which way, Nigeria?
We ask.
Which way to go? Remember that song? Which way, Nigeria?
Well, it was Sonny Okosun, right?
That's right. Okay. So on that note, I say welcome to the fresh package of the program. I am Johnson Aya, and somehow I have hope.
You see it.
Yes, hope rising for Nigeria. So thanks for joining us.
We pray so. We pray so. So have you picked up your PVC? And are you helping your people in the villages, in the communities, you know, to make sure that they have gone to the banks and saved their old notes, or they have found stuff important enough to spend the money on. Those of us in the townships, you know, it's easier for us.
For you.
You know, I spoke with my mom a few days ago and I was telling her about the deadline. She's like, yeah, are you sure? So this awareness and sensitization for me is not as big as it is, you know, with those of us. So please make it a point to help your people, those of you, people in the villages, in the rural centers, you know, so that they can get that money changed before the deadline. It's just a few days away.
Yep.
Having said that, I'm Ongma Helen Odeleye, and unlike John here, I'm really worried about some of the things happening. It may not be so dark, you know, because we see some hope and ray of light in the middle of it. And Nigeria is really grappling with a lot of issues. Welcome to Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa, channels 408, DSTV 308, StarTimes, and streaming 247 live on YouTube. I'm now putting that smile on, John.
Yes, I was going to ask you to keep that smile on. Well, despite all the happenings around us, we promise you a good show today. Our first break will come in handy right now, and just to allow us get comfortable and savor all we have put together for your viewing pleasure. We shall return in a moment, so don't change the channel.
It's a beautiful day to be alive. You will agree with me. We are grateful for your company. 90% of the news making the rounds today center on politics and good governance or bad governance, whichever way you look at it, and the ripple effect on society at large and the family in particular. So today, our conversation will attempt to provide some answers to how good governance can and does affect the family. John.
Yes, bad governance.
Bad governance.
Yeah. So, well, we wish we could get your perspective on this, and we shall tell you how to reach out to us on the during the course of the program. So right now, we'll take a quick recap of the week. Helen, tell me, do you have new notes?
No, I don't. I actually went to the bank yesterday, and the first thing the lady said to me is, we don't have the new currency. We don't have new notes. Do I process your papers? Hey, and I'm like, this is...
Process your papers to...
Yeah, to give me the old notes. Of course, I had to. I took old notes.
And then the deadline is...
The deadline is is Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesday.
31st. It's Tuesday.
Yeah.
But because I asked her, I said, by Monday, if I haven't spent this money, if, you know, whatever I want to do with it, if, you know, I'm unable to spend it, and I bring it back on Monday, will you take it? She said, yeah, they'll still be collecting until Tuesday.
You know what? That's what I experienced? Said. I went to one of the fast food outlets yesterday, and after buying my usual meal, I realized that, and paying with my card, I realized that I needed to use to get a soft drink. Okay. So I brought out my old note and gave to the lady, and she said, no, we stopped receiving old notes. So I said, wow, okay, so I should go outside now and scream for government to hear that at this outlet, you're refusing...
Because the deadline is 31st.
Because the deadline is still Tuesday. And she said, well, the notice is there on the door. Anyway, I brought out the new 1,000 Naira note and I gave to her. I said, now I want to see what kind of change you'll give me. Would it be new notes or old notes?
What did she
do? She looked at me and said, hey, we don't have change.
She's not serious.
So I collected my put it in my pocket. But you see, it's just an indication of...
Yeah.
You know, how disorganized. It shouldn't be this hard, really. It shouldn't be this hard.
Probably that's why they're asking for, we are asking for a little, the July extension, I think it's is over the top, but maybe another month. Maybe. Because we really are not ready. I don't know what is going to happen.
Well,
it's serious.
Let's wait and see what will happen. Let's get some good news.
Okay, what's the good news?
The president was in town.
In Lagos.
During the week, and he commissioned the Blue Rail Line. He had the inaugural ride on that line, and I think it will bring succor to a lot of people in Lagos.
Okay.
So, Helen, next week you will come on the Blue Line I'll pick you up at CMS.
Please do. Are they already, is it already operating?
I would expect so.
Okay now. All right, it's Today with John and Helen. So much happening, and we just pray and hope that we're able to get a grip of, what's going on. And despite all of the ups and downs, and the uncertainties here and there, that you find something to hold your head up high there.
Remember that smile, Helen.
Okay.
Well, they say that we are all political animals, rightly or wrongly. Now, the
notion?
The notion, is that women will make better leaders. Unfortunately, we have very few women in these troubled waters called politics. Why? To help us out with this and her thoughts of the disaster called bad governance is Oluwayemisi Mafe. She is our first guest on today's program, and I'd like to warmly welcome you because it's been pouring this morning. So you're welcome, madam.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Okay, our guest this morning is a communications professional with over 23 years experience in consultancy, banking, insurance, social enterprise, and a lot more. Currently, she's corporate affairs and communications manager with Pfizer. Oluwayemisi Mafe is also a volunteer, and I'm so excited about that, and a social crusader for women, children, and the family. It's a pleasure to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you for having me.
It is a pleasure. Can I call you Yemisi?
Yes, please.
And it's in January, so we can say Happy New Year too.
Happy New Year too.
Thank you, and I like the colorful stuff on your shirt. Thank you. So you're welcome, Yemisi. You're a crusader for women and children. So tell us, what is your general opinion about the success or failure of our male-dominated government? Let's start with that.
Okay. Thank you for having me once again. So in the course of Nigeria gaining independence since 1960, we've had more of the men showing us that they are the leader, they are in charge, and all the works. But what do we have? We have a lot of people being marginalized. We have a lot of people. Okay, I always advocate for people living with disability because I am one as well. We have so many disadvantages in a country like ours. We have so many people that, they can't even fend for themselves just because they happen to find themselves living with one form of disability or the other. We have a lot of people that they can't even have the basic things that is due to every human being. You see a lot of houses being built around and mortgages and all the works. But how many of these houses are built with the intention to provide the comfort that is needed by people living with disability, which takes us back to lack of policies on the part of the government to say that when you are building, these are the things you put into consideration. When you come into a parking space, this space is reserved for people living with disability. When you go to the market, these are the kind of amenities that are available for people living with disability.
You see, we've talked so much about disability. Being a woman and being a young person is not a disability.
No.
Are they marginalized?
Being a woman, a lot of course, not so many women can afford to even pick up the nomination forms for the various parties that are available.
Okay.
What kind of policies do they have to support women that want to go into government, that want to come into politics and prove themselves? What kind of policies do they have in place for this kind of women or the younger ones, the people that are the youth leaders in most of these political parties? How youthful are they in the sense of that, in the sense of the age that is supposed to be the youth age?
I'm a youth, I'm 64.
Oh, at 64 you are a youth.
Yes,
that's interesting to know. It is the mind, but at the same time, I don't expect you to reason the way a 24-year-old will reason.
Oh, come on.
And I don't expect you to be able to do some things that a 24-year-old will be able to do.
Party and club.
It's not about partying and clubbing. It's about looking at the mindset of these people and saying that, oh, the tech is calling for these people? What kind of policies do we have for these people that are of this age grade? And what kind of job can they offer, even people of their age? How do we support them with policies, with taxation policies, with, you know, financial policies that aid the kind of things that they are bringing to the table? People like you at 64 will be looking at it that, oh, this is the normal stereotype traditional banking. But they might come with something more youthful, something more virtually driven. Without seeing each other, we can transact, we can do a lot more. They will know how to bring all these things and, you know, carve it out. But when you disenfranchise them, when you don't even, your nomination for the even favor them, how do they contest and win the elections? And how do they even convince the populace that these are the people you should vote for?
I think we're happy now that a lot more of the younger ones are getting more interested in the future, you know, of this country. And they're beginning to understand more that they can no longer just be nonchalant, you know, because the policies and government, whatever happens, whether they like it or not, does affect them eventually. So we're happy that a lot more of them are coming on board. We were talking about women. Sometimes the women say, they don't give us enough chance. Allow us, give us, as if you don't need to work for it, as if you don't need to be qualified, you know, to be there. So where are the women? Are we too busy or too timid to come out, or too busy with family responsibilities? Where are the women?
Okay, so living in a country like hers, you can't rule out the fact that a lot of us are still very, very traditional in our ways and our thinking. So the woman, you see a woman that says, oh, I want to contest for this position. Who are the people that the first set of people she voices it out to will be her immediate family members. How many family members will be like, oh, we're rooting for you, go for it, we're supporting you. The husband might even be like, over my dead body, you want to put me, you know, the husband might not support, the brothers might not support, the uncles might not support, the fathers might not support.
Would we say that that's because they probably haven't seen some element of leadership qualities or competence to be able to push out?
I think because we are still laid back, not because they might not have seen some elements of leadership qualities in her. But, you know, it takes a woman who knows her audience, a woman who doesn't care who is supporting or who is not supporting, to say that I'm coming out and I don't care who has my backing in terms of the traditional family setting. I am coming out, I have the resources, which is where resources also matters in our kind of politics in this part of the world. So, you know, when we have such women, the least we could do is to rally support around them. The least we could do is to say, oh, I'm rooting for you. Not just say it by words of mouth. Say it by your action. Get your PVC. On the day of the election, make sure you vote for them.
Yeah, I'm happy you said that, because I think a lot of it also goes to mindset, right? Because, yeah, people will argue that PVC or no PVC, women and our youth want their mandates handed over to them on a platter of gold, right? And that's not going to happen.
No,
not in a democracy.
Nothing good comes easy, really, because I think we women should also realize that we've gone past the age of they are not giving us. We have to take it.
Yeah.
It's not about they are not giving us. It's about I want this and I'm going for it.
Yeah.
It's about we women also supporting other women and saying that she wants it, she represents us, she speaks our language, she understands our temperament. So this is the person that we are rooting for.
Yeah.
It's about the woman also saying that it's not about I know her personally or I don't know her personally. It's about a woman being there, and a woman being there speaks to a lot of younger girls coming behind that would also get there one day, because they've already seen a woman that did it. So it gives them that confidence, it gives them that belief that, oh, if she could do it, I will be able to do it one day as well.
Yeah, because in the corporate world, I mean, women are doing it.
Yeah, a lot of women are breaking the ceilings in the corporate world.
Let's extend it to politics.
Exactly.
It's about time.
And we've proven ourselves that it's not about what we are, it's about what we have upstairs.
What you bring, yeah.
And we are bringing it, and we're showing the world that we are doing it excellently well.
That's the spirit.
So
that is the problem.
That is the spirit.
That is the problem.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit.
The spirit of we can do it, and we are doing it.
And we are doing it.
Yes.
It's not just saying it.
So
yes. I have your back.
Thank you. And we need a lot more men to have our back as well.
Great.
I think in the third world countries, not in Nigeria only, there seem to be some problem between what the leaders, the people in government, think that the people they are leading want, and what the electorates or the generality of the people actually want. How do we strike this balance, you know, to ensure that by the time you vote someone into the office, the person already knows where to take off and where, you know, they need to lead the people to? How do we get there?
Okay, so, you know, you said that there's this disconnect. The disconnect would always be there as long as money determines who gets there.
Okay.
So the people, the political elites would always believe that, oh, when it's time for election, just give them a few thousands and they will come out and vote for you. And, you know, once they get there, they turn their backs on you because they believe they've bought or they've gotten what they wanted.
Yeah.
They don't need to come to you anymore until the next 4 years before they come.
Yeah.
So they don't have the opportunity of even listening to you that, okay, so what are your challenges? What are the problems you are facing in this local government? What are the problems you are facing in this ward? In this marketplace, what are the challenges you are facing? I was at a market recently, and a certain political party came to campaign. So the market women were not like, oh, these people are stingy. The other party that came the other day, they were just sending 10,000 naira into our accounts. And I'm like, so you think because they are stingy, you should not listen to them? You think you should not ask them? The people that gave you 10,000 naira, did you bother to ask them that when you get there, what will you do for us? They said, no, they give us 10,000 naira. Why should we ask them? You didn't ask them. You didn't tell them what they should do.
And that is bad governance.
That is it.
Now, let me ask you, what is good governance? What should our expectations be when we talk about good governance?
The basic necessities of life should be freely accessible to all, irrespective of who you know, what you have, or who you are supporting. Everybody should be able to afford to eat, no matter how basic, should have something in their tummy without having to beg or let down their ego just because they need to get food on their table.
I will jump in again, Helen, I'm sorry. So how do we ensure we get good governance?
We ensure...
Is it with our thumb?
Yeah,
alone?
there is power in the thumb. And everybody should use it effectively.
Yeah.
There is power in knowing that who I put there will work for me.
Yes.
And I need to put the right person there. There's power in knowing that I need to engage these people. Someone might be contesting and have the passion to rule. So I should be able to sit you down and say that when you get there, these are the things I expect you to do for me.
Wow.
I expect you to provide security. I expect you to make sure that my children are in school. I expect you to make sure that there's water, good water for me to drink in my community. I expect you to ensure that when you get there, people living with physical challenges, I say come back to that, should be catered for.
Okay, so we have our guest still here, and the final question before we let you go. Now that a lot of Nigerians, politicians are going back and forth, campaigning and asking for our votes, how has it been? You know, how well have they fared, taking into consideration the importance and the relevance of the physically challenged people in our midst?
I will say that so far, I don't feel the pulse of this dispensation, you know. I don't see them engaging all the relevant people that they need to engage and be like, oh, so when we get there, what do you like us to do? I don't even see them putting into consideration the people living with physical or whatever form of disability. You are not listening to what they want. You don't even know what they want. And, you know, so it's so disappointing, to say the least. But at the same time, it's not too late. And this kind of people can also decide that, okay, let me see who out of all these people have our best interest at heart. Let's see how I can vote this kind of person in, and for them to make the kind of change I desire to be able to live better and fare better as a person living with disability.
Because of course you have representatives and groups all around, all over the country, so they should be able to engage.
Exactly,
you know.
exactly. But it's not been happening. That is what I see. And
well, there's still some time. There's still a lot of time.
There's still a few weeks before the election. It's left for people living with disability to decide to use their PVC the right way. It's left for every Nigerian to use their PVC the right way. Is this the kind of country you want to leave behind for your children yet unborn? Is it the kind of the kind of country you want to leave behind for your nieces, your nephews?
Is it about leaving behind, or is that the country that you want to continue?
Let's even say that, okay, you know, you might be at that stage where you are getting closer to the exit door. So start thinking back.
Okay.
So I mean, the message there is that we should use our PVC.
Use their PVC the right
wisely.
way.
And
Yes.
that reminds us that, well, very soon you may not be able to get your PVCs. So just go out there and do so.
All right.
Well, maybe we should thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you for making time to come visit.
I warned you that your earrings may not leave the studio with
our pleasure.
It's just let's take a quick break. Our next guest is in the guest room. She's ready to go to come and sit. So we'll just take a quick break while we say thank you once again. And please, please, please don't go away. We'll be back shortly. Okay, it's still today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa, and our main focus this morning or today has been bad governance and the effect it has on family and the society at large. Besides that, don't forget that this is a show that is multifaceted. We have several segments. We have the real estate segment with M.I. Okoro. We have the Keep Fit segment, and Pharaoh will be here also later on today with the wellness and lifestyle segment. And all of these, we try to profile solutions to some existing challenges that we all face. And so right now, it's time for us to meet our second guest.
Yes, and our second guest is Tayo Abuaba. She's a trained teacher and, wait for it, Russian and English translator by profession. And we will talk a bit about that if we have time. Well, she's also an environmentalist, a social worker whose passion is to reach out to the rejected and downtrodden in the society. She's also a politician, and she currently is contesting for the Lagos State Central Senatorial seat. She believes that the people of Nigeria deserve good governance. Tayo Abuaba, it is our pleasure to have somebody who has so many parts with us in the studio today. So you're welcome.
This must be a very, very busy, hectic season. So for you to have taken time to be here with us now, we say thank you.
Thank you too.
And welcome.
Thank you.
So
thanks for having me.
We're going to the questions are going to come rat-tat-tat-tat.
Yeah. Oh dear.
You ready?
I'm in an examination hall.
So Helen.
Okay, so a lot of people will say that achieving perfection, especially in governance, is impossible. Like, it's impossible to please everybody. And we should make do with whatever it is that we have. Is that a fair assumption, given our situation right now in Nigeria?
Absolutely not. Because basically, if we say we want to make do with what we have, our governance is not getting any better. It's going from bad to worse. So that is why we need to take drastic steps.
Arguably.
Yeah. For better governance, good governance. Because if we continue at this rate, what's going to happen to Nigeria? I have this analogy of Nigeria, that Nigeria is on a life support. So we have to do something to rescue our nation. Because you and I, we can't check out. Everybody cannot check out.
Yeah.
And no matter what, that is the, what do they call it now? The Japa syndrome.
Yeah.
I'm tempted.
Please don't. And you know, no matter what, even when we, or if you decide to check out, you can never, you would always be a second-class citizen.
And at some point, you will need to come
back home. And black lives can never matter till we fix our nation.
Wow.
That's profound.
No, it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's not palatable. But it's bitter, but it's the truth.
Yeah, but you see, now another thing is this. They say that our government mirrors who we are. Absolutely. Right? Can we say that about the Nigerian government?
Oh, yes.
The current Nigerian government.
Absolutely.
They mirror who we are.
I'll tell you why. Because more often than not, the people, they get who they want, who they deserve.
Who they deserve.
A lot of people that don't want this current government, how many of them go out to vote? How many of them have their PVCs? I think we need to be practical. We need to be truthful.
Yeah. So that's the truth.
It has really taken us a long time to realize that we can no longer sit on the bench. If you are not electing who is qualified, then you are in trouble.
There are some people that are still sitting on the bench. Some people, you'll be surprised to see some people that would tell you that, I have my PVC, but I'm sorry, I'm not voting. I don't have my PVC, I don't need it. We all need to go out there and vote. That's our power.
And that's probably because some people still think that PVC or no PVC, this thing is still going to be manipulated anyhow.
If we all go out there to vote and we do what we ought to do, then we know that we have done the right thing and we live. You see, there's a way things could turn out. When people come out and we see that, okay, I don't want to mention the name of any party. I don't want to be like I'm campaigning. But obviously that party A has maybe just 5% of the votes. Party B has 40%. Party C has 60% or 55%, put it that way. Party C. You know, it's going to be a bit difficult to manipulate.
Okay. When it's clear cut.
When it's clear cut. But the challenge is a lot of people are not going out there to vote. And the sad part of everything is you discover that people will say, well, and what are we going to do now? We have to vote the ruling party. Excuse me. And they're complaining. They'll complain. When we go out campaigning, they complain. So many people, they complain. They're not happy with the economic situation.
And I was going to come back. I was going to come to that aspect of always complaining. I think since my eyes opened, we've always complained. So I became aware. We've always complained. We'll complain even when we get the best possible government. We will still complain that they're not doing enough. And we say that this is bad governance, it's bad governance. So you tell us, what, in your view, is bad governance?
Okay. Bad governance basically is, we have, I'm trying to watch my words. We have a clear picture of bad governance in Nigeria, where we have insecurity.
Endless.
Bless the soul of Sani Abacha. He made us understand something, that when there's insecurity in a country for more than 48 hours, then the government is involved.
Okay.
That's bad governance.
Economy?
Bad economy, yes. Inflation, uncontrolled inflation. What I could buy for 100 naira last year, I can't buy for 100 naira this year.
Okay. Now you're a female, in this environment, at this point in time, in this battle with the men. Quickly, let's take that as a final question with you. How has it been? How is it going?
Why are you talking about battle with the men?
Well, I don't see it as a battle, honestly. I don't see.
Coming to render service.
think we have, yes, I see it as a way of rendering service. And I tell people when we go out campaigning, I tell them that, listen, we're not out to push the men aside. We're going to work together to support them. And I give them this simple illustration. If we're going to look at our culture has a lot to do with why women shy away, our background.
Yeah.
But if we're going to look at it positively, okay, the man is the head. We're not pushing them aside. But we are the pillar.
Yeah,
we're the ones, yes, thank you, we're the neck. We're the ones to help them out, to support them. They have that rock the cradle, rules the world.
Really, this thing is collective.
It's a collective thing.
And all said and done, really, the people deserve what they get as a result of their choices at the polls, especially in a democracy like this. So I think at this point, we're going to cheat you a bit. And we're going to say, thank you for coming today.
Oh, so short.
What we'll do is, because we lost some time,
what we'll do is
we're going to have to call you again.
We'll have to call you again. We hope that you will be able to tweak your schedule, so that we can do
Because getting closer to...
I'll behave myself this time.
Thank you so much. At this point, let's wish you the very best, and please stay safe. Stay safe for us.
Thank you.
Okay, stay safe for me. All right.
We all need to stay safe.
Okay, so we'll have you back on the show. We also wish wish you all the best. It's still today with John and Helen, and we hope that you've been able to learn a thing or two from our two lovely ladies on the show so far on the program. Now, for the part of this conversation, we'll take it further, but into the gym. How can we do that?
Yeah, we'll go now.
Dolly is there, all right? Because we have to be alive, okay, to enjoy good governance and what is coming on. So let's take another break, but this time take you straight to the gym where Dolly Phillips is waiting to help us shed some of this weight. Abby, join us. Thank you so much. Still adding value on Today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. In times like this, sowing a good seed is a wise decision. Shelter and investment through real estate is a win-win for everyone, you will agree. Now, the next segment is brought to you by M.I. Okoro and Associates and is a must-watch. It's solutions, unbeatable offers, and opportunities all of the way. And so let's welcome Chinedu Mbakwe, the man with all of the answers, his associate partner, M.I. Okoro and Associates. I'm looking at you, looking so sharp as always. Real estate is good business, Abi.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
It is.
Okay, so over to you.
Yeah.
Let's have all of the information.
Okay, good morning, Helen. John.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes. Okay, well, this is a segment that we bring real estate professionals, prospective home buyers, and financial institutions on the transactional table where we close deals. We bring prospective home buyers the opportunity to invest and own their properties. So that is what we do here every weekend, and we've been having serious positive results from here.
That's good.
So we're always happy to come to viewers and present what we're doing.
Yeah.
So, what we will be discussing today is majorly on commercial real estate, because there are different types of real estate. We have the commercial aspect and we have the residential. So, but we've discussed commercial, but we'll be discussing more now on sales on commercial real estate. And now, commercial real estate is usually that aspect of real estate that is more focused on investment for future gains. So, and that is why whenever we have opportunities like this, we bring it to our viewers. To be honest with you, since the other time, we got some clients that called that what we are doing in Teju Show is quite amazing. So, and they felt that is the best time for them to invest. So, and we've been hitting very well on that. That market is almost, the shops are almost gone. You know, so, and because one good thing that we also provide in our commercial deals is that we bring along with it mortgage financing. And mortgage financing is something that is a huge support in real estate. It's a huge support. Once you can have a very good deal and you have somebody, a financial partner to come in and give you that support, it's usually fantastic. So we have the banks. We are partnering, like the one we're doing in Tejesho, we're partnering with Zenith Bank. They've been providing mortgage for the past 3 years to the investors. And most of the investors and shop owners and property owners in that mall, they have been enjoying it and they are so happy with it. So, and we also have, like, if we talk about the pricing, this is also the best time for anybody to come because in a couple of months, the prices will be going up. We intend to increase the price from what it is now. Probably we might be having maybe 10 to 15% increment on the selling prices. So for investors, this is the best time for you to come in and take advantage of it. Because probably after the election, because this price has been on for the past 3 years. So, and in property is always better because the demand is quite high now. So the appreciation, because once a place is desirable, the demand will be high. Once the demand is high, the price will go up. So in fact, there are people that bought it like 2 years ago. Some of them have already started adding money to resell their own. So, but since we, the original people that started with this price, the shop owners, we are still maintaining that price. But within a couple of months, the prices will be going up with 15% or thereabout increment. So this is the best time to buy it. If you buy it now, you'll be saving close to, on each shop, maybe 500 or 600,000 there.
Okay.
So people, we call on prospective buyers to come in and take advantage of it. So Tejesho is selling well, is selling very hot. And the business people there, because the business environment in that mall is quite good.
Okay.
So they are really enjoying it. So it's a good deal for the business people doing business in that mall and also for those that want to invest. And those that also want, you invest and we'll get you people that will start paying you rent from day one. We also have that package.
Okay. Wow. And yeah, I think I agree with you that there's no better time than now to make that call.
You were talking about something in Port Harcourt. Can we throw that in very quickly?
It's the biggest one now. There's is the biggest market, and Port Harcourt, the main city is almost saturated, is almost filled up. So they are moving out of the town. So now there's a new market that is coming up, about 1,720 stores. So, and it's purely, majorly for building materials. Those dealing on ties, everything that has to do with building materials. So we are creating a hub that will house everything building materials. So, and with the meeting is on. We've already signed the deal. The market, we have about 600 to 700 shops already completed now.
Wow.
So, and we're looking at within a short time, we'll open that first phase.
Okay.
So people, this is the best time. Shop owners, we've already sold a whole lot. But now we want to bring it, we are going to hit our campaign very soon. So probably in the next 2 weeks, you will see it all over everywhere because we'll finalize everything, the traders unions, we are in good talks with them, wonderful relationship with them. They are bringing their members to come and buy those shops. So it's within, and this is also the best time for anybody to come in and invest. We also have some group of people that are also, we had a meeting with them over the weekend, last week. So, and we discussed, so they're also coming in as investment partners too.
Okay.
So it's the best time for anybody to come in and close that deal. And one wonderful thing again, that just like we usually do, we have mortgage financing for that one too.
Wow.
So Polaris Bank is behind the mortgage financing for this one. Is a huge support. In fact, they approved, we had closed the meeting with them. they approved the sum of 5 billion for the mortgage financing. So, which is a great support for the SMEs.
Okay. Finally, let's get your contact. Yes, we have your materials running and some phone numbers scrolling, but people may not have, caught onto it. How do we get to you?
Our website is shown on the screen,
okay,
and our telephone numbers 00-384-78435. Once you call this number, every inquiries you want to make, every information you want, we'll dish it.
That number again, final.
00-384-78435. Just call on us, we'll give you a perfect solution to it.
Nothing more to add. Like I said earlier, this is an excellent time to make that call.
Yeah, sure.
And we do really agree with you. And thank you for doing that. So I guess we'll see you again next week for more juicy offers from M.I. Okoro and Associates. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Chinedu. Thank you. Okay, we'll take another break. It's a quick one, and then Farah will be here to let us into her world. It's the world of lifestyle and wellness with Pharaoh Shonuga. Please stay with us.
Everyone talks about wanting to be fit and healthy, but sometimes we don't have the skills and attributes needed to actually achieve this. We think weight loss first, then we think about how to lose weight. Maybe what we should really be thinking about is how to stay fit and healthy so that we can improve our wellness. My guest Lola decided to focus on becoming fit from the inside out. And for me, I can't wait to learn some much needed insights on how to do this effectively. Lola Talabi Oni has over 19 years of experience in research, policy, and entrepreneurship, spanning across North America, Europe, and Africa. Currently, she serves as an independent consultant on the thematic areas of sustainability, financial inclusion, and gender equity. She holds an executive master's in public policy, regulations analysis, and public economics from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Welcome, Lola. Yes. I'm so excited.
I'm excited.
This is going to be so much fun. So we're always trying to achieve a wholesome life. Yeah. But I actually want to even start by asking you, what does fitness mean to you?
To me, fitness is about health. It's about wellness, well-being. It's about ensuring that you're living the most productive life that you can live. That's what fitness, means for me.
Okay, so you said it's about health, wellness, and well-being, and also living a productive life. Can you explain that a little bit more?
So for me, my fitness journey is very interestingly tied to just health, living a long life. We all think about how we should live, how we can live the longest life, the most fullest life, especially when we think about family, children, be there for our children, be there for our loved ones. So when I start thinking about fitness, that's what I'm thinking about. How can I ensure that I'm mobile, that I am healthy, that I'm able to deal with any illness or sickness, that I'm in my best shape to meet these physical challenges. So that's what fitness.
Did something happen to make you want to go on this journey?
Actually, it was during COVID. It was during COVID times, and in the beginning, if you remember, there were lots of information going on around. And it was, I remember reading something that said if you were overweight, you didn't have, that it could be an issue in terms of getting over or surviving COVID. So I was very anxious about that, and that spurred me. So that was one. And then the second one was that I was actually diagnosed with herniated disc in two spots down my spine. And I was due to have surgery, and I didn't want to have surgery. So those two events really motivated me to get started along this new fitness journey. Even though it's not the first time, I've done it before.
But it's a continuous thing, though.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's a continuous thing.
Exactly.
But how does it relate to you being more productive? Because I'll tell you why I asked that. It's January and we're looking at ways to be better, you know, and to achieve our goals and all of that. So how does this connect?
Well, when you feel your best, you do your best. That's it in a short sentence. And exercise helps with anxiety. Having the discipline helps you organize your day. It lets you, even when you're working through difficulties, it translates from just a workout into your life, where you feel, if you have a challenge, you feel, I can go just a little bit more. I can do just a little bit more. I know that my body can take it. I know that my mind can take it.
How do you even get to the point where you say you know your body can take it? Because a lot of the times, people want to do it in their heads, but in reality, they don't.
So for me, this particular journey is probably the easiest, and I'm at the eldest, obviously I'm at the oldest point I've been, but it was easy because I started out by wanting to give myself grace, wanting to get to a place where I loved myself. I wanted the best for myself, regardless of what that looked like physically. So that allowed me to be able to give myself the best. When I wake up and I go and work out, it's about giving myself the best that I feel that I can do for myself that day. And I also started out by doing little things, going for walks. And going for walks was my me time. No one could disturb me. I could be alone with my thoughts, which also promoted well-being for me. So that's how it started. Just, if it's 30 minutes, in that 30 minutes, I have put myself first.
I like that. Putting yourself first. You had said earlier about you wanted to give yourself grace. Can you give me some practical examples of how to give yourself grace? Because I'm sure there are people who are thinking, okay, you make it sound so easy, but with the kind of life we live right now, especially, you know, in the times we're in, how do you even do that?
So it started when I realized that many times weight loss or fitness goals come from a place of self-loathing, really. Sometimes it's about, oh, I don't want to look in the mirror when I dress up because I don't like what I see. And that was a big thing for me, where I realized I was reading something and it said, have you ever looked in the mirror, even when you're getting dressed? And I realized I just put on whatever I have and go. So that's the first thing, is to say, what phase am I in my life? What challenges are there? Especially for us as women. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I run a business, or I'm traveling for work. My life is busy, or sometimes you're taking care of parents, you're taking care of loved ones. So it's giving yourself grace to say, this is the phase of life I'm in now, and that's okay. I'm giving of myself. But also, this is the body that is giving of myself. So how can I give even a little bit back to myself?
I see what you mean. That's deep. For men, how would that translate?
So I try and refrain, to be honest, talking about for men, because I don't have the male experience. But I think the idea of wanting to live your best life is something that's translatable for everybody, especially as you get older. You have stressors, you have things that you're responsible for and to. And sometimes those get in the way and you feel overwhelmed. Or you wonder how you're going to be able to meet these responsibilities and these challenges. And what I've found is that just taking that discipline to carve out time for yourself translates into the other areas of your life, allows you, even if it's 30 minutes, to think through some of these challenges. And you'll be surprised how sometimes the solution will come to you when your mind is allowed to just be.
You know, when we had said we were going to talk about fitness goals, you know, wellness from the inside out, I'm sure some people thought, what does that mean? You know, but hopefully it's easier to understand now. But are there also transferable skills that you've learned along the way? You know, skills that translate into the other areas of your life, maybe even your work life?
I think I touched on it a little bit earlier.
Yes, you did.
You know, there's a mantra that I have in my head, and I actually shared it with my son recently, who swims competitively, where I said, you know, sometimes when I'm walking or sometimes when I'm at the point where you want to give up, I say to myself, half man, half amazing. Half man, half amazing. And that just spurs me on. It reminds me that I can do a lot more than I think that I can. And many times what fitness also teaches you is that your body itself is capable to do more than your mind thinks that it is. So you have to trust the capabilities of your body to be able to rise up to the challenge and the task. That is translatable in your work life. When you have a challenge, when you feel like you've reached a block, where you feel like, where should I go? How can I take it? You've already trained your mind to think through, at this moment where I feel like I can't go further, I know that my body can go further and be stronger.
How do you train your mind? How do you get to that point of self-trust?
So it's just working out. It's the consistency of working out. It's the daily discipline of working out. Anybody that's ever stepped in a gym or that's ever picked up weights knows that at some point, and they say you should lift weights to failure. So at some point you're thinking, I cannot possibly do one more rep. But then you do.
Yeah.
And you get stronger.
Yeah.
Over time, if you're consistent enough, you start to trust yourself that it's okay, I won't fall. I'll do it.
Makes sense. My trainer says to me, to failure. And I'm like, dude. You know, but yeah, what you're saying, it really does make sense. And how has it all, so you know, earlier you had said this is the second time you've been on this journey.
Yeah.
What's been the difference between the first time and now?
This time it was amazing, and I feel like it is what we talked about earlier. The first step for me was giving myself grace, was loving myself at that phase or the stage that I was in. So when I first started this particular journey, I was wearing a size 20 UK. And, you know, in comparison now I wear a size 12 UK. But I wanted to get to a point where I didn't hate who that person was. I didn't, if I saw a picture, I wasn't like, oh, look at that's not nice. It's nice. That person looks nice. That person is the person that got me here. And to honor myself and to give myself grace. So yes, I've exercised, I've lost a lot of weight. That's fine, but I'm still the same person. And if I gained weight, I would still be the same phenomenal person. So I'm not doing it to prove anything about my worth or my validity. I'm doing it strictly for health and to feel good, to be in the best physical shape I could possibly be in.
I'm listening to you and I'm like, you sound super confident. And that is a pretty cool thing. Have you always been this confident, or has this journey helped in your levels of confidence?
I think this journey has really helped because, like I said, it started from a place where I had to learn to love myself and to accept myself and to give myself grace. To understand that this is the phase of my life that I'm in and to honor that. So that was the first step, and I think that's made all the difference. But the fact that I've done it before, the fact that I've learned a lot, I've researched a lot, I know how the body works, I know how calorie, energy works, I know, you know, food intake, what's good for me, what doesn't work for me, what has worked for me. So I feel like I have all the tools I need.
To these tools, so you've touched on it at various points in this conversation. If you were going to, you know, bring this home, are there 3 to 5 things that you could leave us with that people could use to start their own journey from the inside out?
Okay, so like if we're talking like fitness or nutrition, I think the first is to honor the phase you're in now, I think is very important. So that means don't try and start, you know, Lola is doing 1 hour strength training, so I want to do 1 hour strength training. No, if you have 15 minutes, if you have 20 minutes, if your back hurts, if your knee hurts, if your toe hurts, if your shoulder hurts, honor it, it's fine. You build and you'll grow from there. I think too, which is really important in fitness, is the idea that people really need to understand that it is energy. So it's calories in, calories out. Regardless of what you do, whether you're doing intermittent fasting, whether you're doing keto, whatever it is, you have to be mindful of what you're putting inside your body, but also what you're expending, like with movement and exercise. And you have to think about, I guess, that would be number 3 for me now, would be the quality of food that you're letting into your body. You have to always think about, so there's the calories in, calories out, but where am I getting these calories from? Is it from an avocado, which has all sorts of nutritional benefits for you, but is still calorie dense? Or is it from potato chips, which has the same amount of calories, but not nutritionally dense for you? So constantly think about that. And I think maybe the last bonus point I would say is that people also think about like motivation. And really, you don't have to wait for motivation for sustainable like fitness. You commit to the discipline of it, you make a plan, and you execute on it. That's all it requires. Because many times, most people that are consistent in working out, they don't feel like it. True. So, but you do it because you've promised yourself, and you don't want to let yourself down. Once you let yourself down, you're telling yourself that you're not worth it, and we shouldn't do that.
Wow, that was a slam dunk bonus point. Wow. As always, we've come to the end. Oh. You know, it always goes by very quickly.
Yes, there's so much more.
Yeah. You know, but we will do this again because it's a lifelong conversation.
Absolutely.
I'm really quite pleased you came here today.
Thank you, Farah.
I'm so happy, Lola. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
I really, really hope that this has given us some insight into how to do it differently. It's definitely giving me some insights because, yeah, there's certain things that I definitely need to do differently. So, yeah, thanks a lot. Now, John, Helen, and myself are going to very quickly round up the show. So please stay with us for a few more minutes whilst we do this. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for staying with us today with John and Helen. And I must say that we've had a great time. Great time. Well, we have just a few, maybe 1 or 2 minutes to take my nugget, and I'll quickly ram into that. So the nugget for today is this: anxiety and fear are cousins, not twins. And this is because sometimes we want to think that anxiety and fear are the same things. They are not. They may present as being very close, you know, in terms of how you feel and all of that. But anxiety is quite, it's best described as some heightened expectancy, you know, about what may happen. It's heightened. So most times it's unnecessary. While fear is some kind of, I don't know if apathy is the right word, but apathy for something that exists, you know, gives you...
Or does not exist.
Does not exist. So they are twins, they are cousins and not twins. Anxiety and fear are cousins, not twins.
Where does it come in public speaking?
In public speaking, because, yeah.
We'll kick it out, kick them out.
It's better to... Anxiety is good, but fear is bad.
Okay.
In public speaking.
Okay, fair. Yeah. How far?
We've come to the end.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, so you can watch again on YouTube, and also tonight at 10:30.
That's right.
And tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Yep. All right, good to go. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. And please, 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 don't forget to pick your PVC. I just heard Ferrot say that she leaves the studio and she's going to pick her PVC.
You just put me on blast that I haven't picked
Make
it up
sure
since.
you pick your PVC and vote. Today with John and Helen will be back same time next week. Thanks for watching. Bye.
See you next week.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Williams George, is suing his neighbor for the refund of 2 million to 93,000 naira loan he gave him for a business deal.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Funmi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Williams George and Godfrey Koko. That is.
Thank you, Eke. My name is George. So, why are you here?
My neighbor here, he collected some loan from me until now he's around for me.
He took a loan from you. Loan of how much?
2,293,000.
Is that true? You took 2,200,000. When was that?
May 18th, 2018.
And when were you supposed to repay? To pay him back?
Your Honor, in period of 2 months, in period of a month and a week.
So what happened?
Actually, Your Honor, I used the money to raise a bank instrument. The bank instrument came out, but to my greatest surprise, and that's the man that's supposed to supply us the product. He could not supply us.
Just
he now went and raised the
How much did you say he took from you?
2,293,000.
And that was in 2018, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sometimes in March?
May.
And you were supposed to pay back within 6 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have not paid up till now?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when do you want to pay?
Your Honor.
Because the bottom line is you alleged you took a loan from him. You accepted you took that.
Yes.
So what is outstanding is how do you pay him his money?
Your Honor, I don't have a specific time to pay. No, really, I don't have a specific time because the money that we use in raising the instrument, a bank instrument, it was an AGO deal. After raising the instrument, the bank sent all the details to the seller. The seller now came up, he now raised an APG, Advance Payment Guarantee. He now said we should raise the money in cash, which no company raises such amount in cash, 100 million naira. So that was how the issue went.
So how is that his own fault?
No, his own fault is that I'm going to pay him, but I don't have the money now.
So,
yeah.
Oh, wow. So a fault is a fault on his part. I mean, he did something wrong by advancing that money to you.
No.
That's why you said his own fault is what?
I have it in mind to pay him his money.
There's nothing
But
like
due
I
to
have
one
it-
or two issues,
There's nothing
on
like I
ground-
have it in mind. Let me tell you, if you are owing, you are owing.
Yeah.
And you pay. Do you know what? Since 2018, you have not paid him.
Yeah.
It's easy to conclude that you intended to dupe him when you took that money because you have not paid 10 kobo out of that money up till now. You want to tell me that in the past 2 years, you have not purchased anything for yourself? Not even 5 naira, not 20 naira, not 100 naira. Listen to me and don't interrupt me. And you still come here, you are now here again, and you are telling me that even after many years, 2018, that's 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, you are still saying you don't know when you are going to pay him. And you find that very easy to say.
The plaintiff and the defendants have reconciled and agreed that the total sum of all loans advanced is 2,293,000 naira. The plaintiff, Williams, being a good neighbor, supported Godfrey with loans to secure a bank instrument to execute a diesel purchase transaction. However, the diesel supplier demanded a 100 million naira cash payment despite the bank instrument secured for the transaction. The transaction was not successful. Williams is in court to demand for the payment of loans. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
If you know yourself, you know you are owing him, or was it part of that business that you did?
He's part of it.
It's part of it. So the two of you invested the money together.
Yes.
You're supposed to have collected some returns on it.
Yes.
Let me see the agreement you signed. Let me see the agreement you signed.
This was one of it because I collected it half. The photocopy is with in your courtroom.
Yeah,
this is one of it, but the other one, they're about two.
Let me see the one you have. What I mean, well, just wait, just stay there. You don't seem to understand. You have an application for loan here.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Just wait. The two of you hold on. You said you are the above named person.
Yeah.
You are the director of so company.
Yeah.
Solac Energy Resources Limited.
Yeah.
And that they said Solac, that is, you're about to collect a loan from Mr. William George.
Yeah.
And this, you wish to obtain a loan of 500,000 naira only for a period of 1 month and 2 weeks, and to pay the interest of 500,000 naira as well.
Yeah. That was the condition he gave to me.
Well, you accepted.
Yeah.
Why would you accept?
Accepted.
How much interest were you expecting on that your investment? You are borrowing 500,000 naira and you're ready to pay interest of within 6 weeks.
Yeah, after the deal.
Is the interest, were you calculating interest on the money that you brought to the court now? The claim?
No.
There is no interest on it?
No, he said.
Okay, so after this one, you took another loan again?
Yes.
Yeah, it was twice.
That's 1 million naira then?
Yeah.
So how come the two of you are talking about 2
there
million?
are some certain amounts that he paid me when I went to Abuja for 1 or 2 things. I paid into my account. That makes it the 2 points.
Okay, so it's total, you took over 2 million naira.
Yeah.
Total. So how did you find yourself in this kind of bad investment? You didn't do your investigation very well. There was no due diligence on your part. Have you been doing this business before? This is your first time?
Yes, I did one for 5,000. I succeeded.
5,000?
Yeah,
5,000 metric tons.
Yeah.
And that was your first time?
That was my first time.
And this is the second time?
This is the second time.
The profit,
me and my crew went for 10,000.
The profit you made on the first one, why didn't you invest that one on this?
Then 1 or 2 spending. And we're much, so they shared it.
Well, let me have your repayment plan. You're not denying you are owing.
Yeah, for now, I'm still expecting some money to come into my account, but I don't know when the money will come in. So that was why I said I cannot specify. I don't want to be telling lies without.
Apparently, you've been telling him this for the past 2 years, 4 years.
Your Honor, although I took this case to several courts, but when they heard the big names involved, they were just backing off.
Which courts?
Excuse me. This one I went to the same, they were telling me this, but Kiamu said he's going to hand over the issue, but the amount is telling me to raise it's in a high side.
Who are you?
Because Kiamu was saying he can handle it.
Lawyer.
He can bring the director of that company that will raise the bank instrument. Everything went successfully.
You
But
said you've been to several courts. This what I have here is appeal for legal assistance.
yeah,
But the way you said when they heard the name, I thought you are suing somebody and somehow
I'm trying.
when people see the people you are suing, they back off. I mean, that's the impression you gave the court just now. But what I have here is appeal for legal assistance to Office of Public Defendants, to Department of Citizens' Rights. Oh.
This was the APG, the separate colonel letter sent to UBA, which UBA now gave to me, which they went to headquarters for confirmation. It was real, but nobody gives in cash. They now advise me that no, in any oil deal, Your Honor, they don't give cash.
That is why I told you from beginning. I said you did not investigate. Do you understand? You want to go into a business, you have to investigate, you educate yourself on it. How you look for people that have been doing it for years. Now, the issue is, if you make any serious money, you know you don't have to invest into this again. It's only greed that will make you go back here. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you like, listen to me. If you like, don't. But I'm telling you the truth. That's not a business that you can go into when you cannot manage the finance. Do you understand? You know the financial implication of that? Yeah. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Understood, Your Honor.
So when you don't have that, don't go into it. You run into problems. Because you end up going around to take loans that will put you in this kind of problem that you have it. Do you understand again? Until you have your own money that you can gamble. You know, I didn't call it investment. Yeah. You are gambling with it. When you have the kind of money you know you can gamble with, then you just put some there. Do you understand me? And this is a business that you don't know much about. You took a loan of you're even lucky. You took a loan of 500,000 naira and you say you pay interest of 500,000 naira in 6 weeks. If you start calculating that from 2018 from now till now, do you know how much that will be? You understand that that doesn't make sense too? So I'm just giving you advice so that subsequently don't get carried away when they start mentioning big sum of money. Do you understand? There's nothing like, there's no free money anywhere. So how do you pay him?
I can be remitting 5,000 every month. That is what I can do now.
I want to put yourself in his shoes. And if somebody says that to you, what would be your reaction? If you were not in the courtroom?
I'll feel bad. But, Your Honor, the issue is this on ground.
It's not about me. Talk to him.
There are about 3 of them.
I'm not concerned about others. He's the one. I'm only concerned about him.
There are some crew in Access Bank. That one is 10 million naira. So, yours is 2.293. No, that's the truth now. Will I be telling lies? It's documented here. Why the Daniel Kintade? That one is for about 500,000 naira. So
because you are owing others, they cannot get paid.
No,
I don't understand the point you are trying to make.
The point
because
I'm
you
trying
see,
to
let me
make,
tell you,
Your Honor.
Let me tell you something. Because your approach is stupid. I'll try stupid. You are owing somebody money and you are facing him arrogantly that I'm owing somebody else more than I owe you. And I owe you that. Do you understand?
I apologize, Your Honor, but that's the way I used to talk. Actually, I have had several discussions with Festus Kiamu's chamber, which they will invite the director of.
What has that got to do with the money? That's your business.
Going ahead,
look at me. You don't seem to understand. That is between you and your lawyer.
Yeah.
Steps you want to take, things you want to do. It might materialize, it might not materialize. And it doesn't change the fact that you are still owing him.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the fact that you have to pay him. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you see, let me tell you something. You are owing. The money that you could use to offset part of what you are owing, I don't know, maybe you are paying a lawyer as well. So I don't know the wisdom that is in that, but you know better. So that is it. I'm just pulling your ears.
Mr. Williams, the issue is this on ground. Why I use the word 5,000 naira? Because there's means of the little contract I'm working on. They have that basic salary for me, 30,000 every month. So why I said you take 5K, then the rest I see I can, because they stole my phone. I love things on me. I don't have much. I'll be giving you that. I know there are other deals. There's BG that I'm expecting. So when the BG comes, I believe I'm going to raise you more than that.
How many BG have you done between the time you are owing this money and now?
What I'm talking about, Your Honor, is this. There are some instruments they're about to raise.
He's not bothered about that. Just tell him where you want to pay. That is it.
That is why I use the word 5,000. To him, he look at is very low. But that is where I can start up from, Mr. Williams, because that's the only basic money I believe I'll be having every month. I can raise that and do one or two things with the rest. Since you said no, give me till now till December, when the bank instrument they want to give out, because there's some money they will give me to be fronting for some product. So that's what I can believe I can give.
Your matter is irredeemable without your BG. If there's anybody that, when he hears BG, should take 440 and run, is you. You are still embracing BG with the problem you have. It's just 2 point. This one is just about 3 million naira. You use your mouth to mention another 10 million naira. I hope there's no interest on that 10 million naira.
No, that one is no interest. We both agreed.
And how do you pay that one off? So any little money you have now, you rather see throw it into BG than paying off all these people that you are owing. Because that's what you are telling me, tentatively.
No, man, not.
If you raise any money now, you rather invest in BG than to offset the money you are owing.
Your Honor, the one I mentioned for BG, they are accruing the bank. They are the one that I'm owing that 10 million. So for them, they've investigated me. They found out that there was nothing. My hands are clean. And how the transaction went wasn't my fault. But since I'm coming up with something reasonable through what Kiamo's chamber said, that was why they calmed down about the money. So that was why I said, okay, for him, I'm going to see how I can be. I'm still pleading. I've mentioned this. I now told
him. If you start paying 5,000 naira every month.
I told him to give him the company's share for 200,000 units of the shares. I should give it to him, the document.
You go and sell it and hand over the money. They didn't give you share certificate. You go and sell yourself. It's your own. You sell and pay off part of the money you are owing him. That's the way it should be.
Your Honor, but he said, no, that share is down, is low. Was that?
No, you know the value of the share too. That's what I'm saying. You go and sell it, turn it to cash. He gave you cash. Then when you bring the cash to him, you subtract it from the total sum that you are owing. That's the way it's done. It's not for him to take your share certificate to go and dispose. No.
No. He can't dispose it. They are brokers. I'll handle it, Your Honor.
What do you have to say? Conclude. I want to give my judgment.
Mr. Williams, please, just what I told you. Please, let's start with this. I believe before then, money is coming. I'm going to give you your money. I'm expecting money. I'm very sure of myself, what I'm telling you. Okay? Then you give me now till December. Then you give me from now to December.
To pay how much?
I can come up with a reasonable amount.
How much? Mention the amount. It might be reasonable to you and be unreasonable to him. So you have to you just mention 5,000 naira because it sounds reasonable to you. And it's unreasonable to everybody in this courtroom. So the way your own brain works is different from everybody. So just mention what you consider reasonable.
100,000. No, 100,000. Why I said, but I know within that contract, like that kind of December, they have some amount that.
So if you pay 100,000 naira by December, when are you making the next payment and how much are you paying?
I cannot predict the amount that I'm going to pay then, Your Honor. I cannot predict it.
The defendant, Godfrey Ikoko, has been elusive and does not want to commit to a payment plan. Judge Fumi is not taking this. She rules after the break.
2,293,000. Yes, judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 2,293,000 naira. The defendant is to pay the plaintiff the sum of 2,293,000 naira. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All rise.
Yeah.
Continuing, the plaintiff, Williams Ayibufu, is asking the court to compel his baby mama to release their daughter for him to raise.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Williams Ayibufu and Remy. Defendant's absent.
Are they synonymous? Thank you. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you narrate why you are here? Your defendant is not here.
Thank you. I'll be trying to talk to her for the past month now. My daughter's mother. But she doesn't want to understand reasons with me. We separated 2018. So then my daughter was 2 years old. So I didn't have issues with her taking care of my daughter. But she has issues since last year with a pastor of the church she was going. They had some issues that she lost her apartment, she lost her job. So since last year, she'll be moving from one place to the other. So I noticed that the auntie of the school that my daughter is going to, she now put my daughter in her care. I said, I have a house. Why don't you just leave her to me? Let me take care of her. Because every Friday...
How old is the baby?
She's 6 years old now. So I tried talking to her that just let me take care of her every Friday that you usually come to pick her up at the auntie's place. Then you come, you pick her up, you take her, then because she does return her back to the auntie's place on Sunday. So I told her I'm not comfortable. If my daughter is not staying with you, she's not staying with me, then gonna have a...
So she doesn't live with your daughter right now, that's what we are saying?
Yes.
She lives elsewhere.
She's actually cutting with someone.
And your daughter is not with her?
Is not with her.
There.
She doesn't want to leave her for me to take care of her. So...
When did you say you separated?
2018.
2018, that's about 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. When was the last time you saw your daughter?
That was before resumption. Okay, I went to our school the day I first came to court.
Before then, when was the last time you saw her?
That was like 2 weeks ago. I went to the school.
Okay, 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
How often do you see her in school?
She spent this holiday with me.
This last holiday?
Yes, ma'am.
So why are you having problem working out arrangement on the custody and access?
Actually, I don't know how to put this. She doesn't just want to understand my own parts. I'm not fighting for the custody of the child. I don't have problem with the child being with her. But if my daughter is not staying with her, is not staying with me, she can't be staying under someone else's roof. At this Nigeria we are now, a lot of things is happening.
The plaintiff, Williams, alleges that his baby mama is going through some challenges and has left their daughter in care of a third party.
I love to speak with your daughter. I love her to bring your daughter on for me to really speak with her. She's a 6-year-old girl. She's they can communicate.
Very well.
There are a lot of things I would have loved to ask her. I mean, either to corroborate or disprove what you have just said, to decide. Because ordinarily, when you're talking about a 6-year-old child, ideally, that child should be with the mother.
I know.
But yes, but if after talking to your daughter, some information can be extracted that demand for our own welfare to be with you, why not? If the child is not with the dad, should be with the mom. If it's not with the mom, should be with the dad. That should be the primary place at any point in time. But then I need to listen to her too. You understand?
No.
So in the meantime, we're going to adjourn your matter for a short while.
Okay.
So that if we let the legal team reach out to her. Let's see when she can come over, talk to your daughter. Then we get back to you as well on the way forward. That's the way it should be. Even when couples are separated, the welfare of the children of the marriage should be paramount. You have to learn to co-parents, you know.
Judge Funmi affirms that children should be with either mother or father when the parents are separated. However, the defendant is not in court. After the break, Judge Funmi adjourns this matter.
It's okay. That's the way it should be. So let's adjourn for now, right? Okay. Matters are fine.
All rise.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticescourt.com and submit your case.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
From north to south and east to west, life in Nigeria has become dangerously unbearable. The country is faced with what seems to be endless waves of homegrown security threats and violence. Nigerians live in fear, from terrorism to kidnappings, armed banditry, farmer-herder clashes, ethnic violence, and separatist agitation. To better understand the causes of the unrest, as well as the true agitations of the people, Searchlight travels across Nigeria.
The bandits, I use the dark place, the forest place, to hang around. When our drivers reach there, they will come out and start shooting them.
In fact, if I can give an estimate, I can say that in a week we used to treat not less than 5 gunshots.
I look people and people living under siege.
Now, Owerri is too hot.
No rest of mind. Kò sí fọkànbalẹ̀ kankan for anybody.
If you sleep now, sleep with one eye closed, one eye open. Be vigilant. This is Igbora for you.
Igbora is one of the 7 communities that make up Ibarapa land.
Ibarapa land comprises of Igongon, Erua, Ayete, Takpa, Idere, Lanlate, and Igbora in Oyo State, Nigeria's southwest region. There is a long-standing history dating back to the early 20th century between settler herders who are mostly of Fulani descent and local farmers in the Ibarapa axis. Recently, however, coexistence has become increasingly problematic as the communities are now plagued with kidnappings, farmer herder clashes, reprisal attacks leading to the forceful ejection of Sarakins and Fulanis in the area.
I have been back home here in Igbora since January because of the armed herders and farmers crisis that has been rocking nearby villages and farms. Although the Sarakin Fulani of Ngongo, Salihu, was evicted in January on accusations that he was helping evade justice, not much has changed. There are still incidences of kidnappings and attacks on farmlands.
This is Shekere village in Igbora. We live in fear. I do come earlier in the day and could enter the farm. You would find their cattle eating crops, and when confronted, they attack the owners of the farm. If perchance they meet a woman unaccompanied on the farm, she could be raped. There is no safety on farmlands.
The nomadic ones are moving around. The residential ones going over. Some of the residential ones are still within the community. They are peaceful. One incident occurred when our people they are outraged and they burnt all the karas in the whole Ibarapa land, even that of Erua. In Igbora and here now, there's no kara again.
If you had burnt all the karas in the whole of Ibarapa land, I want to think that Kara is a place for residential Fulani.
No, Kara is a spot, a market for them to come and buy and sell.
So you have burnt.
Do you know? Come,
their economic spots.
Let me tell you some things about that Kara. Some things we discover about that Kara, especially that of Igbora here. That spot is a spot where they do hide their ammunitions. And in the night like this, they will pick up those ammunitions, go out, kidnaps, rob, anything they can do. And when they come back to town the following day.
Kabir, you've done a lot of work out of Ibarapa land. What did you see? What do you know? Can you share your first-hand experience?
Not just in Igbora, not just in Lanlate, not just in Oyo State, but from my experience across the Southwest states, I realized that most of the killings, the kidnappings being perpetrated are being done by the Bororos, who are mostly referred to as foreigners. Some of these Bororos, they come into the country through Benin Republic, some through Cameroon, and you get to realize that in the essence of it all, some through Niger, that many of them are not the traditional Fulanis. And the reason is this: we've had cases where traditional Fulanis, those who are Nigerians, some of them who came from, who are from Kwara State, also alleged that they have also been kidnapped. They've also been victims of the attacks of these persons. Most times, those that perpetrate this, they don't even have any cattle. All they have is gun, sword, and other weapons.
The violence doesn't end there. Nigeria is faced with the Boko Haram insurgency in the northeast, banditry in the northwest, armed separatist agitations in the southeast amid communal clashes in the Middle Belt, Southwest, and South-South. Increasingly, violence between herders and farming communities is spreading from Nigeria's Central Belt southward, while kidnappings are rife nationwide. What exactly led to this?
When you see a failure of this scale, of this magnitude, and spread right across the country, the first thing that comes to your mind is that somebody somewhere who has responsibilities to secure Nigerians has failed in their duties. There's no other explanation for this. So we have a country that is poorly run, poorly governed, and therefore unable to master the requirements of securing both citizens and the country itself. That is the first one. The second one is that there are a lot of opportunistic criminal activities going on. People understand the weaknesses, they perceive a weakness at the level of the state. They think the state is weak or the state is incapable of protecting citizens from all sorts of attacks, bandits, kidnappers, insurgencies, insurrections, secessionists, irredentists. All these people actually exist because the state has not been able to assert its obligation and responsibilities to protect citizens. And they are emerging and increasing by the day. The third one is the failure of the Nigerian elite to get together and demand that the Nigerian state does what it's supposed to do. The leadership does what they are supposed to do, that is to protect citizens. The voices that are supposed to be heard are not being heard. Too many people are quiet, either out of fear or because they think that they are not likely to make any impact if they don't raise their voices.
Traveling by road is now an extreme sport. On our trip to Kaduna State, we drove along the Kaduna-Benin-Gwari Road. The 123-kilometer road trip seemed easy enough, but we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. From Buruku village, right on the outskirts of Kaduna, there is a fully armored vehicle with soldiers who lead drivers 3 cars at a time from Buruku to Odoa town. This stretch is considered to be the most dangerous. Drivers have to wait their turn as they stand no chance of traveling safely to and fro Benin-Gwari without these escorts. From Odoa, the journey to Benin-Gwari is considered safe from the kidnappers and terrorists, whose victims are not just travelers but also villagers and farmers in and around this long stretch of road.
Our major problem in this area is insecurity. These terrorists have wrecked our town and destroyed our source of livelihood. Nobody sleeps in this town anymore. We take refuge in the neighboring community and come here every day at 8 or 9 a.m. and then leave at 3 or 4 p.m. Look at me. I'm the village head of this community. I used to own a car, but these criminals made me sell it to pay ransom for our children. I can't estimate how much we have paid to bandits as ransom because this community has been attacked more than 25 times.
We have a lot of problems in terms of insecurity on our road, more especially in between Buruku and Odoa. So we have a lot of insecurity. We have only one vehicle, which is mobile police. They are the one escorting our members to carry them to Buruku. Let's say from January up to now, at least we lost more than 30 of our members as a result of the bandits.
Forests in Nigeria are now hideouts for cattle rustlers, highway robbers, kidnappers and terrorists due to the absence of state capacity or political will to exercise control. From Benin-Gwari Forest in Kaduna to Rugu Forest in Katsina and Zafe in Zamfara, these forests are now referred to as ungoverned.
Niger, Shiroro. From there, you cross over to Abafana. You cross over to Folwaya.
What security measures have we put in place for farmers and the indigents that are easy prey to these bandits?
Well, I have explained to you that Kaduna is very vast. The state is so huge. We had over 46,000 square kilometers. And I have also explained to you that we are having this problem mostly in locations that are remote. You know, boundaries with Niger State, boundaries with Zamfara, boundaries with Katsina State. You know, the locations are very remote. Even if there's a distress call, before you get there, it takes you time because of the terrain, mobility problem. But the Air Force is complementing the ground troops and the police as well. Once we receive a distress call from a location that is very far, what we do, the Air Force move while the ground troops and the police form a blocking force, you know, and it is really yielding positive mark. We don't have enough boots on the ground. There's a need for us to scale up recruitment. There's a need for security operatives or our security agencies to outnumber the criminals. We are not relenting, we are working, and we are making progress. In the first quarter of 2021, we were able to neutralize 64 bandits.
Our schools, just like our roads, have become hotspots of violence. Across northwestern Nigeria, from Zamfara to Kebbi, Kaduna and Niger, about 1,000 students of primary schools, secondary schools and even universities have been kidnapped since December 2020. Most have been released after payment of ransom, while scores are still being held in forest camps. Some of these students have died in captivity and some killed during the abductions. Earlier this year, after the kidnapping of students at Government Science College, Kagara, Niger State, I asked the governor, Malam Abubakar Sani Bello, if a state could guarantee the safety of school children.
No one can guarantee that unless we have the numbers, the manpower of security personnel required. The Niger State, for example, during the military administrations, Niger State had 14,000 policemen. Today we have 4,000. Same Rafi local government where this kidnapping took place, Kagara town itself has less than 10 policemen. So how will it work? How? What magic could you do? We don't employ or employ policemen. I understand in the past, the state police command had the powers to employ policemen from the states, but it is no longer like that. And that's probably the reason why we're having problems.
That was back in March. Not much has changed since. Many have said that the present centralized structure of the Nigerian police is too detached from local communities. A vote conducted by NOI polls indicates that many Nigerians are in favor of state policing to bring security closer to the people. Experts say there is a need to reflect on the current security approach across the country.
The various institutions need to sit back and, reflect that the current approaches that we are deploying to address security concerns, are they adequately addressing these issues? What are the intelligence mechanisms, that you need to put in place to really get information on how crime, is happening across various communities? So I think critically it is the model, it is the approach that seems to be a bit defective. We are practically waiting for violence, to happen before we then react. We talk about community policing, especially for the police especially. I keep making reference to the police because they have the mandate when it comes to internal security. Community policing is very important. Then intelligence-led policing. We are not emphasizing that so much. Intelligence-led policing is that strategy through which you just want to get intelligence of what is happening in a certain community.
In the southeast, insecurity takes a different dimension. According to authorities, agitators for the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, a separatist group campaigning for Biafra independence, have been responsible for a spate of attacks on security forces and innocent people since December 2020. Olu, a local government in Imo State, has become a flashpoint of trouble in the region. On the 25th of January 2021, many Hausa-speaking traders in a market in Olu were going about their business when gunmen invaded the area, killing some and setting shops ablaze.
It is very, very unfortunate that this kind of thing would happen in 21st century Olu, 21st century Imo, 21st century Nigeria. People are not happy with the things, with the way this country is being run. When you talk about security, there is no security in Nigeria anymore.
We are here at the Islamic Central Mosque, Amafeke, and this is the third Friday without holding a Jumat service here because of insecurity issues. There is a lot of apprehension amongst the Muslim community.
This is my third year living in Olu, and I have never had any ugly experience living here until recently. During the NSAS protest, they burnt our mosque and killed some of our members in some part of Olu town. For 3 weeks now, we have been unable to observe our Jumat prayers in this mosque. We now live in fear. More worrisome is the absence of security operatives in the town. Despite all these incidents, the governor has not visited us to assure us or condole with us.
Since the January attack, Olu has had no peace. The people are in constant fear as these gunmen, time after time, unleash violence, destroy shops, kill, and even behead people in the community. In the southeast and south-south regions at large, dozens of security officials have been killed. Biafra agitation and the violence going on in the southeast have been said to be an untoward way of expressing dissatisfaction about leadership failure on the part of all tiers of government.
Well, I feel that there are many voices in the conversation to deal with the disaffection that people have about the Nigerian state. There are many voices, and evidently his is just one of those voices. But that may not be the optimal route to go. There are so many benefits of a functional, democratic, sound constitutional state. But where there are imperfections, you will now begin to see the voice that Nnamdi Kanu echoes or propagates. War is terrible. Sometimes you think about it from a more glamorous point of view, but it's bloody, it's heinous, it's damaging, it destroys families, societies, and so on and so forth. So my preoccupation is for peace. Okay, peace arrived through legitimate constitutional routes. That is what is most paramount. No society can develop without peace. And in terms of the disaffection of those of us who are from the southeast goes, there's a need to hear us and to look at our grievances and to consider them on their merits.
The southeast substantially mirroring Boko Haram. We have not been able to understand and deal with the issue of IPOB. The Igbo leadership allowed IPOB and ESN too much ground to take too much ground to control what is going on in the southeast. So they misread the threat of organizations like IPOB. There was opportunism, crass opportunism. People thought maybe this IPOB will do for us what we want. They will get for the Igbo what the Igbo didn't get through the political process. And eventually now we are creating a monster. And it's a monster that is eating up the local environment, the same way Boko Haram ate up Borno and Yobe and parts of Adamawa. IPOB and ESN are eating up the southeast. The federal government is throwing the military at them, the same way they threw the military at Boko Haram, rather than trying to understand the real issue. What is behind IPOB? Who supports them? Why do they support them? What is the issue that has made IPOB attractive to a large number of young people? Can you do something about it? Is it something you need to do about it?
I would say that the Southeast governments can do a whole lot better. The state governments, they can do a whole lot better in delivering services to the various constituent parts of the Southeast. We don't see enough of government in our rural communities, in the local government. We need to raise the bar as per the effectiveness of subnational entities. All right. Once we've gotten to a point where we can say for certainty that the state governments are operating optimally and delivering their own share of the governance dividend, then we can look elsewhere to seek inputs. But state governments in the Southeast need to up their game.
The Nigerian police force, on whose shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation lies, is unable to perform its basic functions, forcing the Nigerian military to step in.
A society gets the kind of police that it pays for. Over the years, successive administrations have not made the connection around policing and development. So they just see the police as, oh, that is the police, and not critically putting it in the position of primacy, because people need to be safe internally first. You need to take care of the internal enemy before you begin to look at those ones that are threatening you on the outside. So over the years, there's been consistent underfunding, which is very, very critical. You want to undertake police operation, it has to do with funds, it has to do with state-of-the-art technology, equipment, and all of that. And then the manpower, less than 400,000 police personnel currently police a country of over 200 million. So what it means is that there is inadequacy somewhere. The police right now is overstretched. The country is very big and diverse. And then if you look at the scale of insecurity that is happening, it changes rapidly. So what it means is that the security landscape is not constant. You understand? So the police is trying to really grapple with all of this in the midst of very meager resources in terms of training, in terms of equipment, in terms of manpower, and every other thing. Government's approach in trying to address some of these inadequacies by the police has been to set up committees, police reform committees. But the question again is that each of these successive government that comes in set up a committee, do they make reference to the last committee to say, okay, what did my predecessor, found when he talk about policing challenges? How can I build upon that and actually implement this to make the police effective? But no, our approach has been that, okay, I get into office and then I'm setting up my own committee.
Though the carnage isn't over yet, in more recent times, the joint military effort of the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Air Force has recorded more success in combating terrorists and criminals.
In the last few months, the synergy and jointness among the three services has been cordial and overwhelming, which has resulted in the decimation of most of the criminal elements we have in this country.
While Nigeria may or may not reform its police soon, Critics say the new conception of security now places emphasis on human and non-military variables, saying even the best of soldiers and policemen may be unable to maintain security in a country with a whopping 33% unemployment rate. Nigeria cannot solve its insecurity problems in isolation of other developmental issues. Where we go from here depends on our ability as a people, a government, and a nation to make the urgent steps needed to pull our country, Nigeria, from the brink.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
As we embark on our 4th year of broadcasting, Our Voices has discussed countless topics since the first episode that aired in November 2018. In 2021, the show went through a few changes, including 3 new anchors bringing more energy and new perspective to our coverage of issues affecting women and girls. The new hosts who joined me on Our Voices are Ndimiake Mwakaliele, Amina Alihu, and Simingish Yakoye. Despite the challenges, as one of the original hosts of the program, I can assure you that the motivation and commitment to our core audience of women and girls in Africa and in the diaspora is unwavering. COVID-19 was first declared 2 years ago, and here at Our Voices, we are still broadcasting mostly from the safety of our homes, navigating through the new technical innovations and challenges brought forth by the coronavirus pandemic and now the raging Omicron variant. The Our Voice team remains focused on bringing you fresh interviews and stories about the women of our times. Stories such as Nigeria's former finance minister Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala becoming the new World Trade Organization chief, or the South African scientist Angelique Kodzi discovering the Omicron COVID variant. Politically, women are rising to the decision-making tables, like Samia Suluhu Hassan, the new president of Tanzania. Also taking you inside Africa's prestigious institutions election, like the African Union. Our Voices has also reported on taboo stories about female genital mutilation as well as rape as a weapon of war from an on-the-ground perspective. We will continue our excellent reporting in 2022. Hello, I'm Orion Itangishaka, and this is Our Voices. As we begin 2022, let's pause for a moment to reflect on some of the important topics we feature on the program over the past year through the eyes of our new hosts. Last year presented opportunities for our Voices team to discuss topics of interest to women and girls in Africa and in the diaspora. In particular, I had the chance to bring you topics such as pregnancy during a pandemic, mother-daughter bonds. While many people are home due to COVID-19, we also look at the benefits and challenges of the excessive use of social media. One memorable interview last year was when I spoke to a Nigerian woman about pregnancy during a pandemic.
If you had to choose back then or even now, would you still decide to have a baby despite the pandemic?
Yes, I will, because she gives me lots of joy and she's just been a blessing to us. So I will.
You still have another one?
Yeah.
As 2021 closed in December, I traveled to Kenya and had a chance to meet with affiliates at KTN News in Nairobi. We were ahead in 2019. This time appearing on Africa Speaks, host Ashley Mazuri and I discussed the narrative of Africa in the media. Also, I visited VOA's media partner Kenyatta University TV, where youth have a platform to discuss social and political issues that most affect them. I visited the Luanda Center in Bungoma. At this center, women have the opportunity to support one another emotionally and materially, as well as financially, as they enter a new chapter in life after their husbands have passed away. Now, in 2022, we are planning to give our audience more great stories on women and girls and engage with you on topics that can empower our communities to move society to a better place every day. Happy New Year. It's time for a short break. When we return, we'll hear from the three colleagues, Ndimiake Mwakaliele, Simengesh Yakoye, and Amina Alihu, as they reflect on their new roles as co-hosts of VOA Our Voices, while sharing some of their most memorable moments over the year of 2021. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. As we reflect on 2021, and before we hear from the co-host of VOA Our Voices as they share their new experiences, we share with you a new promo featuring the whole team of the new Our Voices. Check it out.
On VOA Our Voices, women are using their voices to empower,
to nurture, to educate,
to stand up in any language.
Amajwi yacu,
Dimsachin, Murioyamu,
Mazwi Edu,
Our Voices.
Ndimiake Mwakaliele is no stranger to the VOA television. You may remember her as the lead reporter and co-anchor for Africa 54, VOA's daily television news broadcast for Africa. In addition to her new role as Our Voices co-host, she also serves as the chief of VOA's Zimbabwe service since 2014. In this capacity, she manages broadcasts to Zimbabwe in English, Shona, and Dembele on medium wave and shortwave radio, and a daily live broadcast of its popular Studio 7 radio program. She's particularly interested in topics that addresses the relevant issues of concern to women and children and people of disabilities. We sat down to discuss her joining the Our Voice team. She discussed her views about the coverage of COVID-19 in 2021.
How are you?
Well, happy to have made it in the new year.
Yes, praise God.
Praise God.
Happy New Year, Ndimiak. It's so great to see you in this new year of 2022.
Well, Happy New Year to you, Orion.
Now, Ndimiak, we are international women journalists covering a wide range of issues. For you in 2021, what was one issue that you feel and was happy about the media covering very well in 2021?
Thank you so much for that question. Yeah, 2021, I was really happy to see the coverage as it pertains to COVID, because women on the continent really need information. I really think the media did a fantastic job in covering COVID. Of course, it dominated every news headline, every news media stations, because it was the dominant topic. Another angle that I really think was done well was covering how COVID impacted women. You know, in many African countries, women are really the ground workers, you know, farming, selling at the market. And the lockdowns that came with COVID, or trying to stop the spread of COVID, really affected women, because for one, they could not sell their wares, and then school closures means that all the children were also home, so it disrupted a lot of family life.
Dimi, I recently was with some of our media partners in Kenya and was asked the question about the narrative of Africa being told by international journalists. How do you feel as international journalists we are doing in covering issues on the continent?
It is an amazing time for African journalists to be able to cover Africa. You know, for a long time there was always this, attack on Western journalists. Well, we are kind of now Western journalists, because we are broadcasting out of Washington, D.C. at the Voice of America. So we have a real opportunity to tell the story the way we feel our audience would like to receive it. So I think in terms of us covering the continent at the moment, I want to say that we are doing well, but there is a whole lot more to be done. There's a whole lot more to be done. It will make a lot of impact, especially if we are able to bridge the two continents. We are in the United States, but we are broadcasting to Africa and the countries in Africa. How do we create that bridge so that we also don't become too distant, too detached, and we are covering issues from a perspective where we don't really understand? So I think our connection to the continent, being able to travel, seeing people in the environment, you know, Our Voices team went to several African countries in 2019. That was really impactful, because you get to see the audience, first of all, hear from them what they want, and then our stories resonate with the people we are talking to. So I think in terms of how the international media, and I'll speak for myself specifically and VOA specifically, I think we are scratching the surface, and we know that we've got a challenge, and we are going to rise to it.
And there has also been a push to produce more positive stories on the continent, while there are still also challenging issues that still need coverage.
That's the dilemma, I think. You know, there's still so many wars, there's still so much crisis, but at the same time, there are so many developments along positive lines. When you hear that Africa, comprises among the top fastest growing economies on the continent, you hear Africa is contributing to the fight against coronavirus, in the forefront of technology. You know, you hear all these developments in Kenya, in Nigeria. So our challenge is to, how do you make sure that you don't over publicize one end and neglect the other?
Nandimi, you have been with VOA for a while, and you have covered a wide range of issues, as I've said before. You've been on Perspective, you've been on Africa 54, you have long years of experience as an international broadcaster. So you've recently joined Our Voices. How has that experience been for you in your journey as an international broadcaster, and a female broadcaster at that?
I'm so excited, Orion, to be part of Our Voices, because it speaks to one issue I really love, which is women. Women need more access to information. Women need a platform where they can feel that it's their show to run. So I'm just so honored that I'm part of this show. And I mean, there are so many stories that I want to get involved in and do. I really love the fact that soon I can get back into my mode of being a video journalist. VJing is my thing, where I want to, it just gives you access to people, sometimes without necessarily having to prep them. People on the street, because there's so many stories out there that sometimes we can't get to because there's just so much stories but very little time to tell it, so few spaces in which to tell it. So I'm really excited about the fact that we get to focus on specifically women, because that's what has been the difference between Perspectives and Africa 54, and that this show is just about women. So I just need to find a woman and talk to her and talk about her and see what other women have got to say. So yeah, it's exciting.
Many of you may know Simenyesh Yakoi as the regular presenter of our Women to Watch segment. Simenyesh joined Voice of America in 2021 as a broadcaster in the Amharic service on a show called Gabina, an infotainment youth radio show that broadcasts to Ethiopia and Eritrea. Prior to joining VOA, Simenyesh worked as a journalist, media consultant, and translator. She also served as the director of the Ethiopian Environment Journalists Association. An outspoken advocacy of freedom of expression, she has worked with international media to highlight political as well as human rights stories that do not garner much coverage. Simenyesh reflects on some of her work over the past year as a new member of the Our Voice team.
Simenyesh, Happy New Year. It's so good to see you. How are you?
Happy New Year. So good to be here.
Now, Simenyesh, what are some of the stories that stood out for you in 2021 and some of the stories maybe you covered?
As you guess, the conflict in Ethiopia is it took so much of our attention in our coverage in 2021. Really, no one anticipated that the conflict is going to disrupt life for such a long time, but it's a very complex war that affected the whole country. So we have been covering the impact on economy, history, the culture, and the society as a whole. Other than that, COVID and its impact has been much in our coverage, but what stood out for me mostly is, the creativities it brought, especially in front of the technologies. I interviewed and brought a lot of young men and women who created and innovated technologies that make social distance learning easier to go through. One thing to mention also is in 2021, the inauguration of the first Black woman as a vice president of United States was inspiring. And I say that because, a woman of color rising to such power is uplifting for so many girls, not only in the United States, but also around the world.
Now, as you mentioned, of course, war and civil unrest are very unfortunate, and when they happen, a lot of lives are disturbed. Let's take a quick look at a recap of what it was like at the end of the year, just a few days ago in 2021, and then we'll go on.
Political tensions in Ethiopia boiled over in November 2020 between the government of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, or TPLF. Tigray forces attacked a federal military base in their northern stronghold and tried to steal the army's weapons, saying they feared an offensive. Prime Minister Abiy struck back, launching what he said would be a quick military offensive against the rebels. But 13 months later, the fighting continues. The rebels have threatened to march on the capital, Addis Ababa, and a de facto government blockade has left more than 5 million people in Tigray in dire need of humanitarian assistance. The conflict has spread to the neighboring Amhara and Afar regions, leaving an additional 4.2 million people in need of aid.
What became clear quickly in the course of the conflict is that there's unlikely to be any definitive military solution. And this has been the case throughout the course of 2021, and I don't see that changing in the future.
The parties have ignored international calls to stop fighting and talk.
Avec les Nations Unies, il faut nécessairement un cessez-le-feu
Our concern is for a ceasefire. That absolutely must happen. Humanitarian aid needs to reach all those that have suffered from this conflict, and we absolutely need to resolve these problems through political discussions and through dialogue.
Now, Semenish, how did these events in Ethiopia, the country you're from, are affecting women and children especially?
Unfortunately, women have always been a victim of war, and also children too. And this is the case also in the conflict in northern Ethiopia that has been going on for over a year now. Women are subjected to arbitrary killings. They lost their sons, brothers, husbands in this war. And women are also mainly victims as they continue to be subjected to rape, which is used as a weapon of war by all sides involved in the conflict. And the horrific stories that have been coming out and the stories of the continued struggles that come out every day is still on top of my mind, and it's really, really sad. Also, displacement is another thing that women are suffering from in this war. Women are forced to flee their home, their properties, everything they worked hard for, and they flee, to protect their unborn child, their infants, and they continue to live in vulnerable situations in shelters around the country. And what makes it more sad is in this war, health and education facilities are targeted and destroyed in this war. And so that makes it difficult for these women to even have access to medical care, and their children also continue to lag behind in education because they don't have access to school.
Now, looking at the continent as a whole, what are some of the stories should we be focusing on in 2022 in your view?
I would say, given what we have been covering the past year, conflict resolution and, solution for lasting peace should be given a priority in our coverage. Peace and security are essential for every society, for every humankind. So we need to, our stories need to focus on bringing out stories that advocate balanced, peace for every society. In addition to that, the COVID-19 vaccine inequality is another issue that needs to be given attention. Low vaccine distribution in Africa, while a lot of vaccine is being destroyed in the West for lack of use, is really a shame. So we need our stories need to call out vaccine hoarding as we go forward in this new year.
Mm-hmm. Now we're talking about the continent, but also in the diaspora. You are a mother of children in the diaspora, full-time working mom. Do you have any advice for women on the continent, or especially in the diaspora, for 2022?
For diaspora, especially mothers, women, but also mothers, I say, please continue to nurture your connections, your friendships, your social fabric. I say this because we in the diaspora, especially mothers, tend to feel alone, tired, stressed, and we really need each other to support. We need each other to encourage and, even share our imperfections and say, it's okay not to be okay. So I say to diaspora mothers, you could be raising your child, you could be building your career, or you could be just, supporting your family in any means. And but you are doing an amazing job, and you are not alone. We are here to share your stories.
Amina Alihu is a broadcast journalist with VOA's Hausa service here at the Voice of America in Washington, D.C. She joined the network in November of 2018 and has since been the primary host of the unit's Women's and Youth flagship show, Yuda Gobe, a 30-minute program that airs 5 times a week. Amina is a graduate of the University of Exeter, United Kingdom, with a Bachelor's of Art in Philosophy and Political Economy. She developed a passion for being the voice of the voiceless women, giving a platform for expression and to make them key players rather than spectator in politics, business, science, technology. We began our conversation on the opportunities and challenges of covering women's issues in the diaspora and on the continent.
Amina, Happy New Year. So great to see you in 2022.
Happy New Year, Orion. So good to see you too.
Amina, I know you work on different women's shows besides Our Voices in the House of Service. How hard or how easy is it to cover women's topic and reaching a women's audience?
It's not hard to capture the audience, but it's quite difficult to get them to participate. So for example, on Wednesdays, we have a women-only show, and it was created to give women only the opportunity to call, because we find that most of our callers are men, but they still don't call. And even though we know through social media comments, when you meet people, the beauty of working with people on the continent is they approach you directly and they tell you that they listen. So you know that the women are listening and they're benefiting, but they're not participating.
Now, besides the stories of relationship, which always catches young women's attention, what are some of the other stories that we should be looking forward to, or young women and women on the continent in general look forward to in 2022, you think?
I think it would be beneficial to see, say, for example, scholarship programs funded by successful women for other women, women encouraging other women in their businesses, women tutoring other women for free, or young girls for free, mentoring young girls. So women helping women.
I know you work on a lot of topics that are considered taboo, especially in your community. What are some of the topics that you still see in 2022 as we enter into this year, and maybe even last year in 2021, are still considered taboo but shouldn't be?
I think the one that stands out the most for me is sex education. The fact that conservative communities are still pushing against sex education when this is beneficial in curbing a lot of issues that we have in society. So, for example, it's beneficial for everyone if a mother is able to freely talk to her daughter about how to take care of herself, what her menses means, how to take care of herself when it comes, even if it's just so she's not scared the first time that she sees it. And to understand, say for example, in our culture, it's commonly said, oh, when a man touches you, you're going to get pregnant. And then he touches you, and then you don't get pregnant. And you're like, oh, okay, so maybe it's not so bad. And they're not properly educated about exactly what sex is. And so they find themselves in really, really awkward situations.
Now, what caught your attention in the media in 2021? And is it something that we should be looking for more or covering more in 2022?
So 2021, what caught my attention the most was January 6th, the insurrection here in the United States. Another thing was seeing African countries come together with regards to discovering the Omicron variant of coronavirus and the travel ban that some European countries had placed on the African countries that were reporting cases of the Omicron variant of the coronavirus. So I was really impressed at how African countries came together and stood against that. For example, Nigeria did not have a red list. And then suddenly we had a red list. And the red list had a lot of these countries that had banned other African countries. And, it was a diplomatic way of dealing with the situation and also putting your foot down. So it's really encouraging to see African countries standing together and we get results. I would like to see much more of that in 2022. Finally, another thing that I found really interesting was the collaboration between Fireboy and Ed Sheeran and their new song Peru. So Peru is Fireboy's song, but then Ed Sheeran came on and did a remix. So it's always interesting to see Afrobeats blowing up.
Now, is it surprising for people to look at you as a conservative young woman talking about Afrobeats?
Looks can be deceiving, is what I would say. I do enjoy good music. I definitely grew up on African music, and it's a thing of pride for me to see it thriving so much on the international platform.
Now it's time for another quick break. But first, a question for you, our audience. Which topic or person would you like for us to feature on our Voices in 2022? Please share your views on our social media platforms. We are at VOA Our Voices. We are on Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Our number is right there on your screen.
Empowerment and humanity towards a better world.
Economic and social progress of every society.
Facts and information from key players rather than spectators in politics, business, science, and technology.
City, rural, educated, or underprivileged. We care and we listen to what matters to you.
Your voices are our voices. Before we end our program, we would like to spotlight VOA's Africa division with programming highlights from the past year.
Our Voices joins women from across the continent with stories of development and empowerment in politics, business, and culture, with entrepreneurs and innovators, one-on-one interviews, and women to watch.
For there is always light if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
And that's where we will end our show this week. On behalf of my colleague and everyone here at Our Voices and Voice of America, I am Oriani Tangishaka. Thank you for watching and Happy New Year. Stay safe.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
You know, there are certain laws or certain policies that he cannot, or certain procedures, governance procedures, that he cannot just execute without passing through other tiers of government. So every tier of government is important. We have to try as much as possible as we are trying to vote in a credible candidate for the president.
Or what are the things he said he's going to do? Whether it's APC, PDP, Labour, it doesn't matter. Who is the person?
They are the one in power. If there's anybody sabotaging, then arrest them. They have all mercenaries of the state in their care. Use them. Let us know what has really caused this scarcity.
Put in the right. I was in Kenya and I saw how things were working, right? And a friend was telling me that there had never been any reason for me to go and say I'm queuing to purchase fuel, and he's been there for 5 years.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There was no question that that was the most important moment
and sentence that.
Brief. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Senator Ali Ndume, has warned that the redesign of the Naira notes and the rushed implementation of the cashless policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria is having an adverse effect on the operations of the Nigerian troops battling with insurgents at the front line. He stated this during an interaction with journalists in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, on Saturday, where he picked holes in a claim by the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele that the policies were meant to plug the sources of terror financing and other security breaches. Ndume stressed that troops find it difficult to survive at the remote communities across terrains of insecurity in the country where they cannot access cash due to the challenges posed by the currency redesign and cashless policy. Now, in a bid to address the long queues and scarcity of cash at automated teller machines ATM nationwide, the CBN directed banks to begin paying a maximum of 20,000 naira of the newly designed notes over the counter to customers. Despite the directive given by the Apex Bank to commercial banks, customers say the banks are yet to heed the order. Our correspondent Paul Judge reports.
On Lagos Island, long queues continue at the ATMs of commercial banks. Customers jostle to get money as people on the ground are ensuring that no one makes more than one withdrawal session. Customers say the scarcity of cash is making life unbearable for them.
And I'm coming from inside the hall right now. Even the hall is not even helping issues. I learned the CBN said they should be giving us maybe 5,000 on the counter, but they are not giving. They said there's no money there. They said there's no money. Okay, it's something that they said there's no money there. How do you want to force them? Even a guy was even there saying that when he comes back, he's going to scatter the whole bank and all this stuff. People are getting frustrated by the day. Is there any sign that there will be election at all? We can't be suffering from fuel issue. We are now suffering from currency issue as well. Two issues at the same time. It's not right.
I've been to POS. They said they don't have cash. I also tried withdrawing from ATM machine. The machine only pays 1,000 naira for other bank. That's not their ATM machine. They said they don't have any cash to pay. They need to look at it and they rectify the whole issue because it's really, really hard on everybody.
I went to the bank before it was a war. It was another war there because many people will not let you. Somebody will say that he's been here before you. Even before you get to the place, everyone will be crowded in the bank. You will not know who faced you and who did not face you again. So before you know it will lead to another problem. So what I'm soliciting is that government they should look into this issue because I know it was a new Naira note policy that triggered to all these things that is happening.
This lady operates the point of sales business. She laments the unavailability of cash. She says it's difficult to get money from the counter.
Very affecting my business. Because I have only one daughter. I cannot even feed my daughter. Since morning now, I was queuing in the ATM. Since morning, with queue, I'm not able to withdraw any money since morning. This thing is affecting us. Let our government find solution for it. We have our own money. We can't even use it. That thing is not making sense anymore. Go many times. I can't even count it. I go more than 5 times today. They say we can't withdraw on counter. We should go and queue in the ATM. And there is no money in the machine.
Well, banks are not dispensing anyway. It's obvious. And using POS, the charges are like killing. I think yesterday I made withdrawal of 9,000. The charge 2,000 naira. So I actually got 7.5 instead from 9.5 here. So it's actually ridiculous and it's too much. Today, no difference. So I don't know. It's just getting really terrible and worse. So hopefully I'm hoping that things actually get better on time because this is really stressful.
The cries of no cash fills the air across the country as the CBN tries to drive its cashless policy to an acceptable point. But the more it does, the harder it becomes for people, especially petty traders and commercial bus drivers who have been used to transacting with physical cash. Paul George, Plus TV News.
The bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS machines have never failed and will not fail Nigerians at the 2023 general elections. The declaration was made in Abuja on Saturday by INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu while assessing activities at polling units in the FCT where mock accreditation of voters were held using the BVAS machines. Yakubu explained that from the mock exercise witnessed, it took less than 30 seconds to accredit a voter, adding that this was the report INEC was getting from all the selected polling units nationwide.
The 2 polling units were visited so far. There is no report of failure. The machines have performed optimally. And this is the report we are getting so far nationwide. But we have also made contingency arrangement like we will do on election day, that there is a spare machine. In case and in the unlikely event of a malfunction, we will be able to respond and fix the machines.
As the mock accreditation exercise commences nationwide, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has assured Nigerians that whatever challenges experienced during the mock accreditation with the bimodal voters accreditation system BVAS machines will be fixed and improved upon before the forthcoming general elections. INEC National Commissioner in charge of Kaduna, FCT, Nasarawa and Plateau states, Mohammed Haruna, gave the assurance at the monitoring at Rigachikon polling unit in Kaduna State. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Durafai, who was there, filed this report.
Volunteer registrants came with their PVCs to verify and authenticate credibility of the machines and to ensure if they will vote during the polls. Idris Al-Hassan was the first to be accredited. He described the processes as less cumbersome and hoped it will be maintained during the elections.
I'm the first person that has been credited. Very, very, very easier to accredit everybody that can. The process that started with the checking of the list, name of the person, and also the voter's card. You show them your voter's card. Then after, they will snap the picture. And also you do the thumb print. It's not just long. It has taken me only three minutes.
The INEC electoral officer in charge of Igabi local government area, Fatima Garba, said the process was fast and smooth and a large number of voters will be accredited within a short time during the elections.
The entire accreditation process has been smooth, went smoothly. So this process is a drastic improvement, of course, compared to the smart card reader that was used during the 2019 elections. So far, since we started this exercise, the turnout has been quite impressive. People have been coming out to participate in this exercise as volunteers. In the morning, we met a few people already waiting for us to participate in this exercise. So far, like I said earlier, the process has been, of course, successful. And we are hopeful that, inshallah, with what we have witnessed today, the 2023 general elections will be, of course, will be much more successful with the way the mock accreditation exercise, of course, took off.
One of the challenges that came up during the mock accreditation exercise in this polling unit was the refusal of the BVAS machine to accredit one of an identical twin because of the facial features. But INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Haruna says there is no cause for alarm as the machine has thumbprint and facial to verify voters, saying the commission will address and improve on it.
Just a few seconds. Most of it, an average, let's say 1 minute, which is really good to be a policy issue. And we'll have to take it up at the commission level. But there's enough time, 3 weeks, so we'll be able to sort it out. It's isolated. 1 out of how many? 65? Those that have been done here, only one had that. And even that, they were able to do it because they used the fingerprint when they could do it.
There are hopes that there will be no hitch with the machines during the elections.
We're now being joined by the Administrative Secretary, INEC, Kaduna State, Awal Mohammed Mashi. Good afternoon, Mashi. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Mr. Mashi shortly. Meanwhile, the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has warned cabals reportedly trying to scuttle the February 25th and March 11 general elections to desist from the plot, saying no to any form of interim government. Wike's comment comes barely 24 hours after the flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, campaigned in Ekiti and alleged a sinister plot to cause a crisis that will lead to the postponement and disruption of the February 25th election.
In our policy, where people they target, say make an invest. When I invest, and I'll go demonstrate. When I demonstrate, the riot fee come. When riot can't come, they say, oh, no, don't fit the election again. Then they will say, make we do interim government. And I go support interim government. No way! No matter the provocation, I go tell everybody, Melembe. This election we go do am. This election we go do am.
We have Mr. Awal Mohammed Mashi, who is the Administrative Secretary at INEC Kaduna State, on the line with us now. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. Mr. Mashi, good afternoon to you. All right. Elsewhere, the Nigerian Labour Congress has described the Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai as a right-winged extremist who doesn't believe in rules. The Labour Union also condemned what it described as irresponsible and dangerous, the comments of the governor regarding the National Industrial Court of Nigeria. The Labour movement, in a statement signed by its national president Ayuba Waba, stated that the public service rules were meant to be respected in all circumstances by both government and employees. NLC noted that the practice of having industrial courts is not peculiar to Nigeria. El-Rufai had, in an interview with correspondents, regretted that one of the biggest mistakes Nigeria made was setting up the National Industrial Court. He further described Nigeria's judicial system as a pathetic system that sides more with crooks than the innocent. To other parts of Africa, Pope Francis wound up a peace mission to South Sudan today, urging the crowd of about 70,000 people to shun the blind fury of violence to achieve the peace and prosperity they have eluded through years of bloody ethnic conflicts. The Pope, whose trip to Africa also included a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo, presided at an open-air mass on the grounds of a mausoleum for South Sudan's liberation hero John Garang, who died in a helicopter crash in 2005. Francis made another appeal for an end to the tribalism, financial wrongdoing, and political cronyism at the root of many of the country's problems. 2 years after independence, bouts of fighting have continued to kill and displace large numbers of civilians in South Sudan. Outside Africa, former Pakistan's President Pervez Musharraf died today, February 5th, following a prolonged illness at a hospital in Dubai after years in self-imposed exile. Pakistan's military and the country's mission in the United Arab Emirates announced the death of the former army chief, 79, who was pushed from power in 2008. A special flight will be made to Dubai on Monday to bring Musharraf's body back to Pakistan for burial, local TV channel Geo News reported. The former four-star general, who seized power in a bloodless coup in 1999, oversaw rapid economic growth and attempted to usher in socially liberal values in the conservative Muslim country. Elsewhere, violence erupted in Peru on Saturday night when protesters faced police in riot gear amid the worst wave of protests in at least 2 decades in the country. Initially focused in Peru's south, the protests, which began in December when the then President Pedro Castillo was ousted, have since gained steam in the capital. The demonstrators are demanding the resignation of President Boulat, early new elections, the shutdown of Congress, and a new constitution constitution to replace a market-friendly one. However, the Peruvian Congress has refused to speed up the timeline for a presidential election amid the unrest. The lawmakers had given an initial green light to move elections from 2026 to 2024, but this week voted down proposals to hold the election this year. Meanwhile, Boulard has maintained she will stay on as president until elections are held. A U.S. military fighter jet shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina on Saturday, a week after it entered U.S. airspace and triggered a dramatic and public spying saga that worsened Chinese-U.S. relations. The balloon was shot down about 6 nautical miles off the U.S. coast over relatively shallow water, potentially aiding efforts to recover elements of the Chinese surveillance equipment in the coming days, officials said. President Joe Biden said he had issued an order on Wednesday to take down the balloon, but the Pentagon had recommended waiting until it could be done over open water to safeguard civilians from debris crashing to earth from thousands of feet above commercial air traffic. While Saturday's shoot-down conclude the military dimension to the spying saga, Biden is likely to continue to face intense political scrutiny from Republican opponents in Congress who argue he failed to act quickly enough. Ukraine and Russia traded almost 200 prisoners of war in a swap announced separately by both sides on Saturday. A video uploaded on social media by Ukrainian authorities on Saturday purported to show the Ukrainian released prisoners returning on buses and posing for pictures upon their arrival. Also on social media, the Ukrainian president's chief of staff, Andriy Yermak, said 116 Ukrainians had been returned, while Russian news agencies cited Moscow's defense ministry saying 63 Russian POWs had been freed. Yermak also said the bodies of British volunteer aid workers Andrew Bagshaw and Chris Perry had been sent back to Ukraine. To business news now, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, yesterday said 139 investors were adjudged qualified from the evaluation exercise for the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program. NURPC Managing Director Engineer Benga Komolafe described the success in the initial phase of the program as the beginning of the journey.
Apart from forestalling the negative impacts of gas flaring on the environment, the program also ends the wanton wastage of our premium economic resources. In today's carbon constrained world, where fossil fuel is becoming less and less popular in view of issues of climate change, natural gas has assumed a stature of significance, importance as the bridging fuel for many oil and gas producing nations. For us here in Nigeria, gas has been adopted as our transition fuel to drive the industrialization of the nation's economy in line with the expectations of the Decade of Gas initiatives launched by the federal government.
In entertainment, Chioma Jasmine has spoken up after being accused of being Mr. Ibu's mistress, not his daughter. Chioma, a popular TikToker, had gone viral multiple times due to her relationship with Mr. Ibu. The actor's wife, Stella Maria Okafor, released a video on Friday accusing the actor of infidelity and physical assault. Chioma was also a topic in the heated arguments between the couple. In an interview with Daddy Freeze, Chioma Jasmine, Mr. Ibu, and Mr. Ibu's oldest son all denied the allegations that Chioma is Mr. Ibu's mistress. They all said that Chioma is Ibu's adopted daughter. Speaking, Chioma Jasmine revealed that while she was taking care of Mr. Ibu when he was terribly sick in the hospital, the wife was nowhere to be found. She added that when the wife visited the hospital, it was to complain about the money being spent on his health. To sports news now. Edwin Kibet of Kenya has won the 8th edition of the Access Bank Lagos City Marathon. Kibet beat about 500 other marathoners on Saturday morning to win the 42-kilometer race. He will be claiming the grand prize of $50,000. More details in this report.
At exactly 7 a.m. on Saturday, the bang of gunshots flag off the 8th Access Bank Lagos City Marathon at the front of the National Stadium, Surulere, with over 50,000 athletes, including 76 foreign runners from 22 countries, hoping to win a part of the total prize monies of $330 in all categories. At an hour 50 minutes into the race, the humidity, which was calculated at 71% at the commencement of the race, rose to 91%. An enthusiastic Edwin Kibet from Kenya, who won the race in a time of 2 hours 14 seconds, says the road course is good, but the humidity is high.
I feel very happy because I'm the winner, but it's not easy to finish. The course is very tough, it's not easy to win. The humidity is very high, so I try to run alone until the end.
The technical director of the race, Yusuf Ali, says the race, which is now a gold label, needs more improvements to attain platinum label, noting that the humidity was too high and that the starting time will be reverted to 6:30.
The area of gold label, like we have now, will not do the next thing. And I think the start wasn't too bad. The finish area very clean. And if you look at the women race, they came in almost the same time. It's very exciting. And the men were a bit away from what we were shooting for. But hopefully by next year it will be different.
Though his plan was to be among the top 10 athletes to cross the finish line, Adamu Shehu Muhazu from Plateau State is the first Nigerian to cross the finish line.
I feel so happy, but it's normal. Even last edition, I came first Nigeria, but it's normal to me. But my mission and target not to come first Nigeria, to come overall first 10. But I couldn't make it. But by God's grace, one day I shall make it.
Beyond the finish line, Esther Obiekwe says marathon should be a lifestyle and not just a race.
It's a good feeling. So people should make it a lifestyle. It's not just a race day, marathon, show-off thing. It should be a lifestyle. For me, it's a lifestyle.
That's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Upieba. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
There is a huge difference between the relative experience of salary earners and those of business owners and entrepreneurs. Someone who has never had cause to set up a business of his, who has never had cause to source for funds, turn it around, pay salaries, pay back the loan, and still make profit cannot be expected to be hands-on when saddled with an economy the size of Lagos. Experience that hasn't curbed Lagos's traffic in 24 years of their reign. Experience that hasn't addressed Lagos's perennial flood. Experience that currently leaves us with over 2 million out-of-school children. The duo of Jandor and Funke have been investing in Lagos's economy for about 2 decades, running their personal businesses, employing people with track records of success. Lagos needs a breath of fresh air. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jandor as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 0005719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian Aid's Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian Aid, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that this one we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then, because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There was no question that that was the most important moment and sentence that was being said and became central to the whole Beijing Women's Conference.
I remember it felt very exciting, almost like a Woodstock for women or something. It was breaking new ground.
It was the biggest gathering of governments which committed to gender equality.
It was just completely transformational for me. It was this sort of pivot point where all of a sudden the path appeared.
I was there and it changed me. I'm Sally Field. The 4th UN Women's Conference in Beijing inspired me to take a bigger role in women's rights. We've made great strides over the past 20 years, but a vast distance lies ahead. The women you are about to meet are true global leaders, groundbreakers, innovators, agents of change. We began our journey in China with Peggy Liu, a leading voice in the environmental movement. Peggy is taking steps to make a more green China and in turn help our planet. She brings together the best minds to create innovative and sustainable solutions for China and the world.
We're in the midst of a huge urbanization boom in China. 40 years of building city after city. But what happens to these places? What happens to the soul of our city? You've really seen nothing like it until you land in China and you take a look at the skyline.
To deal with China's growing pains from unprecedented economic growth, Peggy Liu, an MIT-educated engineer, started JUICE, or Joint U.S.-China Collaboration on Clean Energy.
JUICE is a nonprofit organization, really a volunteer organization of some of the top experts around the world who want to help China go green as fast as possible.
Peggy brings together top international experts and Chinese officials to discuss new ideas and technologies to solve China's environmental problems. Peggy's upbringing and heritage helped her move seamlessly across cultures.
Just being born Chinese in America has helped me figure out how to be a cultural bridge.
Her first major accomplishment was to accelerate the adoption of smart grid in China.
Because it allows us to put more solar and wind energy onto a traditional grid. It reduces the need for buildup of power plants. Since we introduced this to China, China has really become the leader in investing in smart grid technologies around the world.
Peggy began promoting clean energy in China, but over the years has expanded her work.
Livability is the single biggest challenge. We need to make sure that we have shared spaces for these tens of millions of people that are coming into China's cities.
In order to accomplish this, JUICE reaches out to mayors, as Peggy explained in a recent TED Talk.
In China, one of the most effective channels is to teach government leaders about how they can build the China dream as they're building new cities, as they're building 226 cities with 1 million or more people. So now the power of this is that in a short amount of time we've been able to reach out to over 900 mayors, and these mayors might have 1 million people, they might have 30 million people in one single city.
Mayors can impact the environmental policies in China in the short term, but the long-term sustainability will depend on the actions of future generations.
Before you add any sugar, try it.
We can teach children how to make a huge impact in climate change through their stomachs. So we created a new way to eat, or teaching them how to eat in a way that's good for you and good for the planet. As a mother, like hopefully every parent, I do feel a personal responsibility to make a change in the world, to leave a better world for my kids and their kids.
To Peggy, China's crisis is both personal and urgent.
I know you've heard and seen these ugly pictures of pollution in China, and yes, this is affecting the rest of the world. 25% of the particulate matter in Los Angeles, for example, is drifting there from China. So we know that we need to win this battle on pollution. We need to win this battle on clean energy. But to do that, we really need to learn how to capture the essence and the beauty of Chinese heritage while we chase this urbanization and modernization.
Perhaps bamboo, which is fast-growing, strong, and beautiful, is the best metaphor for Peggy's vision for China.
Bamboo is really symbolic of the type of nature that we need to preserve in the cities as we urbanize. We need to bring to life the soul of bamboo, but in our concrete jungles. The single step that led me on this journey was actually an accidental one. Chinese have this saying, it's called 缘分, or fate, and I really feel like juice has been my calling.
Katie Myler founded Liberia's first tuition-free school for underprivileged girls. Building educational infrastructure in Liberia was challenge enough, but she soon faced something more formidable: Ebola. A great leader presses on in even the most difficult of situations. That's exactly what Katie did during the epidemic. Fighting on the front lines against Ebola was worth the risk because it meant protecting her girls.
I think that no matter where you go in the world, we are humanity and we're all the same. Each of us has a calling in our life, and for whatever reason, I was brought to Liberia when I was 23, and I saw a need that I knew that I could do something about, and I couldn't turn my back on it. Liberia is a beautiful place, but it's full of struggle. It was a country that has been devastated by war.
In post-war Liberia, 2/3 of the country lives in poverty. Only 35% of children are in school, and 42% suffer chronic malnutrition.
You know, I think I do see myself oftentimes in these kids, and whether that's right or wrong, it's the truth. I think empathy has a lot to do with, what drives me. And I grew up poor in America, but despite the poverty that we lived in, there were safety nets.
Katie started the More Than Me organization in Liberia to provide some of the support she had.
It's about living for something bigger than just yourself.
You studying hard? Yes. I want to see you people reading plenty. It's important you can read well. If you read, you can teach yourself anything you want.
We focus on the most vulnerable young girls in Liberia, specifically in a slum called West Point. It has one of the highest rates of child exploitation, sexual exploitation in West Africa. We have our own academy for these young girls. Our mission was really to make sure that when they graduate that they have real choices. They can decide what comes next for their own lives. We believe that no young girl should be on the streets, when her biggest dream is to go to school.
As More Than Me Academy wrapped up its inaugural school year, the Ebola outbreak hit and shut it down.
There's a baby on the verge of death.
Katie turned her school into a first response unit to aid Ebola victims at Ground Zero.
I had spent 6 months on the front lines fighting in the community. People were afraid. Businesses shut down. International organizations left. It was scary. I was afraid for the lives of our students. To be honest with you, I was afraid that Liberian existence was at risk. So we coordinated ambulance responses and worked with the Ministry of Health to hire nurses and medical staff. and get you. You will be okay, okay? We rescued and took care of orphans that had been abandoned.
We'll take care of you. All right? Ambulances took as long as 4 days to reach Ebola victims. Katie cut that time down to 30 minutes.
When I talk about Ebola, it's still pretty raw. There's definitely moments that will never leave me for the rest of my life. One was this little boy named Charlie. I remember, I left people laying outside of the holding center just dying. I felt like vomiting. I felt like I had to go back, so I did. I went to the grocery store and I bought ice cream and I bought toys, and I went back later that night and I went looking for Charlie. I handed out ice cream and toys and sang and prayed with people as they were dying, squashing through the vomit and the blood. And I found Charlie and I put a blanket on him. It was time to go and I was like, I can't leave him here. And so I left and I never saw him again.
In the wake of Ebola, Katie's looking beyond the epidemic to help aid Liberia's recovery.
What's scarier than Ebola is what happened before Ebola and what will continue to happen after Ebola is out of the news. Unless you fix the infrastructure of the country, starting with basic education, nothing is going to change. You're just treating symptoms.
Katie's focus continues to be on education.
I'm working with everything that I have to make sure that we rebuild education in Liberia so that we can protect our girls and the women of Liberia long term. It's about coming together with different people and joining hands to make sure that we do everything that we can, to create a more beautiful world. I want to know that my life has purpose. I believe we all have a blinking light inside of us, and that light leads the way, and I'm following that light. I'm gonna take you places, show you faces that you've never dreamed.
Sharon Bhagwan Rolls was in Beijing in 1995. Galvanized by the experience, she has made it her life's mission to give the women of Fiji a voice. Sharon provides women with access to radio so they can broadcast and promote gender equality. She empowers women and girls to make decisions so they can be heard on the island and around the world. Sharon is an agent of change.
We love this country. We've got from the beaches to beautiful mountains, we've got this amazing geographical structure that you don't have to go anywhere beyond Fiji to enjoy the Pacific.
Fiji's landscape may be beautiful, but it has one of the largest gender gaps in the world, according to the 2014 Global Gender Gap Report.
Decisions aren't being made for or by women. If you look at all our governance structures, traditional, local, even parliamentary, we haven't seen any change in addressing the gaps in decision making. So that's a big problem politically.
A problem rooted in the patriarchal society of Fiji.
We are women. We stay in the village. We will respect the elders. When they talk, we have to keep our mouth shut. Yeah. We want to be empowered because as women, we got all these powers. We got the talent. We can talk. We can raise our voice to be heard.
To give women a chance to express their viewpoints and share their stories, Sharon launched a community radio initiative in 2004.
On Fem Talk 89 FM, I'm Sharon Bhagwan Rolls, and it's time for a special program, our Lambasa Women...
Sharon used a simple yet powerful tool, the suitcase radio. It's both portable and easy to use.
It's literally a whole radio station in a suitcase that weighs up to about 20 kilos, and we've been able to travel around Fiji into rural centers and taking our community radio station to women in the communities. It's meant that the local issues have been discussed. It's just given women that chance to talk, to speak out, to overcome those traditional barriers of participation and decision making, and to value their voice, and for us to demonstrate that you don't need to be highly educated to have something to say. Regardless of who you are, your voice counts.
My issues, there are times I face discrimination. When I talk, they seem to think, oh, she's disabled, who is she to talk to me? And there are times I cried, and it's just a big challenge for me.
Sharon turned the Suitcase Radio into a platform for programming central to Fiji's women's movement.
If I just look at women's programs, you suddenly had women's programs with DJs or personalities reading recipes out of Women's Weekly, rather than we still needed assistance in terms of the development issues. So the poverty of information is that the airwaves not being dedicated to the kind of information that could liberate women, that could alleviate some of the poverty that they experience.
We are left out. We need more workshops whereby women to be taught how to live in a society where issues like budget to live on a $20 to $30 a week, to live on what they can produce, right? To share one another's burden.
Thank you. And you have been listening to Femme Talk 89 FM, coming to you live from Nandi.
Today, a network of volunteers is taking an active lead in FemLink Pacific and its radio station.
This week, 32 women leaders, all
And it's been bridging the divide between what's in the capital city and not being heard, and that opportunity for women within their communities from where they live to talk about issues of local priority, but when you connect it all, is a national agenda. I firmly believe that the more women are participating, not just in decision making within the women's movement, but in broader civil society, in all governance structures, we can have a more peaceful country and a more peaceful world.
From her earliest days in Japan, Dr. Sachiko Kuno has trailblazed her own path and created her own opportunities. Dr. Kuno's love for science and sheer determination drove her to break societal barriers. She co-founded a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical business that spans from her native Japan to her home in the United States. Now, Dr. Kuno pays her good fortune forward to inspire the next generation of innovators.
My journey started in Kyoto. I think Kyoto is a traditional city, but at the same time, very innovative, creative city. Kyoto has some sort of power to inspire people to think about something new.
Dr. Sachiko Kuno infuses Kyoto's power into everything that she does. Trained as a biochemist, Sachiko and her husband, Dr. Yu Ueno, discovered life-changing glaucoma drugs. She defied the expectations of her times, beginning at Kyoto University.
I entered into the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, so that I was only one female among the class, and the 50 people. Expectation in the 1970s for the girl or the woman in Japan is definitely to grow as a good woman and to be the good wife and to be the good mother. I felt there's some sort of loneliness or that to be isolated from the other people.
After relocating to the United States, Sachiko and her husband established successful biotech companies. What began as a way to express their love for art and science grew into the creation of the S&R Foundation. The S&R Foundation in Washington, D.C. inspires innovation and empowers excellence in arts, science, and social entrepreneurship.
So that is the ecosystem which can be given to the young social entrepreneur to think about and how they can achieve the challenges and to solve 21st century problem. We are supporting fearless social entrepreneurs and who are thinking to change the world.
Diana Sierra is one of these fearless social entrepreneurs. She is a fellow of the Foundation's Halcyon Incubator, helping those looking to change the world for the better. Diana created the social enterprise Be Girl to overcome menstruation stigma and empower women and girls. Be Girl designs affordable and reusable sanitary products for women and girls everywhere, including these students in Ethiopia.
Menstruation can be a very simple thing for some people who have access to proper management materials, but if you don't have them, it could be a burden, a huge burden. So we want to have a better understanding of the type of challenges that girls face and make things better.
I had a dream, I had a vision. I wanted to keep girls in school.
You said that you miss class, right? When you have your menstruation. Tell me how many days you miss and why.
Some people always miss like 3 days.
Sachiko's S&R Foundation is helping make dreams, like Diana's, a reality.
Here you have an infrastructure. You have the business plan, you have the chance to pitch to other people and show them your project, get advice. It's an amazing platform for entrepreneurs to really take their ideas to the next level.
I was supported by many people when I was young, and many people who believe in my talent and capability and potential. So I just want to do the same thing to the next generation.
India's infant mortality rate is among the world's highest. As a child in Mumbai's public housing, Dr. Aparna Hegde saw firsthand how a woman's health declines if she can't get access to information. Her novel approach turns the universal mobile phone into a prenatal care device for expectant mothers. Dr. Hegde's use of modern technology is closing the gaps in India's healthcare system so that women and children can thrive.
This is my favorite spot in Mumbai. You know why that is? It's a great equalizer. It is a spot that gives both the rich and the poor solace. You'll have the biggest millionaire sitting next to the poorest person from the slum of Dharavi, and they'll be sitting in silent communion.
But the rest of Mumbai is marred by inequality. Dr. Aparna Hegde realized this early in life, growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood as a daughter of migrant parents.
The one striking part of Mumbai city is extreme disparity of the human existence. However, it's a city where every dream is possible. The only thing you need to do is to keep going. If you stop, you're mowed down.
Despite the odds, Aparna kept moving and became a doctor specializing in urogynecology.
The city of Mumbai gave me everything, and I really want to give back.
Aparna decided to give back to Mumbai by addressing the huge divide in healthcare information available to the haves and have-nots. While working in an overcrowded public hospital, she realized that information can be a lifesaver for pregnant women living in the slums.
When we were sitting in these antenatal OPDs and they were extremely crowded, 200 women waiting outside for us, and I had no time to counsel them. And I would see that because of lack of access to counseling, women would not come back for antenatal care and only come back to die in labor.
The lack of information to India's urban poor is a major reason the country has high rates of maternal and infant mortality.
A woman dies in childbirth every 10 minutes in India. 2 newborns die every 3 minutes in India. More than 300,000 infants do not live for more than 1 day after birth. So I realized that, I had to do something to give them information. And then I suddenly realized that there are, maybe these women had phones. There are more phones in India than toilets. So why couldn't I use a phone to reach across to her in a cost-effective manner with the information she required?
To provide simple yet life-saving information to poor pregnant women and mothers with mobile phones, Aparna started the non-profit Arman and a program called M-Mitra, or Mobile Mitra.
Mobile Mitra is an automated voice call service that sends timed and targeted preventive care information directly to the phones of the enrolled women through pregnancy and infancy in their chosen time slot and language. We also have a call center. If a phone number has changed or a time slot has changed, a woman can give a call to our call center and a call center personnel calls her back.
फोन से मुझे पता चलता है कि क्या होने वाला है क्या नहीं, तो इससे टेंशन नहीं आता।
यम मित्रा से हमको मतलब मेरे वाइफ को तो बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ है, मतलब उसको पता चलता है कि क्या क्या होने वाला है, क्या क्या केयर करना पड़ता है।
Access to preventive care information and access to health care is a fundamental right that I would like every woman and child of India to have access to.
To realize her dreams, Aparna has expanded the program to rural India.
So we are going right now to Solapur. Solapur is a small town in rural Maharashtra, which is around 450 kilometers from Mumbai. The need for our services is more in rural India. The hospitals are very far. Transportation to the hospitals is very difficult. And when you go to the hospital, care is apathetic. So we convert village women into health entrepreneurs. So they go home to home and provide this care after work hours. And these health entrepreneurs are taught to do antenatal and infancy care, along with performing diagnostic investigations like blood pressure, hemoglobin, urine test. In rural India, in addition to voice calls, we've also added animations, because animations help to involve the whole family in the healthcare of the mother and child.
In just 6 months, Mitra has reached over 80,000 women. Aparna plans to reach 1 million women in the next 3 years.
And when I went back to Maharashtra this time, and some Arogya Sakhi came and told me that she had named her child Maitra, because she knew that Mobile Mitra had actually ensured that her child was healthy at the time of birth. It really inspires me and makes me feel hopeful for what is possible, because for all India's problems, things are possible here.
These women from around the world are leading the way to challenge the status quo and motivate the next generation. They're doing their part to close the gender gap, empower women, and create a healthier future. The 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing ignited a movement. These women embody the progress made over the last 20 years and continue to be part of that journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I think one of my proudest moments is that I was lucky enough to go to Beijing, to be part of that journey, and to now know that the journey has been moving ahead.
Equality can't happen overnight. There are steps. One of the first major steps is educating, providing education, literacy to women and girls all over the world.
If women are empowered and they're included, economic development will have a much, much better chance to advance.
We are still on this road. Some of us are farther ahead in the progress we've made in our countries. Others are farther behind, but we're all on this road together.
When you hear of drug abuse, what comes to your mind?
When we say drug abuse, it seems like something that is so distant, but it's happening every day in our homes.
1 in every 4 persons has mental illness.
Regardless of your notion of what drug abuse is, you are sure to get the right meaning here. Welcome to Regardless, an anti-drug abuse television show put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry.
Regardless, the anti-drug abuse show, airing on Plus TV Africa every Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.
Welcome to our lounge. This is TW Conversations. In the lounge today, we're going to be talking about birth control. I'm particularly interested in birth control because I want to know, I already have 2 kids. Do I have more? Can I stop? Can I hold up for a bit? We'll be talking about all this in the lounge today. And we're not alone. We're 2 co-hosts in the house, but then we have 3 guests. We'll introduce you to them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. We're still in the lounge. We're talking birth control. Who am I to be talking birth control when I have so many children? I have no control. But anyway, that's topic for conversation in the house today. And I find it interesting because we still have in the house Dr. Aliyu, my gynecologist, who is a guest on the show for that reason and many more, for his expertise. Dr. Aliyu, say hello to my audience.
Hello.
I also have, still in the house, Dr. Williams, who everybody, no, I think it's Anda is most excited to find that you are actually Efek and you're here. Thank you for staying back to talk about this with us. And then, of course, our beautiful, they call them MUA.
Yes.
That's it. I used to wonder what it was, Moi, makeup artist, who's been responsible for all our faces on the show. And we brought her on camera today because she's a concerned young mother.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And then Anne is in the house. You are fast becoming a mini Mew. No. You are you for who you are. So what are those concerns? Welcome, everybody, right?
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Let's get to it. And I'm glad that Ipo allowed me to wear my salubata so I can be at the same level.
Comfort is very important. Comfort is key. So as young mothers, when we've had 1, 2, am I speaking for us? When we've had 1, 2, we start to wonder.
No, let's start by how many do you have?
2.
How many do you have?
3.
Do you want more? You're not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
no, be sincere.
What are the options? What are the immediate options that we can take that can hold us for a bit?
Well, I do not believe
Why are you starting
in contraception because I am an expert in natural family planning. And this is what I recommend to couples, even just before they are getting married, to make use of all the natural methods of family planning. I specialize in the Creighton model system and NAPRO technology, but there are other methods of natural family planning. And although I'm a gynecologist, I didn't arrive at that until after my 4th child, when I had so many complications from each of the methods that I actually was forced. I was, because there was nothing else for me, because I'd had 4 cesarean sections, and I was a practicing doctor, gynecologist, and my gynecologist told me that, well, you can't actually use any of these methods. And my husband was not, he didn't want to hear about vasectomy. And I had to learn the natural methods by myself.
Wow.
And since then, I have not had any
more kids.
Wow. No, but your kids are grown now. Hey.
No, I haven't since the 4th one.
Yes.
I have totally, in fact, that was how I came into the system in the first place.
No, but I think the question here...
No, the question here was, birth control. Now, you're talking about contraception. You're saying birth control,
What methods? If I don't want to have a child in the next 5 years, what do I do?
The question is, why don't you even want to have a child? But let's ask from Dr. Aliyu, first of all. Because I've heard about all kinds of things about, she's talking about she's not for contraception. Definitely, I'm sure you prescribe contraception.
Very well.
100%.
Very well.
So the fears that people have about those contraceptions, which one works the best?
Let me state a general principle that there is nothing that man has made that does not have one comma or the other.
Okay.
Take, for example, you want to fly abroad, you're at the airport, and they say, oh, the plane that flew just now has crashed, everybody died. When your flight is called, you don't say, no, I'm going to carry my luggage and trek to London. You will still enter. And plane flight is the safest. But occasionally, you have that. So whenever we talk about, well, let me call it artificial contraception, because even the natural one, which is what my colleague...
Yes, it's contraception
Yes,
still.
it's still a form of contraception. When you avoid intercourse at your dangerous period, you are still practicing contraception. It's just a question of which one are you using. Is it natural? I classify it that way, or artificial. So each one has its drawbacks. And that's why there are many methods when you consider the artificial one, so as to determine which one suits a lady. But definitely, I am for contraception.
What worries you the most?
Is the bad experiences I've had.
Yes.
No, not me. I mean, friends.
You've heard of?
Yes, I've heard of. I've heard of, I should have said. I was with a friend, we were sharing a hotel one time, and she went out and ran in quickly. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm like, what happened? Her, whatever that was placed in her vajayjay, she was seriously bleeding. And
she had the... Okay, let the doctors explain. I don't know what that could be.
Yes. Yeah. So I panicked for her because she had to lie down and call her doctor, I just said to myself, I'm never going to try. I'm never going to, because I think I just got married at the time. I hadn't had any baby yet. So I'm just like, this is not for me.
Let me just come in a little. I want to believe that what she had just described is what, on a general basis, maybe the common person would call coil. For us, that's the intrauterine contraceptive device, IUCD.
Okay.
Right? And it's a known side effect. For that singular patient that had heavy menses, I can tell you that there may be a million people that don't have any problem. The only thing is, when somebody has a complaint, that's the one you hear. That's the one you hear. You don't hear of the millions that are using it. But from statistics, we know that millions are... Like I tell my patients, many market women use it because it's very convenient.
Market women?
Yes. When it's there and it's not causing trouble, they travel a lot. They even forget it is there. I've had patients, the one of 10 years is there before they suddenly remember, oh, I had one 10 years ago. She didn't even obey the rules.
Though? I mean, I wonder, and there's some side effects.
Okay, there's this one I heard about that stops your period. So you do not have a period. It's inserted in you and you never have a period. But so a friend of mine has it. So when she's supposed to have a period, she feels the cramps, but then there's no bleeding. Then I'm thinking, where's the blood going? Is it diverting in some? What's going on there?
Is this healthy though? I just wonder about it.
Dr. Williams, you want me to you want to talk about it? Well, you don't.
No, but
yes.
you would know.
No,
It doesn't
I'll
matter
gladly.
what you believe. I'm talking about the practice now. Forget about the belief.
I'll gladly take it on board so that I can let people know that it's a very convincing thing. First of all, like I said, that's why you have various types. Selection matters a lot. For somebody, let me give you an example. For somebody who has been having irregular menses, because there are some of us, we have menses every 21 days, but there are some every 3 months, some 2 months, some 4 months. The same patient, 2 months now, then 4 months. If you give the injectable, any form of injection for contraception to such a person, it's likely that she won't see her menses. So it's a question of selection.
Doctor, do me a favor. Tell me how these things work. Because I do know, for example, I've read about how there's a direct correlation between breast cancer and the pills. Because you're messing with people's hormones.
Especially the hormones. They say some are hormonal, some are
So
not
how do these
hormonal.
things work?
Even when you take the pills, you feel very different.
How do you know that?
I know, because I do pills now and then. I don't feel too good.
First of all, the pills that we give, they are the combined pills.
Yeah, I know.
Estrogen, progesterone. It is meant to simulate the body.
Simple word, copy.
Yes, copy, mimic the body. We ask ourselves, why does a woman not ovulate when she's pregnant? It's because the hormonal level has risen because of that pregnancy. So again, and therefore, it suppresses the ovary and say all eggs continue sleeping. Nobody should wake up until I've disappeared. So if the woman is on it for months, the eggs will not wake up. And those hormones you have given are what the eggs would have produced. So the woman sees her menses even most regularly. Even for those who don't have regular menses, they see their menses regularly.
I see that doctors
because you regulate it. But coming specifically to your question, having mimicked it, there is no direct evidence till today, as far as I know, that it causes cancer, any form of cancer. There are a few people that will say, okay, because there is even this controversy, do not go there. That's all. It's not that it's been well established that it causes cancer. And again, when some people have breast cancer, there are those that we normally say the cancer depends on estrogen because of the cells that are inside. If they are checked, we tell them, stop it. So it's not a general principle that because of that, it causes cancer.
What do you think? Why are you against control?
Well,
it can be a debate, so no problem.
It's not a debate.
What is it?
I would like to differ from my learned colleague because we know for a fact in the medical world that most definitely the combined oral contraceptive pill is definitely associated with a higher rate of breast cancer.
Why?
There's no doubt about it, because it has hormones. Even when you're doing hormone replacement therapy for women who are postmenopausal, we know that those women have a higher rate of cancer. Because of the estrogen, it's because of the hormonal content.
So we have hormones normally now.
Very good.
Yes.
We have hormones normally. So why would
Yes, because first of all, the hormones in your body are what we call bioidentical. They have a particular structure. The hormones that are in contraceptives are not of the same structure as the hormones in your body. They are not what we call bioidentical. That is the first thing. So all of them, they have different bits added. I don't want to go into technical language. So that it is not actually the same estrogen as your body produces, and it is not the same progesterone as your body produces.
Okay, but the point is...
And then the doses are different also.
Young women are there, they're thinking of what are the options that are available. We've only talked about the pill and the coil. But there are other things, aren't there, doctor?
What's the one that they put in your hand? Because I know someone that has the... I can see it's black and it's a line, like a vein, and it's...
Yeah, it's under the skin, like she said.
Oh, it's visible.
It's not visible if it's well inserted. But when you,
so that's the point.
When
It's
you
visible.
put your hand, you will feel the line. It's as thick and as long as toothpick.
Oh,
Hers is a bit longer. It's about this, by this place, and then I
So
can
she's gonna
see
check
it.
her
It's
doctor.
black. I can see it.
No,
Maybe it wasn't
if
properly
it's
done.
this, do you have an idea what she's talking about?
I know they do insertion, but I hate those insertions. But in my own clinic, 2 people collapsed in my clinic who came for something else, and we just found that they had the inserts. On those, I'm not saying it's for everybody. On those particular 2 people, when the blood pressure went out of control, the other one, her thyroid hormones went out of control. She's hypothyroid. She's normally has a low thyroid. When we now try to remove those inserts, we send them back to the clinic, and the nurses told us that they are only trained to insert them. They are not trained to remove them. And this is a very important issue in Nigeria, where you're looking at the level of delivery of your health services to the average woman in the streets.
Well, I think now the point is, Doctor, I will take a break, and I want you to respond to, at least to help people who are looking for options. We'll take a break and we'll return to what are we talking about? Birth control? What are the options? Which ones work and which ones don't? We'll be back. We're in the house, we're talking birth control. And I mean, I think it's at this point I will, do you need to control your birth or not? I remember that sometime last year, President Macron said something about those who have many children are not educated. You should come and see me. I even have friends who have 12 and 13. I went to school, it was a choice, so people have their choices. But I know, doctor says, choices are available to people who want to control their birth artificially. Please, doctor, share some of them with us.
Yeah.
We've talked about three, haven't we?
Yes, we've talked about the intrauterine contraceptive devices. We've briefly touched on oral contraceptive pills. And now we were discussing the dermal implant.
Are there two types?
No, when you talk of implant, there are various mix. Okay. Implanon and all the other, those ones are trade names. But we have the general name that is put under the skin. Usually under the skin, usually at the arm. As thick as and as long as toothpick.
So, doctor, sorry, I'm sorry to call you. Her friend, who she was seeing her own, must be in danger then?
Well, not really in danger. I'm not too sure what has happened. Occasionally, like I said, some people react to certain things. Like my colleague said, yes, a few people can react to any hormonal implant. Even when you are giving medication to treat somebody, somebody can react to the medication. Some people can even take paracetamol and collapse. It's possible. So it's not as if, because of that, everything is thrown overboard. The majority still has something to benefit from it. But definitely, we must know that there are side effects. And so when you have that, which is very possible, and I agree with her, but it's there, and it controls...
What about the regular other forms of birth control, like...
When I was about to have my second child, the doctor asked me, because I was doing a cesarean, the doctor asked me if I wanted to...
Tie your tubes.
Yeah, tie my tubes, and the phone was like...
Correct.
I'm 29 years old. How will I tie my tubes?
Well, you don't want to have children now.
So
why are you afraid to tie
it
your
just seemed
tubes?
so prim, because I asked them, is it reversible? I think they said it wasn't reversible or something.
Is that true, doctor?
Is that reversible? I don't remember what
Unquote, not reversible. Yeah, but you can still just take it.
You can't guarantee that you can...
No, it can be reversed. But we are not doing that in Nigeria. That's what I mean. Okay. We are not doing that. You need a special microscope to widen it, because you are talking of technical details. If you are going to cut off that area that you have already blocked, you have to cut it off, then join the open ends. We call it end-to-end joining.
I think we should let's address the issue of why do we want to control birth. And I will ask...
Good.
Economy.
Yes. Why are you talking together? Talk one after the other now.
Sorry. Economy. Do you know what school fees is?
Yes, and then a lot of mothers want to look hot. So after they had 2 kids, you'll be like, I beg, I'm not doing it again. Let me, look nice for my husband for different reasons. So
that's another thing
so
that
are you
concerned
telling me
me.
that having children destroys your body?
To be one of the things.
Is my body destroyed after 16?
You're lucky to have a good...
me. Well, you're one of
another
the
thing. Another thing that someone said to me that was very, very key. I think it was my husband that said it. He said, how much of myself can I really give? How much of impact can I really make on these children? Because the more you have, the less, you're working how many hours, you're coming back. Sometimes you're exhausted, and that's why grandparents are not the best to raise their grandkids, because at that point, they're really tired, and whatever you want to do. How much of myself can I really give this child? If I had 10, how much of it? So
but let me tell you
thought.
something, though. That's because I said here like a grandmother, technically. Those are the concerns I personally had. My husband actually told me that can you love them? But I can tell you very categorically, whether they are 2 or 12, there's enough love for it. The only concern you will have is managing the costs
of taking care
and
of
the truth is, let me tell you the truth. After first one, my children were tired of hand-me-downs. When they finish, you pass it on. They finish. So I had a girl, 3 boys, so they were already, so show you, go to the next. And there's fun. They share Coke in my house. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. So it's not, at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. And you think about it, so don't ever give the excuse of, whether we look good or whether I will be able to afford it. How do you know that your child will even have the brain to go to the Harvard?
But you see the thing, another thing is that in Nigeria today, the economy is very...
I agree.
So in the sense that, for instance, I have a help. Sometimes I have for instance, I have a help. There are many things that I'm going to have to do for her. So I see her children as she lost her husband last year. Her children are not my children. So in other words, you don't have to necessarily have how many, I have 2 biological children, but those 2 children are also mine. So if I was having 4, when would I have time to help other people? When would my husband be able to think of other people?
But if you permit me just to make a statement, I keep saying that even if you have all the money in the world, your children need time. How do you have, like, I thought you said you had 10 children or something. No, I'm trying to remember.
7.
Oh, 7. Oh.
But then after number 4, they take care of themselves, though. My kids are very responsible. They take care of themselves. I didn't come to this world for a child.
But you brought them to this world.
Exactly.
My mother had 9. None of us was less loved than the other.
But
so it's the
I'm
first one, you have to be ready, but the
your
time.
mother did not have a career as you have.
Oh, she did. My mother did. So don't use me as an example. I'm not a good example, though. My mother was a working mother. When she's coming home, all of us will scatter and do what we have to do. So I'm not a good example. The truth is, we can make excuses from here to tomorrow. Once you decide, I have friends who have 12 children. Come on. And none of them, in this Lagos, and none of them is the worse than the other. The kids have all gone to school. The only 2 that are not graduated yet, they look just like me. So let's all stop giving excuses and do what you hold your sanity.
No.
It's not insanity.
Say hello. Can I just say something here?
Sorry.
As a grandmother. It's about being responsible parents. It is not, a responsible parent is not a matter of the number of children you have.
Okay. Thank you.
So whether you have 2 children or 15 children, if you have 2 children and one of them is a yahoo person and the other one is into gangs, you are not, yes. So it's not about, the numbers. It's about the quality of children that you bring up who become responsible members of the society.
Dr. Williams, you're talking now because your children have grown. These ones are the ones that are living the matter now. Oluchi, what are your greatest concerns and what are your experience been? Are you want to control birth, obviously?
Yeah, but I think I would like to do the natural method because, I don't like how I feel, like I said before, when I think since I got married, I've taken pills maybe like 4 times. And I feel nauseous, constipated.
Weight, how about your weight?
No,
did it affect your weight?
No, it didn't affect my weight. Just one night to just take,
Oh, is it
some people
just one night thing.
Right?
Just one night.
The ones that you take it, not the hormonal ones.
That's the
morning after pill.
Morning after.
That's the one I particularly don't even encourage.
Wow. Why?
Because it is called emergency contraceptive.
Yes.
You see, when you are using it on a regular basis, that's no longer emergency. Emergency means maybe somebody's been raped, something like that. You have no option. Maybe you are not on any protection. Then you use it just once.
So what does the thing do?
Why
it's hormone. And it's on high doses.
Wow.
So when you take it, the tendency is that you can feel like vomiting. Some people actually vomit. Yes, it is. It's meant to change the environment so that even if sperm was there, it will not be able to interact with the egg. That's all. That's the basic principle.
Why is it detrimental to take on a regular basis?
High dose of
It's
hormone.
detrimental because you don't want to be taking such high doses. It's not meant for your body on a regular basis.
So why isn't it regulated in Nigeria? Anybody can buy Postinor 2 everywhere now. Why
but they
we're
do, but
educating
it's
people
not
now.
meant to be so.
Yeah.
It's meant under prescription.
It's written there.
Yes.
It's written
I
there.
made the point earlier that
Exactly.
in Nigeria, the level of healthcare delivery to the average person whom we classify as the man at Oshodi bus stop at 5 o'clock, for me, is not enough for us women to use contraception.
Okay, why are they not talking about condoms? Those are easy. Because this contraception, we keep talking about as if it's a women's problem.
We were actually going to that. We're going in series, and like you've rightly raised it, we have condoms for the men. I think that's simple enough. There are also condoms for women. There are also condoms for women. But the popular one is condoms for men. Yeah.
Some men say that.
Just like some men don't like it, some women don't like it.
Yeah.
I know some couples.
Why
yes,
don't
some
you
women,
just, all this is garbage, is English to me. Why are you going through all this trouble just because you want to control birth? When you can easily just abstain. Come on.
Please, I want to ask about
Then the last one, just before you ask your question, the last one, which is vasectomy.
Yes, I was going to ask you about vasectomy.
Yes, vasectomy. The equivalent in women are the tubal ligation. But honestly, we are into an era where we encourage men. Why don't you do it? And it's so nice, it's so easy, it's so simple.
There was a friend of yours who had what was it?
After he had 2 kids, he decided that he wanted to do it. He didn't want his wife to go through the process.
Guy.
Yeah.
of going through all that drama, and then he went to do it. I mean, at some point, I'm sure the wife was very worried, like, oh my God, but then he did it and it's fine. But the only fear I had with that was, is it reversible? Just in case you decide, at some point you want to have another child. Some people say it's not reversible, so I don't know. Is it reversible?
Just like tubal ligation, vasectomy is reversible. It is reversible. But
safest and most effective option.
very good.
Good.
It's
Very
a,
quickly,
it's
I
a
don't have to
function, it's customized to every patient.
What?
For example, if I'm hypertensive, oral contraceptive, the ones through the mouth, oral, they are out of the question for me. I can use other forms that are not hormonal. If I have fibroids and the fibroids are in the inner lining, because it has a tendency to cause heavy bleeding,
you can't use them.
the IUCD is not even encouraged because we already know that IUCD, which is the coil, has the potential to cause heavy bleeding. But doesn't mean that it will, but it has that potential.
And most Nigerian women have fibroids. Believe me, I'm telling
Yes,
you.
if it's in the inner lining, because it can be on the outer lining, it has no effect.
Okay, but you see, excuse me, you guys have talked about this vasectomy thing.
Yes.
They say that vasectomy reduces a man's performance. Doctor, answer now.
Oh, okay, I thought Dr. Williams wanted to...
I'm
but...
not into contraception.
No problem. Well,
I do not like them.
Yeah, it is possible to some degree, but it doesn't always happen, but it's a known side effect.
So it affects his ego. So you probably need Viagra to add to You probably need Viagra. You see the trouble. That's why for me, it's easier.
Not that it will.
Follow
it
your
can.
natural
This is why men won't do it now. This
But
is why
please,
a lot
can
of
I
men
just
won't
say
do it.
something to the
Yeah.
younger generation?
Very quickly.
I want us to look at the future of birth control and the fact that those countries that enforce birth control are now the countries that have to take in immigrants to manage their economies.
Anyway,
you heard about Japan.
Yeah.
So this is a long-term effect. Nobody thinks about it. In 50 years' time, when all the women are doing birth control, you want to reverse it like China, they refuse to go back. So that country has an economic problem in the next 50 years.
These are repercussions.
That's for you. I will not be here in 50 years' time.
No, but it's like I tell my kids, which of you shouldn't I have had? And everybody says, which of you, if I had to take out one? Because you all love each other. So the question is, personally, your body, God has given you a body, because we must round up now. God has given you a body. He's giving you the means to try to manage it. I don't see why you want to enjoy yourself and cut God out of the picture. But if you trust God, however you do it, please inform yourself. That's my own final word. Get informed and do what is right by you. Just don't go out in the dark. Final words, doctor.
Final words, please invest in natural family planning methods. There are very many methods available. And Billings method is there. Literature, treatment model system, no side effects.
Okay,
affordable.
she preaches no side effects. Doctor?
Contraception is good. Have the number of children you can cater for.
Good. True. For me, have the number of children you feel capable of investing or impacting enough. We don't want more nuisances. It's perception. If you feel, what if God gave you twins or triplets? Sometimes you don't know what you can handle. But if you feel that you can't, please, by all means.
I think that couples, husband and wife, should sit down and agree.
Yeah.
This is what we are going to do, and they should visit the clinic if they want to do the natural, method or the artificial method. Decide this is, how we are going to go about this.
And for married
family
people,
plan.
sex is not entertainment. Sex is serious business.
Yes.
For married
It's
people.
entertainment too now. It kills two birds with one stone.
Recreation and procreation.
It's for two purposes. It has to be for two purposes. Let's not look at it like, but the point, my own is you can't take one and leave the other. That's my own. You want to enjoy it, but you don't want the repercussions of enjoying it. You have to take the two. But whatever the case is, as we lay our beds, that's how we shall lie on it, right? So I must thank you all. Anne and I were alone here. Our other sisters were not here, but we still had fun. I joined you, so I will support you on the birth control. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We see you again. Oluchi, thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again next week. Bye.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles, so they disturb the die.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility. One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now. Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there. Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these three reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs
when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling. You that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira. It affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as, 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We are I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be all your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have. That's one. Two, as regards to the new technology, the digital economy, the ICT as it is, we've seen that our youth are IT savvy, we've seen that our youth have innovative minds. And my ministry, which is the Ministry of Youth, for instance, just during the COVID era, that's my first year in office, we were able to train close to 100,000 people on digital skills, which is still ongoing. We have quite a number of other skills. But the emphasis all around has been that the need to upskill our youth is a central agenda, but also to match the skills with the jobs available. There's been a mismatch in the past. But under this government, we've seen a deliberate effort to make sure that the upbringing of our youth, whether the skills they acquire matches the jobs available in the market, so that you just don't train them and throw them back into the job market. I know that you must have read it. In 5.5 years, this government has created 45 youth-focused programs. Some of them are empowerment programs. Some of them are entrepreneurship training. Some of them are technology training. And these programs are domiciled in various ministries.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the NPower, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to register with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have financial statements. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem?
You know, that question is a question for Minister of Labour. It's a question for me, Minister of Youth Development. It's a question for the Minister of Finance. It's a question for the NBS, you know. But I only wear one cap. And my desire is that the youth unemployment will drop. What am I doing in that direction as a minister in this government? Is to make sure that we win our youth off this idea of just putting together a resume and looking for a job, a white-collar job, an office job, a 5 to 9 job. There's no country in the world that has been able to solve its youth unemployment problem without turning its youth into entrepreneurs. And that is the whole rationale behind the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. The emphasis is on two major things. That is, must invest in our youth, provide them the needed credit and capital, access to that capital that can make them become wealth creators. Second, we need to focus ourselves educationally. We need to provide technical skills and vocational skills. China, 2 years ago, decided to close down over 200 universities or 250 universities and then turn them into vocational and technical schools, because the emphasis now in the developed world is the skills and what you can produce with your knowledge and your hand, not sitting down and carrying files in an office. So we need that paradigm shift. The AFDB leads clearly in the fact that we should move from youth empowerment to youth investment. That don't give our youth handouts, but give them tools, give them resources, give them credit and finance so that they can start. And look at this country. Our youth are they're hugely talented. The creative and entertainment industry dominates. Look at Nollywood, for instance. Look at where it is right now. And look at the musical world. Our Nigerian musicians, massive. But there's also a value chain. So there's an emphasis on looking at what's the value chain in agriculture. How do we you don't have to be a farmer. You can be an off-taker, just buy the produce and take it to the market. Look at sports, for instance. The value chain of sports is massive. Have we explored it? No. Under this government, we've been able to reclassify sports from recreation to business. And as we put together that policy, the entire value chain of sports as business will employ a lot of youth.
If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
The Nigerian political space is an interesting and evolving scene, especially as Nigeria continues to practice democracy. Over the years, many celebrities in the country have been appointed by their state governments as commissioners, special assistants, and advisors, while some have intentionally delved into politics with the plan of serving the people and pursuing a career in politics. Today, we will be highlighting 5 female Nigerian entertainers who have been in politics or are in politics. At the top of this list is Funke Akindele. In July 2022, popular Nollywood actress Olufunke Akindele was announced as the deputy governor candidate for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for Lagos State in the coming 2023 elections. The Nollywood star, best known for her Jennifer character, will be running alongside Olajide Adediran, a journalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist popularly known as Jandor. Next, we have Tonto Dike. Ahead of the 2023 Rivers State gubernatorial elections, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has revealed her intentions to run for deputy governor of the state. She had earlier in 2020, during an interview with the Ovation magazine publisher Dele Momodu, announced her intention to go into politics in 2023. Governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State, Tonte Ibraye, on 24th of June, announced Tonto Dike as his running mate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state.
As a matter of fact, your presence irritates me. And let me make it clear to you that I have the documents to which you look for.
Moving on, we have Ini Edo. Ini Edo is an accomplished Nollywood actress, film producer, and director.
And you're not supposed to be here. I'm out there. You're the one giving me this drug that gets you depressed. I am not a depressed person. Leave me alone. Don't listen to me.
She is one of the actresses who has previously held political positions. In 2016, she served as the special assistant to Governor Gabriel Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, on culture and tourism. Her appointment was renewed in 2020 when the state's current governor, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, was re-elected. Still on this list, we have Kate Henshaw. Veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, on July 19, 2014, officially launched her campaign website as she sought to represent the Calabar Municipal Odukmani Federal Constituency on the People's Democratic Party platform. Henshaw, however, lost the primary election to retired Honorable Essien Ayi, but was appointed by Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade as Special Advisor Liaison, Lagos, in December 2015. Recently, she recounted how she spent 35 million naira to pursue her ambition to become a member of the House of Representatives and her regrets. And finally, we have Mercy Johnson Okoje.
Iche, this is the money my father borrowed from your hand. Please, do not go near my father's Siroko tree. Do not go near my Iroko tree. Biko,
Popular Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson was appointed as the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, Arts and Culture to Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in 2017. The actress has stated that she will not enter partisan politics.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. This is the news update. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Senator Ali Ndume, has warned that the redesign of the Naira notes and the rushed implementation of the cashless policy by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, is having an adverse effect on the operations of Nigerian troops battling with insurgents at the front line. He stated this during an interaction with journalists in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, on Saturday, where he picked holes in the claim by the CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, that the policies were meant to plug the sources of terror financing and other security breaches. Ndume stressed that troops find it difficult to survive at the remote communities across the range of insecurity in the country where they cannot access cash due to the challenges posed by the currency redesign and cashless policy. Now, former Nigerian lawmaker Ben Marabrus has questioned the motive behind the recent visits to President Muhammadu Buhari by the governors of the All Progressives Congress APC over the Naira redesign. His observation was contained in a post via his verified Twitter handle on Saturday, where the former lawmaker said he supports Godwin Emefiele, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, insisting he was on track. Elsewhere, the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, has said President Muhammadu Buhari has fulfilled his promise to subdue Boko Haram and Islamic State of West Africa Province, ISWAP terrorists. He, however, warned that it is wrong to think the victory of a Boko Haram terrorist meant a total cessation of hostilities. Buratai, who made the assertion in an interview with newsmen in Abuja, recalled that President Buhari, in his inaugural address on May 29, 2015, promised to subdue the terror groups. According to him, the president had, right from his inauguration, clear-cut strategies to subdue the terrorists and restore peace to the northeast and Nigeria in general. Buratai said that the Boko Haram insurgency was allowed to manifest before 2015. This, he added, made Boko Haram become a terrifying force, taking tens of thousands of lives and capturing several towns and villages, covering swaths of Nigerian sovereign territories. Alhaji Abubakar Kware, a special advisor to Governor Aminu Tambuwal, has decamped from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressives Congress APC ahead of the 2023 general elections in the state, according to a statement by the special advisor on media on publicity to Senator Aliyu Wamako, APC Sokoto North. Bashara Abubakar was received by the state APC governorship candidate Alhaji Ahmad Aliyu in Sokoto. Kware's decision to join APC, according to him, was motivated by Wamako's leadership qualities. Kware, a former member of the Sokoto State House of Assembly, hailed from Tambuwal local government area. With few weeks to the 2023 presidential election, President Muhammadu Buhari has said that he will continue the campaign for the All Progressives Congress candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Buhari stated this at the APC presidential campaign rally in Nasarawa State on Saturday. The president described Tinubu as a committed Nigerian, adding that the APC candidate will fulfill all his campaign promises to Nigerians.
Ahmed Bola Tinubu, as he said in his speech, I knew him more than 20 years ago. All the problem we had, I mentioned it earlier, there was no local government I haven't visited from 2003 to 2011. And I visited all the states 2019 when I was asking for this term, the second term, and the final term. I will continue to campaign for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is a committed Nigerian, and I believe he will give all he has to this country and to you Nigerians. I thank you very much.
Meanwhile, the National Population Commission (NPC) on Friday inspected and took delivery of 100,000 personal digital assistance devices for the 2023 population and housing census. Speaking during the handover ceremony in Lagos, NPC Chairman Alhaji Nasiru Kwara said that the PDA device was the major medium for the digital census, hence determined the success of the project. Kwara said that the digital device had the census questionnaire as well as the maps that would direct the enumerators to the enumeration areas where they would conduct the exercise.
The electronic device is the major medium for the digital census conduct. It houses the census questionnaires as well as the maps that direct enumerators to the enumeration areas where they will conduct the census. The devices, when provisioned with the phones and the maps and other digital enhancement, ensures the enumerators cannot go beyond the areas assigned to them. Thus, there will be no overcounting, no undercounting, and there will be no overlap.
To other parts of Africa, Secretary General of the East African Community, EAC, Peter Mathuki, has said there must be immediate ceasefire by all parties in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. The immediate ceasefire was issued in a communique at the end of the East African Community Summit in Burundi. The calls follow international concern Congo and neighboring Rwanda could slide into all-out conflict as they did in the late 1990s and early 2000 as both countries trade allegations of backing armed rebels. Last month, Rwanda fired on a Congolese military aircraft it alleged violated its airspace. Congo for months has accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 armed group whose origin lie in the region's ethnic fights in Rwanda, however denies backing the M23, which is one of dozens operating in eastern Congo, and accuses Congo of backing another rebel group.
There must be immediate ceasefire by all political parties. 2, the withdrawal, including all foreign armed groups, and directed the Chief of Defense Forces of all the partner states of the East African Community to meet urgently within the next 1 week and set new timelines for the withdrawal and recommend appropriate deployment matrix in different parts of Eastern DRC. It should be reported immediately, and the summit now will take charge.
Elsewhere, Pope Francis wound up a peace mission to South Sudan today, urging the crowd of about 70,000 people to shun the blind fury of violence to achieve the peace and prosperity that have eluded them through years of bloody ethnic conflicts. The Pope, whose trip to Africa also included a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo, presided at an open-air mass on the grounds of a mausoleum for South Sudan's liberation hero John Garang, who died in a helicopter crash in 2005. Francis made another appeal for an end to the tribalism, financial wrongdoing, and political cronyism at the root of many of the country's problems. 2 years after independence, bouts of fighting have continued to kill and displace large numbers of civilians in South Sudan. 9 people went missing after a fishing boat capsized today off the southwest coast of South Korea, authorities said, with the country's President Yoon Suk-yeol urging stepped-up search and rescue efforts. The fishing boat overturned just before midnight on Saturday, with 3 crew members picked up by rescuers. The Coast Guard said. Video released by the Coast Guard showed a rescue boat approaching the overturned fishing vessel with 3 crew members in the water near the Red Hole. In late January, at least 8 people were reported dead after a cargo ship sank between South Korea and Japan, Chinese officials said. Former Pakistan's President Pervez Musharraf died today, February 5th, following a prolonged illness at a hospital in Dubai after years in self-imposed exile. Pakistan's military and the country's mission in the United Arab Emirates announced the death of the former army chief, 79, who was pushed from power in 2008. A special flight will be made to Dubai on Monday to bring Musharraf's body back to Pakistan for burial, local TV channel Geo News reported. The former force four-star general who seized power in a bloodless coup in 1999 oversaw rapid economic growth and attempted to usher in socially liberal values in a conservative Muslim country. In business news, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, yesterday said 139 investors were adjudged qualified from the evaluation exercise for the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program. NURPC Managing Director Engineer Benga Komolafe described the success in the initial phase of the program as the beginning of the journey.
Apart from forestalling the negative impacts of gas flaring on the environment, the program also ends the one-ton wastage of our premium economic resources. In today's carbon-constrained world, where fossil fuel is becoming less and less popular in view of issues of climate change, natural gas has assumed a stature of significance, importance as the bridging fuel for many oil and gas producing nations. For us here in Nigeria, gas has been adopted as our transition fuel to drive the industrialization of the nation's economy in line with the expectations of the Decade of Gas initiatives launched by the federal government.
In entertainment, Chioma Jasmine has spoken up after being accused of being Mr. Ibu's mistress, not his daughter. Chioma, a popular TikToker, had gone viral multiple times due to her relationship with Mr. Ibu. The actor's wife, Stella Maria Okafor, released a video on Friday accusing the actor of infidelity and physical assault. Chioma was also a topic in the heated argument between the couple. In an interview with Daddy Freeze, Chioma Jasmine, Mr. Ibu and Mr. Ibu's older son all denied the allegations that Chioma is Mr. Ibu's side mistress. They all said that Chioma is Ibu's adopted daughter. Speaking, Chioma Jasmine revealed that while she was taking care of Mr. Ibu when he was terribly sick in the hospital, the wife was nowhere to be found. She added that when the wife visited the hospital, it was to complain about the money being spent on his health. In sports, Kenya and Ethiopia runners dominated the 8th edition of the Lagos City Marathon held in Lagos. Kenya's Edwin Kibet Koech won the race in a time of 2:14:14 ahead of Ethiopia's Dekeba Tarafa, who finished second in 2:14:54, while Kenya's Bernard Sang settled for the bronze medal at 2:17:14 for his effort. Koech received $50,000, while Tarafa and Sang got $40,000 and $30,000 respectively. In the women's elite race, Alemanesh Guta of Ethiopia won the top prize. Kebena Yurisa, also of Ethiopia, finished second, while Kenya's Naomi Mayo took the third position. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Obiebo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
With their so-called experience in 2019, Lagos's poverty rate was 4.5% and today it's 8.5%, with 4.2 million Lagosians in extreme poverty. It is only an inexperienced manager that will pump 10 billion naira into an employment scheme to address unemployment rate of 14.6% in 2019. And today, same unemployment rate has gone up to 37.16%, with 1.8 million Lagosians having no jobs. The duo of Jando and Funke have been investing in Lagos's economy for about 2 decades, running their personal businesses, employing people with track records of success. Lagos needs a breath of fresh air. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jandor as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your card number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomongo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Saeed Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I give you back millions or thousands, will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theater itself it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempt to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see that you can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them that opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times, some training do not necessarily have to be formal. They could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, and they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular. Hopefully, the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find out that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions, and what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say, the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we're in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line I want to start using or there's a sentiment of, now help us to make it known. If you start a particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you will need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
today's world, sometimes being seen as successful carries a Wall Street job, six-figure salary, and decked out in the classiest of bespoke suits. To swap that perception, leave that lifestyle, and for perhaps a more dependent job, less lucrative and not looking dapper, is somewhat of a no-brainer. Well, here on Not Your 9 to 5 show, we explore fascinating individuals making tremendous strides in their bid to pursue passion, regardless of whether they eke out fortune. Today, we travel 71 kilometers from Lagos to Ogun State in search of a young man who discovered a rather unique talent and leaves everything for it. Hakeem Onilogbo is his name, and unarguably Nigeria's most talented special effect makeup artist.
My name is Hakeem Onilogbo. Due to the job I'm doing, I'm being called Hakeem Effect. So a special effects makeup artist from Nigeria, West Africa. So award winning, so I've won different type of awards. So while growing up, because I was born in Ibadan, so in the late 70s, due to the fact that while I was young, I didn't know the implication of my birth certificate, so which reads Hakeem Onilogbo. So instead of Hakeem, you know, so I've been going about with these certificate all about since all these years. So until when it's now dawned on me, at times when I'm being called for an audition or something, so in the midst of crowd and people will say, Hakeem, so I was ashamed, and people will turn their face at my hand with Hakeem. So people started making jest of the Hakeem. So it's, I don't even know. There was a time I wanted to even leave the name. I don't even want to bear the name again. So which I have to change to Kimson O'Neil from Hakeem Onilogbo, Kimson O'Neil. So, and I enjoyed the name. A lot of my friends that we finished secondary school in 1996. So they used to call me, Kimson O'Neil, Kimson O'Neil. Until I venture into special effect makeup. Until sometimes when I found myself in Nollywood. So the first project I did then, it was a Yoruba film. I tell them my name is Hakeem. So, and we have two Hakeems on set. So anytime they wanted to call Hakeem, they said, Hakeem. So I will rush, and the other guy will rush there too. And the producer and the director, Murphy Afolabi, the guy now said, I'm not calling you. If I want to call you, I will tell you Hakeem Effect. And I said, okay. So another time the guy called, Hakeem Effect. So when I rushed there, so ever since that, I now think of it that, this is Hakeem that I've been running away from. So they're now calling me Hakeem Effect, okay, Hakeem Effect. So wherever I go, they ask about my name, I say Hakeem Effect. My educational background and how I venture into makeup artistry. I came from a polygamous family, so which everything was rosy then. So but when it was 1988, my father lost his job. So, and that's how it wasn't easy. But I managed to finish my secondary school education in 1996, which the man couldn't shoulder the case anymore. So, which I had only option to run away from home. So, because to feed us is it's not easy. So by the time I ran away from home, but out of his struggling, my father struggling, all other siblings that I had, he sent them to universities. So I was the only one that stopped with school certificate. So, but when it got, so after running away from home, sleeping under the bridge, a lot of ups and downs in my life. So because I'm a little bit tough then, so I have to surrender myself and go for an apprenticeship in industrial signage under the tutelage of Mr. Remy Adesada. So Remy Card Art Production Company. So that's where I trained as a graphic artist. So majorly industrial signage. So before the coming of these billboards, the digital billboards. So when we started then, we used hand in drawing. So there's nothing like digital billboard. So we draw with our hands. So that's the company from Mr. Remy Adesada. So he taught me, trained me, I have my diploma in industrial signage. So until 2003 or 4, when the administration of Babatunde Raji Fashola eradicate the placement of illegal signage on the street of Lagos. So that's how everything finished. So, but God, man proposes and God disposes. So these left me in another phase of life, hunger. There's nothing again. I didn't have any certificate. I'm not a graduate. I'm just a school cert so that's another phase of my life. How do I venture into Nollywood special effect makeup? I didn't know anything. I didn't know anything. All I know is my painting and my brush. While I was young, I happens to be a dreamer. He said, if anything is going to have the gift, if anything is going to happen to me, or somebody is going to die, or something is going to happen, God is going to reveal it to me in my dream. So it's very constant. So if anything is going to happen, so I see it. So when I lost everything I had on traveling, 2006, when the eradication of the signage, everything, so I put my money in traveling, UK. So when I came back, so I didn't have anything on me again because I sold all my properties. So by the time I came back, I was sleeping in a buka, in a kiosk, so with my siblings then because they were living with me when I was okay. So when I had lost everything, I didn't have any option than I just found myself in one church. So I just gave my life to Christ, this and that. So the Conquerors Assembly in Akowojo then. So when the pastor laid his hand on me, so prayed for me, that night, the man that used to come to my dream, the man came, and the man prophesied that if I can follow him, he's going to announce me to the world. I was saying, he said, I'm going with my people, my family. He said they are not my people, that if I can follow him, that he's going to give me something that the world will celebrate me. He said, what do I have as talent? I said, I can draw. He said, that's not what I deposited in you. I started crying. So because we were Muslim, so my siblings, they woke me up. Why are you crying? I said, this is what I saw. They started laughing at me. So I went to the pastor again. I started going to church. After that, the man will now be coming every night to teach me how to cut, how to do this. I was scared. I didn't know what that was. I called them again, my siblings. I said, one man used to come. He will cut hand. I don't know. He said, they started laughing. They just like laughing at me. They call me pastor, go and sit down. So it was then, we were trying to do a convention then, and the leader of the group, MC Reason, is a popular comedian now. So the guy now said, Baba, can't you do something like the cut leg or accident, someone without hand or cut? And that thing, I just relayed that thing that a man used to come to teach me this thing now. And I said, what can we? I said, hey, I can do it, but I didn't know what to start with. What will I use to start those things? And in the church, the sanitary keepers, a boy, so as we were deliberating among the group that, what are you going to use? Okay, why can't you use this? Why can't you use this? Why can't you use that? And a small boy was just running. He just ran into our midst, and I said, use this thing now. and one of us beat the boy. And the boy was crying that the mother came, that, why will you beat my... And God, I just hear the sound that is, I cause confusion so that you can start with these things. What I've been teaching you, this is what you will start with. There is God though. I had that thing and I had peace. So on that convention day, so I performed that thing and everybody, they were, wow, the pastor, everybody said, hey, life something, they caught somebody's hand. And I said, yes, that's when I started practicing it. And he used to come every night, teach me something. When he teaches me, I try it, I experiment, I just say, wow. I learned everything on set, what I'm doing. So at times when someone just called me that I'm going to do a job, at times I might not know what to use to do that job. But the spirit will come to me and tell me, before you move from here to that place, you will see what you are going to use to achieve that thing on the floor. And I'll be moving. As I'm going, I just see that thing, and it will bring that thing that I'm going to use. Okay, pick this thing, you pick it, okay, you can use it. When I get on set, it will turn to miracle, and people say, this boy is good, who trained you? Most of the jobs that launched me out are the experiments I did on my own. Not so job that announced me. So I do a lot of experiment. Even if I'm on set, if I'm being paid, half or 3/4 of the money, I use it to buy materials. I experiment. I don't want to know what's my gain or something. I develop myself to invest. So it's those things that launched me out. So most of the transformation, like replication, like I've done Buhari, Mandela. So no one, I don't know what's happening to our filmmakers. The one that is not gory, they don't go for it. So it's only those gory, cutscenes and that's what they love. So, but I've done fat suit, I've done a lot of things, but it depends on the script. If an opportunity shows that if I have to do a job of 9 to 5 job, I've mastered myself so to cope with the work the work God gave to me. So because it was the one that gave me this, so I don't have to do 9 to 5 o'clock job again. So I can't be waiting for salary. I can't. Even if I see money now, before a month, I didn't see another one, before I see another one, I'm pleased with it. I was a painter, so a graphic artist. So I do portraits, so I do paintings, branding of vehicles, like working with Nigerian breweries and all of you're branding their vehicles, Fuman. So those are the kind of jobs that I do before. In anything you do, you must have a brand. So the hair is part of the effect in Akeem effect. So wherever you see Akeem, you must see the effect of the hair. So if the effect of the hair is not there, that's not Akeem effect, maybe it's Akeem. This is not your regular 9 to 5. This is my life. Akeem effect.
And we move from special effects to another form of creativity. We meet Chuks Oteke, dentist turned inventor. Yeah, you heard right. He constructs video production equipment. Let's meet him.
I like to get handy. That's just one of the features I think I possess. I've always loved the arts. I love filmmaking. I do a lot of filmmaking. I picked up that skill along the line when I was in med school, And after med school, I decided to pick up a career in filmmaking while I do dentistry on the side. But with the Nigerian factor, you have to just face one, So I picked filmmaking because it allowed me to express my creativity, and I had an opportunity to share how I felt. So So I felt I should just pick filmmaking and stick to it. I've been a filmmaker for a few years now, about 6 years. And being a filmmaker in Nigeria, we are faced with a lot of problems, technical problems. Acquiring equipment, acquiring cameras, acquiring the right tools to tell good stories. So I thought to myself that, how do I solve these problems? I didn't have money to rent high-end equipment. And if I don't have this equipment, I can't tell these stories. So one day I decided to make one or two things that would help me solve my problem. I started making DIY sliders. From my designs, I started having friends asking, can I have you make this for me? Can you do this for me? And I'm like, okay, we can start a business from this. So I decided to go back to my books and read a little about engineering techniques, read a little about manufacturing, read a little about getting products that customers would buy. So in that process, I began the journey that has brought me to where I am now. This is a manual milling machine, one of my earliest machines. I call her my baby girl. So what it does is it helps me, make precise cuts on metal, accurate cuts with. So I gauge it with this scale, and so I move the piece into the material like this, and this motor. So right now the motor is on, controlled by belts and a very big DC motor behind. Then I put some oil. This is actually cooking oil to make the cuts very, very neat. So you turn it off, remove the vise, and there you have it, a beautiful piece of metal cut. These aluminum chips can be very, very deadly. So we always advise to put on our goggles, safety first, and make sure your hands are clear of moving power tools like this so it doesn't amputate your hand. Yeah, a lot of people ask me that question. How come? How did it happen? You're a medical person. What are you doing with the camera? I am somebody that likes to follow my passion. I love dentistry. I love to put a smile on people's faces. But I also love to shoot movies and tell stories. And with the way the economy is, you sometimes don't find yourself doing what you actually read in school. So many factors. There's the socioeconomic factor, there's politics, there's so many things affecting it. And we can't just sit back and be expecting to get jobs. We can't just walk into a hospital and they say, wow, you're good, let's employ you. Sometimes you have to make a way for yourself. And filmmaking was the closest for me, or rather was the easiest for me. I started shooting wedding for videography. I started doing short films. I started doing a lot of things that I found that they were fetching me money, little by little. So it's only understandable why I had to choose filmmaking, because it was paying the bills at the time. So I gradually shifted from dentistry. It's not like dentistry is bad, don't get me wrong. Dentistry is really cool. You get to meet people, you get to put a smile on people's faces, but filmmaking was more practical and it paid the bills better than dentistry. Africa is not big in production, in the aspects of industrial manufacturing. We're not that grounded. We lack infrastructure. There's so many things, but we have potential. We have the will. That's something I observed. So when I go to the market and I request for a particular material, the owner of the store tells me, "In no deal, but I fit get them." And the thing is, they do whatever it takes to get you that material that you ask for. We might not have the technicalities of manufacturing, but we have the will. And that's something that's keeping me going. Because there's some materials I ask for and I can't get it. It's very, very saddening. But I do not give up because I can't find this material. I don't say, okay, I can't make you a slider. We look for alternatives. I had to build a machine that accurately cuts metal. So we don't have, your first material, your first piece is 3 mm shorter than the second piece, and so on and so forth. So it's like a robot that knows how to accurately cut these things for you. It's called a CNC machine. You know, and I checked the prices online, how to get a CNC machine that could cut metal. They were very, very expensive. And as a black man, I have to think of how to build these things myself. For instance, I'm building a very affordable camera cage to, one, protect your camera from, this is a Blackmagic design, cinema camera, protect the camera from scratch, and also give the camera the ability to carry other accessories like your microphone, your lights, your battery pack. The Blackmagic is not ergonomic in design, so it requires something like this. So all of these holes are gonna have threads, so you can screw in a light, a battery pack, or a microphone or anything. And we are trying to put a feature where you can use the average 3-axis gimbal that is available anywhere, like a Ronin. You can mount a Ronin to this. You can mount a Zhiyun crane to this. You can mount a DJI Osmo. You know, technology that already existing, want to incorporate it into our designs. Sourcing raw materials is very hard, very, very hard, because these markets are scattered around Lagos. So you want to buy aluminium, you go as far as Oshodi. You want to buy bolts and nuts, you go to Lagos Island. You want to buy acrylic or glass, you go to Mushin. You know, it's just scattered around Lagos. And traffic. Lagos traffic is crazy. Okay, so right now, I had to wake up early so that I can head to the market to get a few supplies. We want to make a couple of sliders for like about 3 clients, or rather 3 customers. Yeah, Lagos traffic as usual. So we are now at the market, the Idumota market, the commercial heartbeat of young businesses in Lagos. This is where we buy all the materials, from fashion, accessories, from dressmaking accessories to industrial supplies to plumbing. Lagos has it. You have to keep pushing on the horn because this place gets really busy and you don't know when you will go and hit someone. How far now? Daddy there around? Yeah. Daddy, morning sir. No milling bits. Yeah, so this is one of my customers. She supplies me. No, she calls me, no, I call her customer. That's how they do it in Nigeria. The person that is selling to you is the customer. The startup ecosystem in Nigeria has evolved because we have so many investors eyeing the country. I know we have a lot of challenges. We have issues. We have power issues. We have political issues. We have socio-economic issues. We have so many. We even have spiritual issues. But for the past 10 years, there has been this mindset shift of the average Nigerian youth from a 9-to-5 job to a get self-employed, build something, sell, make your money, you know. they now think like entrepreneurs. And the entrepreneurship space in Nigeria is growing. So it's growing. But we need to, there's a lot of things we need to work on. There are so many things we need to work on. For instance, we need to enhance access to finance. There's money in Africa, but there's no money in the entrepreneurship space. We need to enhance, we need people to come in, to invest in businesses. We need to build these ideas because we have the will. I've met friends in this industry that keep me going. They have business ideas, but they lack money to fund it. Secondly, we need business education. A lot of us have beautiful business ideas, but we don't even know what it means to write a short business plan on how to get this business running. So we need to open business schools, we need to open business training centers, we need to open business hubs where people can come in and learn how to build a business, not just I have a solution, I know how to solve a problem. We need to build these things, to build these ideas to make them big businesses. So if we can work on our finance and business education, I'm sure the entrepreneurship system in Africa will grow. It takes me about 2 days to make this.
I don't know, normally if we are to go by the rules, maybe you're supposed to go and then you come back and by then we must have deliberated, but I just can't wait for you to go. I'm already interested in what you're doing because it concerns my industry and I see us moving forward with people like you.
Look at this beautiful slider. Look at this beautiful slider. Made by a Nigerian for the Nigerian motion picture industry. Chooks, say hello.
We are building technology advancements in our houses, and these guys out there don't see them. So if we can have an avenue where all these things can be showcased to the world, for instance, on platforms like this, where they see that actually young Africans are doing these things, I'm sure it will motivate other young Africans to want to build and be better at what they do. Another thing is our educational system. We need to infuse entrepreneurship to the rawest form in education. I mean, from the early stages of primary 1, primary 2, primary 3, we need to start teaching them the business idea, how to invent stuff, how to make things and solve their own problems. That's how they do in America, that's how they do in other advanced worlds. They have incubators for young, talented inventors to come in, bring ideas, build things. So if we can imbibe it from the cradle, from when the youths are children, as they grow older, they would build on this and start inventing things and probably change Africa. I'm Chooks Oteke, the CEO of Film Anatomy, a film equipment manufacturing startup based here in Lagos, Nigeria. And this is not your 9 to 5, but it's my life.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. We are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
The presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, has said that the 2023 election may not be free and fair due to the worsening insecurity, adding that democracy in Nigeria is expensive. And Governor Samuel Ortom cries out over threat to his life in Benue State. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anna Cole. The presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, has said that was the escalating insecurity in Nigeria may not have about 25% of its landmass hold free and fair elections in 2023. Now, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress said that the deployment of the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, in the 2023 general elections will address Nigeria's perennial problem of election rigging. He said the current insecurity in the country poses a great threat for free and fair elections next year, as well as all the regions in the country have peculiar security challenges, adding that he has not fallen out of favor with youths and young Nigerians, that they still see him as a better alternative to other contenders. Joining us live to discuss this is Omoyele Sowore, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC. So good to have you join us. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. There's nothing happy and new in the year anymore.
Well, I mean, at least you saw a new year.
Yes.
That's the important thing. Let's start with what you just said, saying that democracy is not... let me start by, looking at the other issues of BVAS, because many people have been cautioned to say positive things about the BVAS. The INEC thinks that the BVAS is going to be a game changer. A lot of other people actually think that, but you don't seem to agree with that. Why?
It is because I have a very good knowledge of computers. And I understand them to the point that a BVAS is not going to change the game in an election in which we don't have electronic voting. A BVAS, as they call it, is just your cell phone in double modes. It switches offline and online, according to what they said. I've never touched one before, so I don't know how effective they are online. But I know that they have preloaded voter information for every voter that might have registered or received their voter's card, the thing we refer to as a permanent voter's card. So, but that's that's the end of it. The aspects of vote buying is not captured by BVAS. And the limitation of BVAS or the weaknesses of BVAS was shown in a shown election, judgment. It showed that both political parties, the APC and the PDP, were able to obtain different results from the same BVAS. How did that happen? It shows that this is a machine that can be programmed to achieve whatever results you want.
But INEC had come out to explain why that happened.
What did they say?
Well, INEC said that that one party came before the information was fed out of the BVAS, and the other came when it had already been fed out of the BVAS.
No, that's not true. So information about voters' card cannot change whether the BVAS is sleeping or is awake. The moment the election is over, whatever is produced out of BVAS should not change forever. So it's a functional program. That's why I said a little bit about.
Because INEC has recently been complaining about the fact that there might be a hack, that people have been attacking.
Well, they did not present any information that this was hacked. But if BVAS can be hacked, then forget about BVAS. Forget about them. And I'm sure what they're saying is that, look, whenever you get a result that is not what you expect, we'll use hacking as an excuse. So that's the reason why I'm saying, look, every time there's an election...
Why do you think INEC is making that excuse? Because it sounds like that's what you're saying, that INEC is making an excuse that in case you don't get a good result, it might be the hackers. Yeah. Why would you think that that's what they're aiming at?
Because they're programming you to understand that this may not come out the way you expect. Because the reason I wanted to take you back a little bit was the card readers. When card readers were brought into Nigeria, everybody said it's a game changer. Nobody's going to do incident forms. The card readers never really worked up to maybe 15% of the country at any time. Even in 2015, the card readers couldn't read the voter's card of president at that time,
Yes,
Goodluck Jonathan.
Yes.
But that was how it was presented, because there's a lot of PR behind all these efforts. What would have solved Nigeria's problem? It's electronic voting, which will eliminate polling units. It will eliminate, the whole processing that have to take place after you have left the polling unit. It will eliminate vote buying. If you're going to buy votes, you have to reach people individually in their homes, and that will take a lot of energy and time and money. It also helps people to not have to travel to the polling units to vote. It's just like saying to you that you have money in the bank. You can transfer it anywhere. And if you can trust a device to transfer money for you, you should be able to trust it to vote for you once in every 4 years. Oh, how many times?
But then the Constitution is where that empowerment will come from. And I want to ask you, you have been pushing for a lot of things. How come you were not one of those who were in the forefront of pushing for electronic voting? I mean, we had a whole row over what should be and should not be.
No, I've been pushing for revolutionary changes to Nigeria's life.
Specifically,
and this involves electronic revolution too, that we can't be stuck in the past. And I've been pushing for constitutional changes. I've been pushing for a complete, new constitution for Nigeria. So if I'm pushing for constitutional changes, I'm saying people should come there and determine how they want to vote as well. These are issues that will be covered in a constitutional conference that determines the future of Nigeria. We'll discuss everything under the sun. We'll discuss from voting to religious rights, sexuality, everything. That's everything.
We're going to come to some of those things, but I want to dial back again on this issue of electronic voting, because you see, a lot of people pushed, like I said, there was a row about what should be and what shouldn't be, and Mr. President signing off or not signing off. Why do you think that this wasn't a priority? Again, there's also the issue of diaspora voting, which, of course, if we do have
it's exactly what I'm saying. I've been talking about diaspora voting since 2018, when I traveled around the world, talking to Nigerians in places as far flung as Australia. I traveled in 4 cities in Australia. I didn't know that Australia was that big, because we're the western part of Australia, we went to the east and we came back to the west. It was amazing. So I talked to Nigerians. I went to Canada, I went to South Africa, and everything I was saying was like, and that is the basis for my position on electronic voting, because it affects diaspora voting too. So what the diasporans will just do is to get a code and, ask them, the code, the electronic thing will not change your location, so that we know where you are voting from, number one. And I know you can say that, well, they can override that with this or that tool, but there's a way we can also detect that. And then you can vote as a diasporan. If you can show that you are a Nigerian, so in your own case, maybe we'll ask for your passport number, you register. If we can find it in the system, it will give you the go-ahead to vote. You just need to check, you have a checklist. And when you reach that position, it will give you the ballot paper electronically, a digital ballot paper, and you check who you want to vote for. If you vote for more than one person, he'll warn you. You do it a 3rd time, it locks you out of the machine. You have to get another. That means you disqualified yourself.
But
and these things are simple.
Yes, I like it when politicians say, "Oh, it's very simple."
I'm not a politician. I'm a political activist.
You're running for a political office, so I will lump you with them. But here we are unable to transfer our monies. We can't even get access to mobile applications that open into your bank platforms for you to access your monies. Our internet services, we hear they're 5G, but then they give us 3G speed. And several other issues that we have yet to be able to deal with. And we're talking e-voting.
Okay.
I mean, if we're unable to deal with these issues, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't.
I want to address them. I want to address them. What do you say? I'm not saying e-voting will cure it all, but it's just, when you vote with your device, there are digital footprints that are easy to track. And it's different from someone voting 500 times in a polling unit in the Niger Delta creeks. You get my point? Because today, if you go to the Niger Delta, which is where I come from, anything beyond the land parts, anything happening in the creeks, there is no polling unit officer that can control it. The moment the police get on a boat, one police, they will just tell the policeman to go and sit somewhere. It's when they are done with the voting, they will carry everything and give and send it to you. But the electronic voting will solve that. But to make it clear to you, there are over 124 million people in Nigeria that own bank accounts. And almost 100 and something million of them carry out electronic activities. There are over 50 million smartphones in Nigeria. 150 million. How many people are registered to vote? 93 million. So that means, the number of voters are less than the number of people who have access to smartphones, because these are digital devices that needs to be smart. So the excuse is no longer there. Yes, you have like fringe persons, older people who might need help. So we can create polling units for them where you can ask them to vote in advance. You do early voting. They do it already in America. America doesn't vote on voting day anymore. You can vote before, but you can't vote after the voting day. All the military people outside the country, they vote. They send in what they call mail-in ballots. You have mail-in ballots in the U.S. now, and you also have, ballots that are sent from outside the U.S. Yeah. They're all mail-in ballots. And they are counted in advance, but they don't announce the results because their processes are transparent and honest. So, and those ones form part of the election, but when it's D-Day, people come out and vote. And I'm not saying that, everything that is done in America is not done in America should be done here. But if you can drive American cars, you should be able to operate American voting machines.
But let's talk about Nigeria and Nigeria's problems. Let's start with the very cliche things that we ask politicians or anybody who's running for office. I mean, as we speak right now, it's a potpourri of issues that Nigeria is facing on every side, whether it be in the education sector, with INEC, ASU is still at an impasse with the presidency and, of course, the Ministry of
Education.
And Education.
Yeah.
We're also having a brain drain situation within our healthcare system. I mean, the emergency services are flawed as we speak. And then let's talk about the economy. Nigeria is facing corruption issues every day. And then, of course, the issue of security. For anybody who wants to run for president of this country, I always wonder why and what the driving force is. And where do you even start to deal with these issues?
You start to deal with the issues as you prepare to handle them. That's why you see most of these candidates would never come on your TV show, because they cannot even withstand the rigors of a decent or even a polite interaction on TV. They also don't go for debates. The only thing they like to do is what they call rallies. These are echo chambers. You park the stadium full with people who haven't been paid 5,000 naira. Now it's less because there's no cash. And then you entertain them, titillate them, and tickle their fancy. And then the candidate comes around for 5 minutes. He dances around, and then he says a few things. Nothing. Even the media can't get any soundbites from campaign grounds or campaign rallies. This is not how to engage. So I understand the issues. You are talking about, as of today, we have a full-blown energy crisis. The electricity sector is gone. You can't find petrol to operate anything with. And to compound that, you have a self-inflicted, unprovoked currency crisis. And Nigeria has practically collapsed, because it has failed the citizens. But Nigeria is officially at this point a failed state, unable to cope with the basic needs, or responsibilities of a state. You have money. This is the first time that I know in history that you have to use your own money to buy money to get anything money can buy.
But you don't see, because
so it's not only security that is a problem. Every sector has broken down. We have a food crisis as well. You have an energy crisis. You have a currency crisis. You have an educational crisis. You have brain drain, as you call it. Over 8,000 doctors have left. Several nurses.
4,000 more getting ready to
Yes. More, architects. I heard as of 2 weeks ago, they're asking for teachers. Teachers that were reserving for heaven, for their reward. They are now about to get their reward on earth. So tell me what's left. So it's to understand that the solution must start now. And it must start with somebody who understands the problems, not somebody who created the problems. Because that's what Nigerians all understand, that there are two categories of contestants in this election cycle. And it doesn't matter how you say it. The majority of people who the media refers to as the frontline candidates are the ones who created the problems.
How do you mean?
They have been the ones who've been in power. There's one of them that's been in power since 1999, Kwakwanso. He was a minister of defense. He was a member of House of Reps. Was governor for 2 years. A senator. Tinubu was a senator at a point in his life. He was 8 years the governor of Lagos. Atiku was 8 years the vice president of Nigeria. He's been in customs. Peter Obi has been 8 years governor of Anambra State. These are the guys who created the problems.
How did they create the problem? Because you see,
they created the problem
every time
of
you want to have an election.
Yes.
Your guys, people like you, they wax very lyrical. You tell us.
No, that would be demeaning to say that we wax lyrical. I don't wax. I'm not a poet.
A lot of you come up with very, very, very germane ideas that you can do this
because we know it.
But then whoever gets the most votes is seated there. And then the problems that we were promised will get solved are not being solved.
That's exactly the point. So I don't belong to the category of people who wax lyrical. What am I waxing lyrical about? The last time I was on this show with you, what was I talking about? I was talking about the revolution. I got arrested. You're probably the last person to interview me before I got arrested.
I do remember.
In 2019. So how do I wax like? Didn't I tell you that we're applying a revolution? We said, didn't we do it? We tried to, and I ended up in detention. So I'm a doer, I'm not a talker.
But again, now...
So I'm not waxing lyrics. Maybe our candidates will do that.
Now Nigerians are looking deeper. They're asking more questions, which I think is a good thing. And for somebody like you, yes, Sahara reporters, you journalist, revolution activist, but why should we entrust the whole country into your hands?
Because when the country needed people to take risk, big risk, it was entrusted into our hands. Do you know what that risk was? Military rule. It was bigger than what we have now at that time. I was 22 years old when I was fighting to save this country. Nobody said I was too young. But, why should we entrust a 22-year-old guy to be fighting on the streets for democracy? Nobody said that. Majority of the people who you now said have experience, people who are experienced in looting treasuries, when the solution was asked for, they didn't partake. Until today, they are not part. They only partake in the loot when they win. Then they call themselves, and there are no differences because in every government, you'll be surprised how many people are working for a government. Sometimes some of the opposition people you are seeing now, they were created by the current government to be in the opposition. Even if you look at the APC now, their candidate is waxing like an activist, at the rally grounds, He's suddenly opposed to the economic policies that brought Naira from 200 Naira to 800. He just woke up and discovered that the Naira's value is depreciated heavily. But that's the tactic. It's the strategy they use in confusing the country. I'm not confused. I know what they're about.
I'm sure you saw El Rufai's interview talking about accusing some elements, and we do not know who those elements are, in Aso Rock, that he reportedly said are working against the APC's presidential candidates. What do you think about that situation? And of course, the wife of the president retweeted his post.
Yeah, but you see, they know themselves, and he is right. I was the first to mention it on Arise TV a week before he said that. But that's not my business. I hope they actually, tear themselves apart so that this country can have a new leash of life. But it's also part of their strategy. They know how to distract Nigerians. So you're there unable to get Naira out of the ATM. You have no petrol. And nobody's talking about it. They're talking about, oh my God, there's a cabal out there who doesn't want this or that candidate. And everybody's like, why? While that is happening, you're losing time, you're losing integrity, you're losing life, you're losing value. They know it. They know that the country is in turmoil. There's a currency crisis in place, which they inflicted. When they started their useless currency redesign, I came out and said they are not redesigning the Naira. They merely took it to Snapchat, filtered it out, and poured dye on 1,000 Naira. Nothing was not. All the currencies were just change of dye, not design. And now you can't even find the money because they didn't have the capacity in the first place to print enough of those notes to deal with the demand for it. The supply side of it is a problem. But what did they tell people? And some people still believe today, stupidly, that this was to ensure that, you know, the rich people have, the big politicians don't have money to buy votes. Like, I said it, and I think Kwankwaso repeated it a few days ago on Channels TV. I granted an interview pre-recorded to Channels TV that I'll play on Monday. And I said it's like, most of the candidates here claiming have no money. They own banks. And it's been well known that the best way to rob a bank is to own one. So if you own a bank, you know, the one in Lagos has at least probably 3 banks that he has major shares in. Peter Obi is the owner of Fidelity Bank. You know, Atiku has, yes, it's the chairman of Fidelity. I'm not making up, yes. It's so if there's new currency, where do you think the bank managers will take the money to first? It's to their chairman and shareholders before it gets to the poor people. Have you ever seen a governor queue up at the ATM? Not even a councillor, because when you are rich, you are connected and powerful in Nigeria, the bank managers work from your home.
Interesting.
Yes.
Let's talk about this same situation. You were quoted to say that you're calling for a protest against the Buhari government for the scarcity of fuel and the Naira. And we've seen a couple of people protesting already. We saw something in Benin. We saw something in
the Warri, yes. And today was a bad one, yes.
Do you not think that you're heating up the polity with?
No, they are the ones burning down the country with their policy. They ask for it. If you know that you're going into election and you're changing currency colors and you don't have enough and you give a deadline, you are the one calling for trouble. I'm not the one who went and said people should not be able to withdraw more than 20,000 naira. You know, you put pressure on the electronic side of things. Almost all the apps have collapsed. You asked that before. And, you know, the apps are not working for 2 reasons. One, apps cannot transfer what you don't have. So it's because money in circulation doesn't have anything to do with paper money. Yes, both electronically, you can only circulate what you have. So, and there's a certain amount of money, you know, that you have in circulation at this point. So they don't have the money. Besides that, most of the banks have lost some of their best hands, you know, computer engineers who run their backends to brain drain. So they are just patching together their apps, because the maintenance side of things, people who understand how these apps were built, how they have to be maintained and fixed when they have bugs, most of them have left to Canada, US, and United Kingdom and Europe. So they don't have the capacity, but in most places there's no money to actually transfer.
How long do you see this lingering for? Again, don't forget, we're 23 days, I guess, away from the election.
No, so what that makes you think is...
How long can Nigerians, you know, continue to hold on for?
Yes, that's a good question. And I think you're starting to see resistance. And I think this is how it starts. Resistance will grow, and one day everybody will join in. You know, my own conspiracy theory is that maybe this is their own way of sabotaging the elections, so the elections don't hold.
So?
Well,
so the elections would not hold?
Yes,
why?
They, you know, if you're putting booby traps like this on the part of elections, a number of things are likely to happen. One, even INEC is saying that they are not sure, based on the situation with fuel scarcity and now lack of money, that elections might not be holding. The other aspect of it is this is a demobilization strategy to make sure that voters, if I have to travel to Ondo State and I don't have 30,000 naira now and it's 24 days away, how do I get there? You know, how do I get fuel to go to Owerri if I'm still in Lagos? And there's no help in sight. There's no solution in sight to show that this will help in a few days. So if the currency crisis goes on, fuel scarcity continues, how do you get to location? How do you even get voting materials to get to where they're supposed to be? And if there are flashes of resistance, you know, maybe next they are burning down INEC offices. We don't want to, you don't know, anything can happen. It's a volatile situation. And I think my view is that maybe they actually did put this together. Because there have been people who are talking about interim government, you know, not too long ago. Maybe they're reminding you that they're serious.
Let's go back to the issue of insecurity. In the past week, we've had 2 issues or situations where one was, according to the police, a drone that dropped a bomb. I think in Nasarawa, and the second was an unidentified aircraft, according to security agencies, that shot at vigilantes in Niger State. And I asked a simple question: why are we not talking about this? Why are we not escalating it? Because our airspace is supposed to be protected, even as we are touting ourselves as a country that's fighting insecurity and terrorism. Why do you believe that there is a conspiracy of silence as to what's happening in terms of security across the country?
Oh yeah, there is nowhere that you have insecurity of this scale anywhere in the world, and it's simple, that there is no official collaboration. The only reason insecurity has persisted this way it has is because people are benefiting from it. Seriously.
Who do you think these people are?
There are people higher up there, army generals. The army generals are, senior security officials who benefit. You don't need to go far. When Jonathan left in 2015 and Buhari came, and people, in those days that Buhari was acting like he's fighting corruption, and he set up a high-powered panel to investigate all the military leaders. What did they find? They found money in Sokeres, they found in what's those escalated water tanks, everywhere. They found money everywhere. So it's the same. It's just the personnel have changed, but the characteristics of these high-powered people have not changed. When you hear about oil theft, do you think people are carrying crude in gallons? You see all those badges that takes crude. There was one that even escaped from Nigeria, and they said they caught it in Equatorial Guinea. But what I know about these badges is that they cannot move as fast as Navy boats. So how is it that the Navy can't catch up with? And if you can't catch up with the Navy boat, what happened to naval helicopters that can just make sure that they're stopped at all costs? But what it's telling you is that the people who are doing those high-profile, high-level, high-scale oil theft are in the NNPC and probably in the presidency, because there's a lot of money to be made from. Some of them are state governors.
Interestingly, Mr. President, is the Ministry of Petroleum, and there's been a lot of scandal surrounding the oil and gas sector.
Yeah.
The NNPC has been rechristened again and given added limited to it, and before the year ended, he had not at any point been able to put any monies in the nation's coffers.
Yes.
And yet, Mr. President hasn't really said anything about it.
So one thing you must understand about this current president is that he's totally not in charge of anything.
Excuse me?
I'm serious. He's not in charge of the country. The country is being run by
the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's in charge of the country. What do you mean by this?
We have to be serious now.
Well, I'm serious.
Yeah, you're serious, but I'm a little bit more serious than, typically we should be. And it is that seriousness that will take us to the truth. There's just rogue units, what we call cabals in the presidency that are running the country. One is run by his uncle, his wife is controlling one, the attorney general is in one. At the point where they wanted to edge out the attorney general went and got married to the president's daughter so that he could regain his past. Governance in this country is a joke, and we must accept that. So they just use the president as, what they call marionettes, like somebody hides in the hand and they use number of ropes and fingers to control. That's what Buhari is to Nigeria today. And all of us know this. That's what El-Rufai...
that our president is a puppet on string.
Absolutely. That's what El-Rufai is saying. That's what the El-Rufai was saying when he said some people in the presidency are against the party. And the presidency came out and said, no, we don't know those people, because just like the former secretary of the federal government was saying when he was fired, and they confronted him, that's Babache Lawa, confronted him, media confronted, said, do you know you've been fired? He said, by who? He said, presidency. Which presidency? So that sums up the dysfunctionality of Buhari's presidency.
Now, the average Nigerian, of course, as we speak now, is in a state of confusion, because it's either they're trying to get fuel, they're trying to get Naira, or they're PVCs. What's the message for the persons who are watching, the average Nigerian who's going through it? Because you see, that's the new slang that every Nigerian is saying.
So,
I'm going through a lot. I'm going through it.
Nigerians are going through some of their worst times in history, and it's going to get worse if if they keep voting for the wrong people, or they allow wrong people to take over the electoral process. I use an analogy a lot, which is a proverb about the axe and the forest and trees. That there was a time trees in the forest were looking for a leader. And they said they couldn't trust themselves. It's just like young people today. Yeah, I can't trust this one, I can't trust this. They say, okay, let's go and get somebody who's not part of the forest. And they went and brought the axe. And everybody's like, but this is the axe. It's going to hurt us. And the oldest tree in the forest said, no, can't you see the handle? It's made of wood. And they made the axe come into the forest. And since they did, every tree in the forest has been going down. Yeah.
Well, Omoyele Sowore is the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. Always a pleasure to have you in the studio.
Thank you so much for having me again. I hope I don't get arrested.
I hope so too. We'll take a quick break. Thank you for staying with us. And when we return, we'll be discussing Governor Samuel Ortom's latest press release over threat to his life. Stay with us.
There are certain laws or certain policies that he cannot, or certain procedures, governance procedures, that he cannot just execute without passing through other tiers of government. So every tier of government is important. We have to try as much as possible as we are trying to vote in a credible candidate for the president.
What are the things he said he's going to do? Whether it's APC, PDP, Labour, it doesn't matter. Who is the person?
They are the one in power. If there's anybody sabotaging, then arrest them. They have all mercenaries of the state in their care. Use them. Let us know what has really caused this scarcity.
Put in the right. I was in Kenya and I saw how things were working, right? And a friend was telling me that there had never been any reason for me to go and say I'm queuing to purchase fuel, and he's been there for 5 years.
Governor Samuel Ortom has alleged that he is being targeted to be killed by those he described as group of elites. The governor specifically mentioned an emir as one of those who leveled all manners of accusations against him in an attempt to set him up for hatred and vilification, even attacks. Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom has disclosed that since 2017, when the open grazing prohibition and ranches established law was enacted, he has escaped 7 assassination attempts on his life. He added that 18 out of the 23 local government areas of the state are already under siege. Joining us to discuss this live is Honorable Angu Ongu. He's a North Central Zonal Coordinator at Tiku Support Organization. Angu, it's so good to have you join us. Good evening.
Thank you very much. It's good to be in your studios again this evening. Happy New Year.
Same to you. This is not the first time that Governor Ortom is raising this alarm. And of course, just as I said in my opener, he has claimed that at least 7 attempts has been made on his life, rather. And then, of course, this press release is coming as, not necessarily as a shocker, but then should this be a cause for concern, especially for a governor in a state like Benue?
Thank you very much. Benue State has been besieged with issues of herdsmen killings over the years. And for some of us personally, we've been in the forefront of giving those issues, making them become agenda, bringing them to agenda status in the media, through the civil society organizations, and through several other means like being on the street, agitating, protesting. We've tried to bring those issues to the fore. And it's to say that it's quite unfortunate that human lives, issues that are associated with human lives, are being reduced to issues of personality clashes. it is unfortunate that that is happening. We have left the real issues and we are making it look more personal than to be about humanity. Having said that, it has also been in the news that His Excellency Dr. Samuel Otom, the governor of Benue State, have made several of those allegations of his life being threatened for standing up for his people. But I feel that this person, His Excellency himself and the former Emir of Kano, are leaders, and they have to chart the course for a new country.
I'm sorry, when you say chart a new course, Governor Otom is one of the most vocal governors that we know coming from your region of the country. Now, we also, just as you said, have seen all the attacks that has bedeviled Benue State and other states around that region. But he seems to be the most vocal person. What are the course are they trying to chart that they, I mean, because he's been screaming at the top of his voice and nothing's been done. What makes you think that that course that you're talking about being charted would be charted if the people that are supposed to be listening and taking action are not doing so?
Yes, I began by saying that even before Governor Otom, we become vocal. Some of us were already vocal on the street. We're already lending our voices and even taking several risks on the issues of herdsmen killings. And I say that because these killings are becoming incessant, they have become perennial, they have become annual, they have become seasonal. And there are issues. Why I said that is to say that, look, there should be back-end approaches in handling crisis situations. There should be methods of alternative dispute resolutions. Have we come to the round table to discuss this issue? Have we created forums where we can discuss some of these issues? Because I must confess that the law, the Benue State Open Grazing Prohibition Law, is a law of the people. But that covers both the herders and the farmers, the pastoralists and the farmers. So, but we notice there are gray areas that are not even within the law, that are outside the law.
And what are these
issues
gray,
of terrorism?
What exactly are these gray areas?
One of them is to say that issues of terrorism, some of those issues, it will surprise you for me to say that, look, are not particularly peculiar with Benue State. The security challenges that are facing our country in Zamfara, in Southern Kaduna, in Nasarawa, in Baulu, in Sokoto, even in Katsina State, where Mr. President comes from. These criminal elements have taken over our country, or are taking over our country, are taking over our highways, kidnapping, maiming, killing. I would like to say that it is because of the ineptitude of the APC-led government that we are having all of these issues. If we had a government that is dealing decisively with issues of insecurity, we'll be having this conversation. Because Nigerians will be safe. Nigerians will feel that if they are going on a journey, they are safe on the highways. Farmers in Benue State, we know that they are safe when they go to their farms. But they are hoarded, maimed, and killed on their farms. It is very, very unfortunate what is happening. And it's to call on Mr. President to do something.
There have been several calls
If
on Mr. President.
change the naira within at the tone light of his administration, he can also security issues even at the tone light of his administration.
I'm gonna just say this one more time. There have been several calls on Mr. President, the Chief of Army Staff, the whole security agencies within and without Benue State and several other states. I remember there was a time the governor of Zamfara said that, you know, the people of the state should maybe take up arms because they felt abandoned by the federal government. So again, what about a localized solution to the problem? Now let's go back to the fact that the governor is saying they're targeting him for elimination. Now, there has been a report by a coalition in Benue State accusing members of the People's Democratic Party at the national level of, you know, trying to attack Governor Tom's rally in Benue. Now, we all know that there's no love lost between the presidential candidate, the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, and some other people who are in support of him, with the G5 governors, where Governor Ortom belongs. And these coalition members are saying, well, there was a sponsored attack by members of the PDP at the top level. And I know that you're a member of the campaign organization. What would you like to say about that?
I would like to say that, like I began saying before, elections are not a do or die affair. After the elections, we still hope to have Nigeria as our country. We still hope to live as brothers and sisters. Even the thieves and the Fulanis still need to live together as brothers and sisters. So I understand that when elections are by the corner, very unscrupulous, nameless organizations or coalitions come together to heat up the politics. It is unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, that some of these coalitions that come out to make very weighty allegations are also sponsored coalitions, because you don't see them after elections. After elections, they dismantle those coalitions and move to the next place where they will get brown envelope. Actually, there is no love lost between His Excellency, the former Vice President of Nigeria, and the People's Democratic Party (PDP) presidential candidate, with the G5 governors, which Governor Osama Otom is a part of. And like I said before, and I would like to reiterate, we should not take personal wars and elevate them to become state affairs. Because the war lost, all the issues that have been raised several times, for me, they seem too personal. They seem too personal to elevate them to state affairs.
But if the governor, who is the chief security officer of a state, or the man who's manning affairs in the state, is being targeted, whether it's personal or not, should it not become an issue that affects the state? Imagine.
It's an issue of concern.
So what exactly do you mean that when he's making it personal as opposed to making it, rather elevating it into...
It was not about threats to his life. Threats to life is something very serious. Every human being needs to take it. Myself too, if you make a threat on my life, I will not hesitate to shout to the highest heaven that I'm being threatened. What I mean is, the question you asked about people organizing to scatter or attack, you know, a political gathering or something. That was what I was referring to, okay. Not on the issues of threats to life. And just like in the press release that it's in the public domain, I would like to say, and also call on the Inspector General of Police, the DG of the SSS, to swing into action and look at those allegations and get the substance out of it. And if anybody is found wanting, they should face the law. The law should take its full course, where such allegations were mooted on assassination attempt on His Excellency Governor Samuel Ortom. So what I was saying is, those ad hoc organizations that come together to get peanuts of politicians when elections are by the corner, and they make the highest noise and end up hitting our polity. And we are saying that Nigeria is going to be here even after the elections. The thief man will still be alive, the Fulani man will still be alive, the Yoruba man will still be alive. So such fifth columnists should look elsewhere and not hit up the polity and create enemies of people that sometimes become generational.
Okay. Well, I want to say thank you. Honorable Angu Ongu is the North Central Zonal Coordinator of the Atiku Support Organization, and of course he's from Benue State. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right. And that's it on the show tonight. But before we leave, we'll give you some of the highlights of the show this week. I'm Mary Anna Cohn. See you on Monday. But don't forget, PVC's collection is still on. Go get your PVC. Go to your local government headquarters where the INEC office is located and make sure that you get your PVC. Like I always say, it's your passport to a new Nigeria. Have a good evening and enjoy your weekend.
But let me tell you why Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu or Governor El-Rufai should not bother. We are field workers. I represent not just the interest of the progressives in the field, but I speak the mind of majority of members of our party who have today seen the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the proper candelabrum that has come to illuminate the whole dark end. We are going through the darkest moment of our time. And when you see a candelabrum, not just an ordinary candelabrum, a menorah in the build of Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, you know one.
Whether or not it's even moral, whether if we say, okay, every candidate or every aspirant must submit his medical report or must be clear by a medical team or whatever for him to contest, I tell you, everybody will be clear. Let me give why I say so. For you to be a minister, for you to be this and that, you must be clear by the DSS of lack of all corrupt cases and other things. You will be clear. They will do checks on you. They will run a check on you, and the check will come clear. As soon as you become you become a minister or whatever, issue that I have done 5 years after or 6 years after will be raised by the same people who cleared it. So you can see where I have the problem. In other words, people will have their way when it comes to I want to get clearance. They know how to get it. So the trust in the system is the problem. We don't have people who say, look, I have a job to do, and my job is to do the right thing, not to favor anybody.
To put people that undergo that kind of pressure where you have to be second guessing your leaders concerning their health issues, where they can't really govern the way they're supposed to govern due to their mental capacity and physical ability. So it's quite important that we actually maybe they will give the law, the electoral law, to say, look, let's include it in there so I will know exactly what is the health status of everyone. But I want to reiterate again, there must be a way you can check, because if you bring it to a screening committee, for instance, in the parties, how do they now reconfirm what the report has been brought? So it's going to be a whole process. Maybe within the process, even for the final submission of names, the party will also have to run their own, even if the candidate has to bring their report from another hospital. So it's a 50-50 thing.
Of course, I'm aware that the PDP has filed an appeal. And we should also put this into perspective, that for those who are thinking that votes were erroneously cancelled, and those votes belong to an Adeleke, which gave victory to Omotola, it should be understood that votes were cancelled across board. Votes were also cancelled from what Oyetola got in the general election. He had about 340 something in election as announced by INEC, and by the time voting was removed, I think he came down to about 314,000 today, and that of Adeleke came down to about 200 something thousand. So for people should understand that the issue of overvoting does not involve only one of the parties. overvoting was rejected across the two parties, both the APC and the PDP, and as such, the remaining votes were calculated and the judgment given. So whatever the outcome of today has been, the next step would be that the two the defendants in this case, that's the PDP and Adeleke, should move on to the appeal, argue their cases before the Lord Justices of the Appeal Court, and let's see if the Appeal Court will be upholding the decision of the tribunal or it will think otherwise.
Now, you ask me, what perception does this further lead to? Not just for the international community, but even for politicians and for public servants. It tells you that if you play your cards well, you can steal as much money as you want, and all you have to do is be in the good books of whomever is the president, and you get a pardon as if it never happened. What a pardon means is that your sins, just like Jesus died for your sins and wipes them away, your sins are totally wiped and forgotten. You can never again be called a criminal. You can never be referred to as such. You can sue such a person. It's a presidential pardon, the highest level of pardon for corrupt former governors. I think the president lost a very good opportunity to put his foot down and set a good precedent in terms of our anti-corruption fight in Nigeria. So
those laws themselves, some of them are archaic. They're laws that we took over from the British that we have not tweaked, because we are coming from a parliamentary system into a presidential system. So some of those things need to be looked at by a law reform in itself, by the judiciary. They have to be able to do that. And then it needs to go through the National Assembly to ensure that new laws are passed, better laws are passed, and then the prosecution is easier, once that's achieved.
But let me tell you why Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu or Governor El-Rufai should not bother. We are field workers. I represent not just the interest of the progressives in the field, but I speak the mind of majority of members of our party who have today seen the emergence of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the proper candelabrum that has come to illuminate the whole dark end. We are going through the darkest moment of our time. And when you see a candelabrum, not just an ordinary candelabrum, a menorah in the build of Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, you know one.
Whether or not it's even moral, whether if we say, okay,
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Hepatitis is a major global health issue affecting millions of people around the world. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, hepatitis affects more than 354 million people worldwide.
Hepatitis means inflammation of the liver. Inflammation means when the liver has suffered an injury or has been exposed to some toxic agent, then it results in injury of the liver. and it can be caused by infectious or non-infectious agents. So when I say infectious agent, it can be caused by hepatitis viruses, like hepatitis A, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C, hepatitis E, hepatitis D viruses. So those are the infectious causes. Then talking about the infectious agents, you may want to ask, how are we exposed to these infectious agents? Some of them, it is through ingestion of certain foods or water. For example, hepatitis A virus is contacted through foods that are infected by feces of infected people who carry the virus. So when the food you eat is contaminated or the water you drink is contaminated by hepatitis A or E, then one can be infected with that.
The theme for this year's World Hepatitis Day is Hepatitis Can't Wait. This theme asserts that people should not wait to act on a disease as deadly as hepatitis, and conveying the urgency of efforts needed to eliminate the disease. According to the World Health Organization, dying of viral hepatitis in Africa is a bigger threat than dying of AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis.
Talking about symptoms of hepatitis, well, it also depends on the cause, because some people are just carriers, they may not exhibit symptoms, especially people who have had infection, for example, the ones that cause long-term infections, we say chronic infections like hepatitis B and C. So some people may not exhibit anything, they may live like other people, or maybe just experience subtle symptoms like maybe body pain once in a while, muscle pain, joint pains, just subtle, something you can attribute to another illness. And if it's an acute infection, meaning that it happened, just started suddenly, for example, hepatitis A, even B can come acutely when the person will just be very ill. So for such a person, they can come with jaundice, that's the yellowness of the eyes. Some can present with non-specific symptoms like body weakness, joint pains, flu-like illnesses. Some can even come with poor appetite, vomiting. Some can be very ill when they have acute illness.
The World Hepatitis Day calls for global attention on the strengths of the virus, their mode of transmission, how to prevent it, and the treatments available.
Treatment also depends on the cause. So, for example, some of them are self-limiting. What I mean is that because they are caused by viruses like hepatitis A and E, the body may fight it. So we can treat with just, say, supportive treatment. So for those who are dehydrated, who are vomiting, we try to stop the vomiting. But the first thing is, you feel sick, you go to the hospital where a doctor attends to you, take your history, examines you, run some investigations, then the treatment. Some of them, you can give antiviral agents, that's in the hospital. Some of them, if, for example, I've mentioned that hepatitis can be caused by non-infectious agents like exposure to some toxins. So if someone consumes alcohol, you may need to limit alcohol use. If someone has an unhealthy lifestyle, for example, taking too much of alcohol, engaging in unprotected intercourse, you try and educate them. Those who require to be on maybe some drugs to suppress their immunity, autoimmune hepatitis, we do that.
Nigeria is among the African nations that signed to a global health strategy sector target set by the World Health Organization in 2016 to eliminate viral hepatitis as a major public health threat by 2030. This strategy has been adopted and endorsed by 194 countries. The aim is to reduce new hepatitis infections by 90% and death by 65% between 2016 and 2030.
Hello, good evening to you. I am Kimberly Ubiabo. This is the news update. Senator Smart Adeyemi, lawmaker representing Kogi West Senatorial District, has reacted to President Muhammadu Buhari's comment on needing 7 days to address the challenges occasioned by the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN implementation of the Naira redesign policy. In a disclosure to correspondents in Abuja, Adeyemi said 7 days is too long for the president to deal with the currency crisis. According to the lawmaker, Nigerians, especially the poor, were now cursing the CBN governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, over the current hardship faced. President Muhammadu Buhari had on Friday, after a meeting with governors of the All Progressives Congress APC, asked Nigerians for 7 days to address the currency crisis. He said the redesign was aimed at giving a boost to the economy and provide long-term benefits. President Buhari, however, expressed doubts about commitment of banks to the success of the policy. Also, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi says he is determined for a new Nigeria and would do everything possible to make the country great if elected. Obi, who was accompanied by his running mate Yusuf Daiti Baba Ahmed to campaign in Abeokuta, the state capital, further challenged all the presidential candidates to come out and show Nigerians what they have done in the past before aspiring to govern the country. Addressing party faithful and supporters at the Ake Palace Pavilion, Obi said to govern Nigeria requires commitment, competence, physical and mental energies, claiming that he has all the qualities and would want Nigerians to trust him with their votes.
For 20 years, your country, the only thing they produce is insecurity, poverty, out-of-school children, misery, food scarcity. Everything that is bad is what they produced in the past 20 years. All I and that is offering you is that a new Nigeria is help us to build a new Nigeria. A Nigeria where you'll be proud of. Help us to build a new Nigeria where we will start pulling people out of poverty. By making Nigeria to move from consumption to your country is not producing anything.
Why you must take your destiny in your hands. Whether we are going to continue with this state of affairs or not, it depends on the decision you make this month. Luckily, democracy gives us the opportunity. It gives us the power of rewards and the power to sanction. This month is another judgment day. 25th of this month is another judgment.
With few weeks to the 2023 presidential election, President Muhammadu Buhari has said that he will continue to campaign for the All Progressives Congress APC candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. Buhari stated this at the APC presidential campaign rally in Nasarawa State on Saturday. The president described Tinubu as a committed Nigerian, adding that the APC candidate will fulfill all his campaign promises to Nigerians.
Ahmed Bola Tinubu, as he said in his speech, I knew him more than 20 years ago. All the problem we had, I mentioned it earlier, there was no local government I haven't visited from 2003 to 2011. And I visited all the states 2019 when I was asking for this term, the second term, and the final term. I will continue to campaign for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He is a committed Nigerian, and I believe he will give all he has to this country and to you Nigerians. I thank you very much.
The spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, has described the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, as a political wanderer. Keyamo made the statement on Sunday in a post via his verified Twitter handle. The Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Keyamo, was reacting to a post earlier made by Dogara on his Twitter handle. Dogara had referred to President Muhammadu Buhari's endorsement of the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, at a campaign in Nasarawa State as a satire. Meanwhile, the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, CJID, has advised the Nigerian government to respect and uphold media freedom to enable journalists work freely without molestation before, during and after the 2023 elections. The center added that government should ensure journalists are not assaulted or intimidated while covering the elections, as was the case in the previous elections. Head of Political Affairs at the High Commission of Canada in Nigeria, Andy Webb, made a call during his remarks at a media symposium tagged Elections 2023 Security, Media and Safety over the weekend. The High Commissioner assured of the Canadian government's willingness to support media freedom in Nigeria at all times. The high point of the symposium was the signing of the pact by relevant stakeholders to protect journalists ahead of and during the elections. The crisis rocking the Taraba State chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, which led to the nullification of the governorship primary of the state by the Supreme Court, took another dimension last night as 38 out of the total numbers of the State Executive Committee passed a vote of no confidence in the chairman, Ibrahim El Sudi, and removed him from office. In a statement signed by the aggrieved 38 members of the Executive Committee, they affirmed that the APC constitution gave them the power to remove the chairman. The ESCO said El Sudi, by his conduct, undermined their collective efforts towards winning the forthcoming elections. Reacting to the developments, Publicity Secretary of the party in the state, Aaron Artemis, said the removal was done by some desperate members of the party who felt they would not make headway in the rescheduled governorship primary slated for February 10. To other parts of Africa, Secretary General of the East African Community, EAC, Peter Mathuki, has said there must be immediate ceasefire by all parties in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. The immediate ceasefire was issued in a communique at the end of the East African Community Summit in Burundi. The calls follow international concern Congo and neighboring Rwanda could slide into all-out conflict as they did in the late 1990s and early 2000s as both countries trade allegations of backing armed rebels. Last month, Rwanda fired on a Congolese military aircraft it alleged violated its airspace. Congo for months has accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 armed group, whose origin lie in the region's ethnic fight in Rwanda. However, denies the backing of M23, which is one of dozens operating in eastern Congo, and accuses Congo of backing another rebel group.
There must be immediate ceasefire by all political parties. 2, the withdrawal, including all foreign armed groups, and directed the Chief of Defense Forces of all the partner states of the East African Community to meet urgently within the next 1 week and set new timelines for the withdrawal and recommend appropriate deployment matrix in different parts of Eastern DRC. It should be reported immediately, and the summit now will take charge of this process.
Pope Francis wound up a peace mission to South Sudan today, urging the crowd of about 70,000 people to shun the blind fury of violence to achieve the peace and prosperity that have eluded them through years of bloody ethnic conflicts. The Pope, whose trip to Africa also included a visit to the Democratic Republic of Congo, presided at an open-air mass on the grounds of a mausoleum for South Sudan's liberation hero John Garang, who died in a helicopter crash in 2005. Francis made another appeal for an end to the tribalism, financial wrongdoing, and political cronyism in the root of many of the country's problems. 2 years after independence, bouts of fighting have continued to kill and displace large numbers of civilians in South Sudan. Outside Africa, 9 people went missing after a fishing boat capsized today off the southwest coast of South Korea. Authorities said the country's President Yoon Suk-yeol urging step-up search and rescue efforts. The fishing boat overturned just before midnight on Saturday with 3 crew members picked up by rescuers, the Coast Guard said. Video released by the Coast Guard showed a rescue boat approaching the overturned fishing vessel with the 3 crew members in the water near the Red Hole. In late January, at least 8 people were reported dead after a cargo ship sank between South Korea and Japan, Chinese officials said. Over to business now. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, yesterday said 139 investors were adjudged qualified for the evaluation exercise for the Nigerian gas flare commercialization program. NURPC Managing Director Engineer Gbenga Komolafe described the success in the initial phase of the program as the beginning of the journey. In entertainment, Nigerian singer Temilade Openiye, popularly known as Tems, was among the guests invited to the annual Rock Nation pre-Grammy brunch on Saturday. In a viral social media video, Tems was seen conversing with Rock Nation founder Jay-Z and his wife Beyonce at a private residence in Bel Air, Los Angeles. The 65th Annual Grammy Awards will be held tomorrow, February 6th, and music lovers all around the world are full of expectations. Already over several celebrities arrived Los Angeles for the Grammys pre-parties in preparation for music's biggest night. In sports, different people run marathons for diverse reasons. At the just concluded Lagos City Marathon, with over 50,000 athletes in attendance, the Plus TV sports crew who were present at the event spoke with some runners on why they decided to participate in the marathon.
Whether you're an elite runner, a seasoned jogger, or you run for a cause, whatever inspires you, there are different categories of persons or groups of people you find in a marathon. Whatever their motivations, each runner gives reasons on why they run. Esther Obiekwe, a seasoned banker who has been to several international marathon races, tells us why she loves the marathon.
Yeah, I'm happy about the race. I'm happy that we have something like that going on in Nigeria. What made me run? I'm a runner normally. I run marathons. So, of course, when one is happening in my vicinity, I have to. I've always run the Lagos Marathon anyway. Of course, you can see, I want to keep fit. I want to climb the stairs instead of using the lift and not feel tired. I want to raise my children being healthy. So, yes, the benefit of exercise and being well, it's overwhelming. I mean, it's not just about your health, it's about the way you feel when you do things. It's just about the good feel.
For other runners like Adamu Muazu, who was the first Nigerian to cross the finish line at the 2023 Lagos City Marathon, wants to compete for Nigeria at the Olympics.
I feel so happy, but it's normal. You know, even last edition, I came first Nigeria, but it's normal to me. But my mission and target not to come first Nigeria, to come overall first 10, but I couldn't make it. But by God's grace, one day, very proud. My mission and my expectation is to represent Nigeria in Olympics.
And for Moyele Sowore, a human rights activist who is also the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, says his life is akin to running.
This is my third time running in the Lagos Marathon. My first was a 42 kilometers run from the stadium to this place. And then the following year I was running for elections, so I couldn't run more than 10K. This is my third 10K election year. Because after my last race, I went to run for president. And I'm back here now, running for president again. When I win, I will still run again. You know, I'll be a marathoner for life. I run for life, man.
Shegun Adebaje, an Israeli who has been living in Lagos for 8 years, finds marathon as life fulfilling event.
Very good, very good. It's my 8th year in Lagos. It's my 4th Lagos Marathon. This one I didn't do the full one. I just did like 15 kilometers. I joined before the starting point of the 10, and it's a very nice event. We still have a lot to do, at least to provide cold water But apart from that, very nice event, a lot of crowd. Well done for Lagos State. We can always, we'll still continue to support.
However, while every runner has different personal reasons, there are some general trends that researchers have observed that attract people to long distances. And the obvious reasons are the positive health and mental well-being effects.
Let me feel the energy now. Let me feel the energy now.
Whether you're
That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Upiebo. Thank you for joining us. Good evening.
There is a huge difference between the relative experience of salary earners and those of business owners and entrepreneurs. Someone who has never had cause to set up a business of his, who has never had cause to source for funds, turn it around, pay salaries, pay back the loan, and still make profit cannot be expected to be hands-on when saddled with an economy the size of Lagos. Experience that hasn't curbed Lagos's traffic in 24 years of their reign. Experience that hasn't addressed Lagos's perennial flood. Experience that currently leaves us with over 2 million out-of-school children. The duo of Jandor and Funke have been investing in Lagos's economy for about 2 decades, running their personal businesses, employing people with track records of success. Lagos needs a breath of fresh air. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jandor as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Alopecia is a rare condition among women in Nigeria, and because of this, many people are not well informed of this condition. We spoke to Moshudat Badmos, who shared her journey with us.
I was preparing for service and I went to the salon to wash my hair. I was on dreads then. And when I got to the salon, the hairdresser, she hadn't even started washing my hair. She was just separating the dreads, and she saw the bald spot. So just small, like a coin shape around here. So when she said, she was like, Auntie Shefarin in Yoruba means, Auntie, did you scrape your hair? I was like, why would I scrape my hair? It's like, there's a spot here, like a bald shiny spot, and she showed me. And I was like, no, what's this? So that day I was scared. I just quickly packed my hair. I told her not to even wash it again. I went home and I told my mom something happened at the salon, and my mom was like, this is spiritual. Talo Fanri, Talo Wale, Nigerian mothers. So we started thinking, did anybody come? Because that was the first thing that came to my mind. Hair can't just disappear. It's something that is always a part of you. It can't just disappear. So what happened? Then I went to camp. I went to camp the following week. And when I came back, the spot was still there. So that was when it started for me. And I started doing so many things. We took the spiritual route. Then it was like a month or two after, I just went online. And just like I searched in my symptoms and the signs I saw, the bowel spots and all that, and I saw alopecia. So I told my mom, like, I saw something like alopecia. I'm like, oh no, she doesn't feel that as it. So I told her I wanted a second opinion, because we've been doing the whole spiritual thing. So like I wanted a medical opinion. So we went to see a doctor and he told me it was fungal infection. So I was placed on drugs and it didn't do anything. But my mind kept going back to the alopecia. Where I was 72, there was a health center in the compound. I went to see the director then too, and he told me the same thing, that it's a fungal infection. So I still wasn't convinced. I told my dad I want a third opinion. So he took me to his workplace and I saw the doctor they used there. And she was the first person that said, okay, this looks like alopecia. She doesn't even really know much about it, but she was like, she's going to refer me to Lutz Dermatology Clinic. It's at Yaba. So that was when I went there. So when I got there, that was in, I think around probably September or so. And I saw the nurse in charge. They were like, there is no appointment, there's no space available to see the doctor. The next appointment is going to be in 2016 March. So I told the woman, like, March care, like, no, I have to see the doctor, because by then I already had like a lot of bald spots. It wasn't just one again, I had about 5 then. So I showed her my hair, like she should just see it. Like, she wasn't even so, I felt it was something she probably has seen. She wasn't even so concerned. She's like, sis, there are people with worse conditions than you have that are on the list. I can't do anything. So I begged her, I was in tears, and she was like, okay, she's going to give me December, a space in December. She'll come back in December. Told me to come very early, that the clinic time starts by 8. So I got there 7. I was early. When I got there 7, I met a lot of people already. And when they started giving out numbers, I think the number ended at 25 or so. I think I was like number 29. So they told me, like, I won't be able to see the doctor, that should come back the next day. So I started crying. Nobody understood why I was crying, and the woman was like, what happened? What? So I told her, like, ma, no, I can't come back in January. Like, I can't come back next year. I have to see the doctor today. So I just opened my scalp, and like I had, like, my hair was like, you know when they say rats chopped someone's hair. So I had a lot of patches and it was really ugly, and everybody was like, oh. So the nurse looked at me and said, so look at people here, people with terrible conditions. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go back and you see the doctor when you see the doctor. She wasn't even so concerned, and I just kept on crying. So people begged her and she gave me a number. So when I saw the dermatologist, she was like, you have alopecia, you're not special, you're just one of the few unfortunate ones. So there is no known cause, there is no cure for it. But since you have alopecia areata right now, we're going to place you on the treatment. You're going to take steroid shots for 6 months. So the steroid shots they give you on the bald spots. So I was happy, like, okay, finally, this is something I can do. So I went home. I went to my mom's sister's place then. So when I got to her place, she was like, oh, check calorie, like, we should go see all these herbalists, people that are into herbal treatments and all. So we went there. The lady said, okay, she's going to prepare a bowl for me and all that. But first, I have to scrape my hair. So that day, I'd already taken the first steroid shots on my scalp. So I told the woman then that, no, I don't want to do the treatment. I would like to complete the steroid shots first. Then I'll come back after 6 months if it doesn't work. So my mom's sister told my mom. The mom started shouting, like, no, why can't I do both together? It's just we're both looking for solution and all that. So she convinced me to, like, scrape off my hair. So I scraped it off and I started the herbal treatment too. But after scraping off my hair, and I went for the next shots, it got worse. My hair started growing back, but the spot things, it didn't come back. So after the second shot, by the time I would go back for the third shot, my hair was completely gone. I had no hair. So when the guy wanted to give me the shot, the dermatologist that saw me that day, you know, it's like a public health center, so you won't see the same doctor every time. So he didn't understand because normally you're supposed to give shots on the spot. So he called the head dermatologist and she was like, "What happened?" So I explained to her that I scraped it. Like, you shouldn't have scraped it out. The treatment is for partial hair loss. There is no treatment for total hair loss, so there's nothing you can do. So I was like, what? They were just saying a whole lot of things, and I had to leave. And they didn't give me another appointment date. They just told me to leave, that they were going to call me. And till today, they never did. So that was it for me. And here we are.
Moshudat Badmus and Jasmine Oguns shared the most awkward experiences they've had living with alopecia.
For me, one of the ridiculous things I've heard about alopecia is when people ask that, do you have cancer? Because I feel it should be known that chemotherapy actually causes hair loss.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I did a surgery in 2017 and I was in the hospital and people came, nurses, and assumed that I was a cancer patient just because. To me, it's very ridiculous because you guys are in the line.
They should know better, exactly, because actually, cancer does not lead to hair loss. What leads to hair loss is the chemo treatment. And for survivors, they grow their hair back. Because what chemo does is it kills the cells. And in the process of killing the cells, it kills the hair follicle as well. So at that point, the victim loses his or her hair. But after the chemo phase, once they survive that cancer phase, their hair grow back. So it's a different thing entirely. Alopecia and cancer are not the same. They are two different. That's why sometimes when we do our campaign, we emphasize on the fact that it is not cancer, it is alopecia, no alopecia. So they are two different things. Yeah, one ridiculous thing I've heard was when one spiritualist said, someone took my hair to the ocean. Now my hair is under the water, and I tried to sound sarcastic too because it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, okay, please tell me the person that took my hair to the ocean so that I can beg the person to give me my hair back. Because as it is, it's not useful for the person. And the person is not letting me use my hair. So let's beg the person to let me have my hair back. It's actually funny.
Another ridiculous thing is when you tell people, like you've explained to the person, I have alopecia.
God.
Alopecia is this, alopecia is that. God, they're like, oh, that's sad.
So why do you cut your hair?
And I'll be like,
we hear that a lot.
Like it is constant. Like you do awareness this year now. September is Alopecia Awareness Month.
Yeah.
We do awareness. You guys, we tell you so much about it. And next year, be like, you started this thing. Why did you cut your hair this year? God.
Another ridiculous thing. In fact, this one has been coming non-stop. During the interview I had with BBC Pidgin last year, I mentioned how my relationship failed, how the wedding introduction got called off 3 days to the wedding introduction by my supposed mother-in-law. And you won't believe the kind of messages that I've been receiving. Random men coming around, asking for my hand in marriage, out just like that, from nowhere. You don't know me, you don't know anything about me. And I'll be like, where is this coming from? I said, I saw your interview about your mother-in-law that called off your wedding. I'm like, for crying out loud. The interview was not even about marriage, it was about alopecia. So you're not bothered about the awareness I'm creating, you're bothered about marriage. But I didn't come on air to say I'm looking for a husband. I didn't say I am not dating or I'm not in a relationship. So it sounds ridiculous. Like it keeps coming, and every time I hear that, I just shake my head like, oh my God, not again.
Long or short hair, all women are beautiful. We need to create more awareness surrounding alopecia and eliminate every form of stigmatization towards those living with alopecia.
Hello, compliments of the season and Happy New Year. You're welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and in today's show, we have 3 lovely events lined up for you. Now, in the spirit of Christmas, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, reached out to people in a charity fair. The event, which took place at the Teslim Balogun Stadium, Surulere, Lagos, had the General Overseer of the church, Pastor Enoch Adejare Adeboye, and other ministers in attendance. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the event.
It was all joy as the multitudes in this main bowl celebrated Christmas in praises and dancing. In this Christmas message, the General Overseer, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, spoke about Jesus Christ being a perfect gift to mankind.
I'm going to say, Lord, give me a Christmas present. Something big that I want you to do for me today. The second one, you ask him for a New Year present. You ask these 2 things and you will pray.
Other clergies expressed hope for the coming year.
Jesus is alive. Jesus was brought and he has come so that we can be set free. Free from anything called sorrow, free from bondage, free from any form of lack. Free so that we can have joy and a future. The whole world is rejoicing and we know that for as long as we have Jesus, all will be well. In the name of Jesus. We heard it from the man of God.
When you talk about gift, we have gifts. But this gift of Christ is indescribable. So great, so mighty. Even knowing Christ is the best thing that can happen to anyone in life. It can transform, it can give a new life, and it can give everything.
My takeaway with a prophet like a daddy, from daddy, if it meant staying the whole day to get that father's blessing and that message, I would have sat down here to get it. And it was a real blessing to me that Papa said, the Papa that God honors is asking me to make a request from the Lord. I got a perfect gift. 2023 is here already. We have hope. We are the children of God. We have hope in our Father. And we're seeing 2023 by His grace.
Food items and others were distributed earlier in the day by the welfare arm of RCCG.
Now, still in the spirit of the festive season, a group, Akoka Compassionate Initiative, has reached out to the needy in its community. The event, which was held in the Yaba area of Lagos State, had over 500 people in attendance.
Men, women, and young adults gather at this venue. They have come to benefit from the demonstration of love of the pioneers of the Akoka Compassionate Initiative at this annual giveaway. Segun Adesanya is the project manager of the initiative. He is hopeful of increased support.
We started with about 10, and last year we did 200 people. And this year we are doing 500 this year. And for me, we pray that the Lord will increase us next year. And it's our belief that the Lord will increase everybody, the donors and everybody, so that I have said it, I have announced it. We are going to do 750 next year.
The guest speaker, Professor Taibat Lawansin, and the chairman of the fundraising committee of the group, explained why the gesture is important during this period. They spoke alongside a member of the committee.
Akoka CDA is a community that hosts the University of Lagos, and we have a close working relationship with the community, and we are very proud of what they're doing, because this indeed is what the spirit of community is: bringing people together, looking out for those who need a helping hand, and working together to move, the community forward. Like I said earlier, a community that thrives is a precursor for national building, national development.
The funds for this was actually raised within the community. We didn't go to corporate bodies, we didn't go to governments. We went to people within the community. Those who had, and they have a little extra, they actually made it happen. I mean, looking at the smiles on people's faces, looking at the crowd that is here today, you come to the conclusion that this is a good thing to do, and they would like to repeat it again and again, as long as you have life.
We just want to extend the loving hand to people around us, of course, not only women or men, even children. We made provision for 500 people, and as it is now, we have over 500. We have to do more.
The beneficiaries expressed delight, urging well-meaning Nigerians to support such gestures.
I hope there can be continuity, and everyone that arranged this program, thanks to everyone and the Akoka community as a whole.
I'm really excited. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it for their work. So I'm just happy, Sha. I appreciate it.
I pray to them that God will continue to uplift them, and all members of the CDA. I pray that by this time next year, they shall be reaping the goodness of their reward of their goodness in manifold.
The high point of the event was the distribution of food items to the beneficiaries.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, family and friends of Adebayo Oluwake gathered to honor him as he retired from the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, in Nigeria. Now, the event attracted professionals and government officials, among which were the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina, and also Managing Director of Plus TV Africa, Lekan Ogumbawo. His colleagues, among others, were there.
Known faces from the media industry and in public service were seen in the hall. Other professionals, family and friends also graced the occasion. The event was in honor of one of Nigeria's diplomat and humanitarian, Mr. Adebayo Oluwake, as he announced his retirement with a book titled The Journey of a Passport on the Road of Humanity. Mr. Oluwake, who has spent close to 2 decades of his career serving the country in different capacities, talked about his sojourn.
I am very, very proud to say by the time I was leaving, and again it's in my book, I left 13 Nigerians occupying important international positions with the International Committee of the Red Cross. I thank God for the opportunity that He gave to me and for keeping me hale and hearty. When I left secondary school, my ambition was to become a journalist. I think I did become one. And if you buy my book, you see, throughout my comments, I'm going to be promoting my book. If you buy my book, you will understand why, and how that happened. But after university, I thought I should become a lecturer. I actually had a very great improvement in my grades because I had been student union president in UI, of all places. And when you are president, you hardly go to class. Some of you know what I mean. So I got the basic minimum I needed to go to my final year. So I just focused on my book in my final year. And my head of department, the late Professor Anda, those of you from Victory Baptist Church, you know our brother Anda, that's his elder brother. Professor Anda said, this young man has done so well, we need to give him a second upper. But his other colleagues said no. If he wanted a second upper, he wouldn't have gone to be student union president. You know, but anyway, I was so interested in academia, you know, but in any case, by the time I left Ibadan, however, I found myself working as a corporate affairs manager in the petroleum marketing industry. But I was still burning to be a lecturer, a researcher. So I left. And I started engaging with this think tank. And it was in that process that I met the International Committee of the Red Cross. At that time, we had a conflict in Liberia and Sierra Leone. And most of the time, the ICRC would ask for my opinion about what was happening. I also had links with the Nigerian Armed Forces. And you know, some of my friends were involved either as commanding operations there. So I could also help facilitate the work of the Red Cross with the ECOMOG forces. So that was, you can see the link between me and the Red Cross, how it started. And then, strangely at some point, the International Committee of the Red Cross, let me not jump. After I went to the ICRC, the office of the Nigerian Red Cross used to be in Ikoyi, the headquarters. And there you had the International Committee of the Red Cross, the Nigerian Red Cross, and what we call the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. So after I went to see the ICRC, I was doing the research actually. I went to interview people there. So I found Nigerian Red Cross. So I walked into the Nigerian Red Cross office. Like, what do you people do? I've known the Red Cross, I know, you know, in school, but I was really interested at what they were doing at the headquarters. Ofomo Obodo, the late Ofomo Obodo, may he so rest in peace. He was Secretary General. He was Secretary General of the Nigerian Red Cross, and we became very close. There was Alhaji Shehu Musa, the late Alhaji Shehu Musa, who used to be Secretary to the governments of the Federation. He was chairman of the Nigerian Red Cross. And I got introduced to the Red Cross. I got to know, and I said, listen, I want to contribute. You are doing such a wonderful job. I really want to, just ask me for anything. To cut a long story short, because this boy told me I have 10 minutes, I was later encouraged to contest for a position on the governance board. So I was elected as National Information Advisor of the Nigerian Red Cross, and I served in that capacity. And it was later on that the International Committee of the Red Cross came for me and said, you have to work with us. I never wrote an application for the International Committee of the Red Cross. There was satisfaction, there was also frustration. The frustration was largely because thousands of people need help, but unfortunately, even as humanitarians, we are only able to support only a few. And we use the word, the most vulnerable. So we are not always able to help everybody. And sometimes the security situation might make it so difficult that we can't even reach certain people. But working during the Nepalese conflict, Sierra Leonean conflict, post-election violence in Kenya, collapse of the economy of Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we had cholera almost every 6 months, cholera outbreak. So imagine also the kind of dangerous environment we were. Armed conflicts in Sudan, and South Sudan, responding to the consequences of the conflict between the DRC and M23 in DRC, which spills into Uganda, as well as the crisis in Somalia, the humanitarian challenges imposed by the prevailing situation in Indian-administered Kashmir. Some of you have heard of Kashmir. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, my last mission in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Syrian conflict as well. So I played my little part together with my colleagues, and God saw me through. I covered 17 countries in the course of those functions, and I did a calculation, because when I started my first mission, we had a Dutch doctor who was retiring, and he did something that surprised me. When we were sending him off, he told us exactly how many kilometers he covered in his ICRC mission. And I'm like, how did he do that? So when I was retiring, I started backtracking and calculating everywhere I have been as well. And I could, without any doubt, I covered not less than 500,000 kilometers. Wow. And then I remembered Apostle Paul, you know, in all of these missions. 2 Corinthians 11:26, it says, and I quote, in journeys often, in perils of waters, in perils of robbers, in perils by the heathen, in perils in the city, in perils in the wilderness, in perils in the sea, in perils among false brethren. God saw him through. I'm not Apostle Paul, of course you know that. But there are some similarities with, that verse, and I thank God. And I also had my fair share of medical challenges. If you read my book, you will see. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is that my doctor is supposed to be here. He told me he had a procedure this morning, but he was going to come, Dr. Wagapo. And this point is very important, because I also learned from that. You know, we often say that our medical system in Nigeria has collapsed, and so nothing works and all that. I have had the same doctor since 2004. He knows my entire medical history.
The humanitarian, however, dismissed insinuations about him going into full-time politics.
No, I think I'm more useful to my country and to the continent, because I worked a lot across many African countries. I made a lot of friends in government, in the military, in the diplomatic community in those African countries. So I believe strongly that I have something to contribute in helping to advance development on the continent.
His better half of decades, Oluwatoyin Oluwake, shared her experience of how tough it was coping without her husband, who was always moving from one diplomatic duty to the other across the globe.
Initially it was tough, because when the children were young, and I had to stay back to take care of the children. But the minute the youngest two, as the twins, got into university, I started traveling with him. I wish him the very best. I wish him renewed strength. He's been a very considerate man. He's a kind person. And I'm trusting that the Lord would enlarge his course. He sacrificed a lot for us, the children and I. And I'm praying that the Lord in his own way will reward him.
Their daughters, Sheung and Shola, took turns to play their roles at the book event.
His areas of interest are development, public communication and humanitarian diplomacy, international humanitarian law, security architectures, and post-conflict reconstruction. He is married to Oluwatoyin, and they are blessed with 3 beautiful children.
Flexibility and impact, and enabled us to actualize Jeremy's vision and our operations in a more clear and impactful way, building on the bold initiatives that Mary Went had taken.
Unending encomiums were poured on Mr. Oluwake by his contemporaries, who shared their experiences with the journalist come humanitarian.
I am glad to be a friend to Mr. Oluwake. This is not the first book that he will write that I'll read. He has sent me one before which I've read, and I look forward to reading this one. All the support that he needs post-retirement.
Bio is everybody's bio.
is a man who has used his God-given brains for this country. And he doesn't have a national award yet. And if there's any Nigerian to be proud of, his name is Bayolo Oluwakemi.
The high point of the event was the unveiling of the 158-paged book.
2 and 1. Thank you so much,
Well, that's a wrap for this episode today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Once again, Happy New Year. Thanks for watching.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating, and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what is this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of it. When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they are like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What's this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. Like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid like, take this 2K, that was beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know if the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, he should not break leg, he should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell you that we really have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
For a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue, like we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There's no Western African unicycling competition, but there's World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like, for example, in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Shemore Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shemore joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to 2 other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Teni Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shemore is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shemore Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing as a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes.
Now,
Good.
how do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. You're a lecturer. In today's PR practice, a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We are not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. You know, I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass.
For the cat?
For the cat.
Wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
Until we started having some level of freedom. And then we're going out there to see the other side of life. And our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy. And
114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. And in those days, mothers will not have a say. She would just keep, So, and what happened, I slept off. He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door. And I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating then?
Yes, I locked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover cloth before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into the nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it, even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too, using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew that was what he knew best as how to train a child. Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I've become. Sure. Even those tough situations that I found myself, I look back and say, if not for my father, I wouldn't be able to weather this storm.
Yeah.
Because he toughened me. There's no, even when we're growing, we're trying to be rascals. You know,
don't say we're trying. We just admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So, and then I face once I look back, I think what challenge could there be? You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those
the experience.
Yeah, those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from 1 or 2. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that. Yeah. So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes and I was busy studying music.
Yes.
And it would be, you know, those days parents would have siesta and all of that.
Exactly.
Those things we don't know what it is these days.
This day and age.
So it would be serving the siesta in the room and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I found myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me.
Yeah.
And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation.
Appreciation, yes.
I think so. I just chose that, okay, fine. My children too, they don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice?
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No,
they don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No, but of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax. And my daughter with a violin.
I see, you know.
So at some point, I was not pushing. You know, they were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it.
Yeah.
He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. You know, for
that time will come.
So I don't. My daughter reads all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. You know, and they all play the guitar too.
Good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember that was a day my first son when he was in UI. He was a pianist with a youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash. and
squash, which is also
which
picked
I
up
also,
from you.
Of
We'll
course.
come to squash later.
yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash, and he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash, and this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, "Oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt." And then this person now said, "What is it that you don't know?"
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
It's a true body
It's
job.
up to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So, and all I wanted to do
Yes.
is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You know,
So-
you hinted at the future,
Yes.
and that brings to mind something that you started doing,
Yes.
and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now
Yes.
with what happened when we were growing up,
Yes.
right? And why the concept, what are the challenges related to it, and what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. What led you to that decision to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and relate it to today, like
Yes.
teaching history to the younger generation?
Yes, actually, let me first say that it was also another passion.
Okay.
And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, when we did our NYC, our allowance was 200 naira per month. And he said it's not possible. He said it can never be possible. That because he was wondering how we were surviving. So I realized that they lack sense of history. Nobody was actually telling them anything. And they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew. They all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to? Our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive. They tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. Yes. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now I'm cross-check. Yes. I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4.
Yes.
I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with, no, what was it? Mama and Vatsa. Yes. How they were great friends, how it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. You know, he was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode.
Yes.
Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history. Yes. And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check. Someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you have not paid my school fees and I don't. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said, the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues, and we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about. It's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time, we've had over 100 guests coming to talk. And I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, I'm always faced with. What is the need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future, there is no future without our past. So we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas, or they grew up in the Southwest. Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, who are Ijaws, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta. When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we are actually not marketing it. We are not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country, they are more interested in this than others. It's an eye-opener for us, because once I invite you once, twice, thrice, I stop, disturbing you, because it is also conveying another meaning. People now into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country. And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. And I believe that we just need to just continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, we are going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past. They do. And shockingly too, I just found out that also, our level of patriotism, some don't even believe in a Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This Nigeria, there are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different.
Yeah.
So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay, I wish you the very best as you do that. Now let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you, right?
Yeah.
114 strokes of the cane.
Yes.
At the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed, it's written.
So you know that and corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. Yeah, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. Because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little beating, spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes. Not to talk of 140.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something.
Yeah.
In parenting, no matter what on your part as to how to engage, growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me, you would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for.
Yeah.
And nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way, I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. So vice versa. So I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes, certainly.
We are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
We need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some to me, some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it? You know, at times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand.
Yes,
Some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying
they're
it.
enjoying it.
They're enjoying
it's
it.
the rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that?
Yeah.
He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah, a rebel.
So let us, it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand. But we just dance to the rhythm, so nobody can accuse us of anything. So,
which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm seeing some of the stuff you do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's some music that was frowned on.
A lot of innovations.
Okay.
In the church settings. Like you rightly said, you know, some years, some sects don't even dance in songs.
Yes.
Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them. You don't find that our children, they are now, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get, you know, people, members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of this audience with me. So once they chose to do that, you know, our children now begin to feel that that's the comfort zone. So they now move. Now you now find Orthodox churches fighting back to say, okay, if that is the reason why you are going there, let me also do the same thing. Then you now find the Protestants also saying, okay, don't worry, enough of losing our members. We too. So you now find out that at the end of some of us still believe, while we try to understand, we still believe that we should not lose sight of those richness in those hymnals. So that's why occasionally we find ourselves doing that, just to take us back. It is all about good old days too. It's all about.
Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Shemore Badejo is my guest. Now, Shemo, as we call it.
Yeah.
Communication. What have you found missing in our national life that could be easily incorporated at little or no cost?
Well, let me say, we have not documented our achievements so far as a nation, even as a company. I feel that the simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. It's the simplest definition of public relations. And it cuts across, even as a nation.
Yeah.
Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. You know, talking about, you know, this country is finished. Yeah. This is that.
That's scary.
It's scary. And how do you? And then you still want that company, and you are still hoping that it will be better when you are demarketing. Just condemn our system, condemn our country. There is this quote, a technical writer to Nigeria's Vision 2020, and I wept when I realized the enormity of the richness, you know, that is deposited in us as a nation. My submission then was that America is not God's own country. Nigeria is. Because we are endowed. Let's leave oil. In fact, oil should be like 3% of our natural resources. Go to Ondo State there. We have the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world, that are untapped or that are illegally being mined, being taken away. Go to Elisha. That's why the radio station there is Gold FM.
Yeah.
Elisha has the third largest deposit of gold in the world.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yes. And then we have some Lebanese feeding fat illegally on those things. Where we used to have Oluwa glass. All the raw materials, what you need to do that is just drive towards Oshogbo from
Is that
Oluwa glass?
Is that in Oshogbo or in Okitipupa?
No, it's in Oshogbo.
Really?
Yes, a lot of it. You want to go to the north? There are so many things that we have overlooked. We are all pursuing crude oil and all
that we don't understand.
Or we chose to because we feel that crude oil is giving us easy money, free money, good money, fast money. And we are not looking at those areas. To me, as a nation, we must continue to push our good side, our potentials, so that the whole world can see that it's not hopeless.
Yeah, see, that's something that we need to play into our communication arts.
Yes.
And I'm referring now to our movies, our plays.
Oh, yes.
They don't portray so much or anything of positivity.
Yes, it is sad. There are so many ways we can communicate our essence as a nation. Even in the movies, to me, I tell my son who read that, I said, Nigeria is still a virgin when it comes to, so we are jokers when it comes to even the way we present our story. So there's a lot of vacuum in that area. It is not even the way we tell our commercial story.
Yes.
Even when we do adverts, at times they don't portray reality.
Yes.
So in all spheres of communication, we should continue to strive to want to portray reality. We want to be able to have in mind that, look, this is a Nigerian product. How do we filing out from a bush path, we understand the African market. That shows that, look, we are coming to do business with these people and we understand them. We know the way they are. But what do we get here? We are always trying to want to be like them over there. Why can't they come and be like us and see that value that we are presenting? So we have a lot to do in communication, in orientation, in mobilization, in sensitization. We have a lot to do. And it's so vast. It's unending. As long as we continue to, our TV stations, our radio stations, what are we doing? Those days, there are a lot of commercial messages, social messages. How many of that do we have today? Agbada ọ̀dà Ọlọ́run kẹ̀kẹ́ o. Agbada rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúròde, kẹ̀kẹ́ rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúràjò. Ṣùgbọ́n, but how much of that we have allowed commercial considerations to take over our role as a moral guardian to the people? I want to see a situation where we begin to have such, and then it will help to develop our psyche as a nation. And then people will now I want it to go viral. Things like that. Social messages, let it go viral. Let people know about the value. BCOS, when it started, there was one man said, good name is better than gold and silver. And he was singing it in that area, English.
Even OGBC used to do stuff like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. So how many of that are we doing these days? And if we can still recall all these things, that means it had some influence on us.
Sure. There was even some that were done by late icon Ray Mike Wachuku.
Yes,
you understand me? That were played on RN2, and you identified with them. Your highway is not a road, it's track.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter how tempting, never
yes,
speed.
yes.
Remember those you left at home
Oh.
are waiting to welcome you safely back home. We wish you a safe journey.
How many of that?
That was engagement.
How many of that do we have these days? How many? And then all we want is, viewership, 1 million.
Yeah, but you could also think, could it be that at those points in time, those stations were government owned?
Oh, yes. Even now, and now,
yes.
We must not, that is why I said everything is on commercial, value now. But at least we are agents of change.
Yes.
The media is supposed to, generally, whether it's privately owned or we are agent of change. And then even if they take it out.
We are running the
yes,
good old days.
I know.
Yes,
That's why
it's
I
just
appreciate
that, okay,
yes.
because our audience is a young audience, so we
Yes.
want to say, okay, there was a time that this was like that.
Yes.
Talking about a time when something was like that, town.
Yes.
So if you were to take your children to the hometown, where would you take them?
Of course, Ijebu, because that's my town.
No Ilesha.
No, Ilesha, they heard about Ilesha, but you see, there's they will still tell me stories in Ilesha that you are not one of us.
Oh, then naturally, they do that everywhere.
So there's no place like home. No matter how long you stay in the
there,
place, the
yeah.
people will still tell you that, look, you better go and find your father's house, and all of that. So and my parents, after.
Where you find yourself living for a particular number of years, say anything beyond 10 years, you pay tax there and all that, should be home to you.
Oh, yes.
But politically, sometimes it's difficult to engage.
It is, particularly in Nigeria.
Yes.
Particularly in Nigeria, when you aspire to, that is when people will remind you of your roots.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you have spent the better part of your life in a particular. But when you aspire for a leadership position, and then people will tell you,
not one of us.
You don't. He's not one of us. You don't.
But how do we get out of that bind?
Well, like I said, it's also a mindset thing. It's a leadership thing. If our leaders can actually say, look, enough of this. We are also going to whatever we're doing here is based on merit. It is not about where you come from. It's if you are the one that can deliver, so let it happen. Until our leaders begin to take decisions based on merit and not from where you come from. We can't on our own do that since we don't have a choice. So it is a collective resolve from the leadership to say, look, I'm going to allow the best to have a say in this matter. Once it's like that, then we'll continue to thrive.
So in conclusion, let me ask you a question that takes you back to your relationship with your dad.
Okay.
Right? And what you took away from him. I recall the story of when he was ill and all that.
Yes.
And when you played the one that was saying, take the name of
Whatever
Jesus with you, whatever it is,
just
and then he will raise his hand.
submission.
That's your image of him.
Yes.
Right? That I'd rather see him as a victorious person
Yes.
than when he's dead.
I'm
How
not
was that like you?
I'm not sure I would have survived seeing him give up the ghost.
Okay.
Because we were so close at later part of his life that I won't be there to see him just take that last breath. I mean, it's going to affect me. So I felt that the best thing I could do for this man is, and when he was taken to the morgue and I got there, I saw him, I actually ran away, but something just stopped me, held me back and said, look, this man died at 88. He had done his bit.
Yes.
One day, someday, your children will bring you to, if not this place, somewhere like this place.
Yes.
So go back and celebrate him. And that was how I was able to get out of it. So I just went back and said, sir, you have done your bit, we will celebrate you, and we will continue to celebrate you.
Did you both share the love or preference for particular or similar hymns?
Oh, he was actually my influence in all my choices of hymns. Yeah. And that's why for 8 years now, we've been running a musical concert
Okay.
Musical competition in the whole of Ijebu land, all Methodist churches in Ijebu. Every Easter Saturday, we always have a competition amongst all the members of the choir to donate musical instruments in his name.
In his name, okay.
Yes, in my parents' name. My mom too was a singer. She had her compositions that I also tried to produce, you know, and we do that, give musical instruments, give cash prize and all of that. And we are building a generation of hymn lovers, those who would see hymns as ministration in songs. And then those who are also, who want to learn one or two musical instruments, but they can't afford it. So we give them out every year, and then they're happy. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, we'll begin to see them as stars in gospel music. We produce a gospel artist a year.
Oh, you do that?
Free of charge.
Oh, okay.
And then we do to the point of launching their, like Jimmy Sholanke, Onkutujo Yelano, all of them. We want to celebrate some of them. We don't want them to die on song.
On song.
We wish, I lay you, Rob Bob.
Oh, yes.
And then we did it. Sent to him in UK, he wept like a baby.
Oh, wow.
He said he thought Nigerians have forgotten him. And I was happy we were able to do that when he was alive.
Yeah.
We did for Orlando Julius too. He was happy, you know, in his weak moment. You know, we thank God for the life of Uncle Jimmy Sholanke. He's still healthy and you know, and he did also. We did. So I like to celebrate our icons. I like, without we reward them for what they are doing, they look for quick money.
Yes.
And drop substance.
And even it's funny that these days the level of musicianship is dropped.
Yes.
You understand me? So there's a lot of sampling and all that.
Yes.
Everybody gets in and then he sings it. Some songs you can't even relate to them.
Yes.
But they say we are old school. So
I had the cause to deliver a lecture in Dubai for corporate. Good to have a popular artist to drive your crowd, to have 1 million audience who will come and sing what they want to hear. Have you considered just one artist that will sing morals? Even if you just want to infuse him, if you just want to give him 10 minutes to address that audience that you have,
that massive audience.
That massive audience. You might be surprised that maybe 100 people will go home with a message. Not the kind of vulgar ones that you want to, because that's how you want to pull your crowd. Fine. But do you think as your own CSR, you get an artist that is going to at least appeal to the consciousness, to the minds of these youths, so that when they get to it, this man is making sense. They said no. That all is about bottom line.
Okay, well, the bottom line for us is that we are out of time now. So let me thank you so much, Shemo, for coming. It's been a lovely session talking to you, and we wish you the very best as you keep trudging the path of the good old days.
Thank you.
And contributing your own quota to our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming. It's been nice.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
My guest today has been Shemore Badejo, PhD, and Knight of Charles Wesley, that's KCW.
Yes.
All right, and he's someone who is a multi-instrumentalist and committed artist and communications practitioner. Thank you so much for coming. Until we bring in another guest, stay tuned and keep with us.
With a population of over 200 million, Nigeria is the most populous black country on earth.
We are diverse, strong, vibrant, and mostly young. we are yet to reach the land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. I'll be talking about elections beyond presidential race. Suleiman Akande will be talking about the 2023 elections. Elijah Felix will be talking about leadership and character in politics and governance. While Victor Onyekere will be talking about the audacity of impunity. Today, expect interesting and educational discussion. We will be back after the break. Welcome back. Elections beyond presidential race. The presidential elections in Nigeria often receive the most attention due to the high-profile nature of the role and its significant impact that the president has on the country's politics and policies. However, it is important to also pay attention to the state and National Assembly elections, as they also play a crucial role, and it is important to ensure that all levels of government are held accountable to the people they serve. Neglecting to pay attention to other categories of elections, such as states and National Assembly elections, can lead to a lack of accountability for elected leaders. If the focus is solely on the presidential election, then there will be less scrutiny of other elected officials, which can lead to a lack of oversight and a lack of checks and balances in government. This can create an environment where leaders may be less motivated to act in the best interest of their constituents and may be more inclined to engage in corrupt or incompetent behavior. It's important for citizens to be informed and engaged with the electoral process at all levels of government to ensure that the elected leaders are held accountable for their actions. So, I beseech you, as we approach these 2023 elections, let us pay attention beyond the presidential election to other races such as those for the Senate, House of Representatives, and the state governors, as they also have a significant impact on the direction of politics of the country. Well, advocates, it is good that we are having this rave, this attention that the youth are giving to this election, the awareness. It is good, but if you take a look around, you will see that discussions only center around the presidential race. And it is important that we pay as much attention to what happens in our state and local governments. So you see that the presidential election takes the greater attention, but when it gets to states, it lowers. And by the time it gets to the local government level, the attention dwindles to the barest minimum. And I think that is the reason why we are here. What do you think, guys? Elijah?
Well, you've said it all. No, even if you have a good president, it's true that the president, the buck stops in the stable. He has to do more of the job. He has to influence, he has to lead, give a direction. But, there are certain laws or certain policies that he cannot, or certain procedures, governance procedures, that he cannot just execute without passing through other tiers of government. So every tier of government is important. We have to try as much as possible, as we are trying to vote in a credible candidate for the president. You also look at credible candidates, look at their profiles and their manifestos. What are they offering? What are their personality, their achievement in past, and who they are, basically their intent or purpose and all those things. From the presidency to the House of Representatives to the Senate to the governor, state of House of Assembly, down to the local government, even councillors. So we have to do that. We have to pay detailed attention to these things because they are important. But the thing is, for what I just know, 2023 election, I'm very glad and happy that the awareness is more now. We are tired of poor leadership. We want to take back our nation. But it's not just beyond listening to them. I've been paying attention to many political candidates and what they see. So let's just keep paying attention to them and see what we can get from them and then make our decision.
Victor, one of the factors that people have said that a particular candidate in this coming election might not win is that they are looking at how many other positions at the National Assembly, the state, and then does he have, or does the party has as a whole, that would make him be able to achieve on the manifesto that he has brought forward. So do you think by just paying attention to just the presidential candidate of such party will be enough for us to see the manifesto come to bear when he wins the election?
Yeah, I think it's very, very... Currently, the government in administration, right? And it's not like there are APC elected officials all over the, the federation, at the national level. So the idea is that there has to be a lot of cohabitation, and which is why it's important to underscore unity, harmony, and peace, regardless of whether you are for Labour Party, you are for, PDP, APC, ABGA, whatever it is. There just has to be a harmonification because, if Peter Obi becomes president, right, or if Tinubu or Kwankwaso or anybody, right, they are not essentially going to, if I'm going to invent a word, partify the entire, official positions with their own party. It doesn't work like that, right? So in Lagos, for instance, the party that is quite the strongest. And it's funny that, some parties are at the Senate level, some parties are doing poorly. When you come to some local government, let's say in some remote village, they are doing so. When you're wondering, is this the same party that is evil? And so parties are not evil. There's nothing like party being evil. It is people, right? It is people. And that's why you see somebody leaving APC. We saw it in this country, shipping from APC to PDP. And we've seen a lot of recycling. So if we go by party, we're going to judge wrongly. I think it's about people. And I agree with you. When we begin to look away from the fact that, of course, the office of the president is like the office of the CEO in a company. So everybody looks at the CEO to provide direction, to tell us where the business is going and all of those things. Nobody thinks will come in and go out, So it's also important that as young people, right, it's very key that we begin to also get involved at the grassroots level. So a lot of mobilization. Like I think I've said it on The Advocate several times that we need to start learning about what's going on in our local government. If you're in Koshofe, you are in mainland, you are in anywhere you are, right? So you need to understand what's happening there. You need to get involved. Or who is our local government chairman? Or what are the things he said he's going to do? Whether it's APC, PDP, Labour, it doesn't matter. Who is the person? What are the initiatives? How can I get involved? When are their meetings? How can I attend? So that I can say, oh, I've attended 4 meetings in this month, and I can say this is where we are at the local government level. And because of that, we focus on the bigger picture, the bigger demon, the bigger devil, politicians who, you know, we focus on things like maybe armed robbery, all the smaller vices happening, armed robbery, kidnapping, ritualism. These are evils, these are societal menaces, right? But guess what? Let's look at it this way. When the airplane crashed, like the Sosoliso days and things like that, you know, let's say an airplane carries about, let's say, maybe max, give or take 100 people. Let's say if a plane crashes because of under maintenance and poor maintenance culture, right? Let's say we lose 100 people. Now think about a politician who withholds allocated funds to fix that, the armed robbery, the kidnappers, and all of those evils that looks very pronounced. And we forget that the bigger evil is a politician who is sitting on, you know, the public funds, and as a result of that, indirectly killing people. Now, he's not using gun to kill people, but by withholding those funds, and the next president, guess what, is coming from that.
Very instructive. Very instructive. So let's go to Suleiman. Suleiman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm with you. Good afternoon, advocate.
Yes, Suleiman. I think we are all in agreement that it's a good thing that the youths are really enthusiastic about this coming election. But where we think we are not doing well is not focusing on some other areas like the representatives from our different constituencies. What's your take on this?
So just as a view that all other arms of government really form what is government. You know, it is true, the buck ends on the president's desk. But democracy is beyond that. The president alone does not run everything. So we must also look who are those who are sending to the House of Rep, who are those who are sending to the Senate, because they complement the effort of the president in this type of democracy we run in this part of the world. So it is high time, and you can see the robust thing is that most of these elections are even tied together. That is the presidential, the Senate, and the House of Rep. It happens on the same day. The simple implication is this. That is, in most of the parties, actually the awareness is very, just like Felix said, that the awareness now is on the high side. People are now aware of what they need to do. But in most cases, the destiny of the president and the senator and the House of Rep are always tied together. In most cases, they either sink or swim together. So it's high time we start also looking at other people who elect in other positions, not just only the president.
Thank you, Sulaiman. I think my takeaway from all of the things that we have said here is that we have realized that beyond voting, the youth also need to get more involved, even from the political primaries to before we get to the general elections, so that we can always, speak and interrogate every other areas that we need to before we get the final candidates given to us by each of the parties that we have in Nigeria. Suleiman Akonde is next after the break.
Land of our dreams.
We can write, tell, and be our own story.
From the economy, education, security to politics, you name it.
We can build the Nigeria of our dreams if we work together.
Join us on The Run-Up to discuss and proffer solutions to the issues confronting our polity every weekday. I am Bayo.
I am Uche.
And I am Nyamgul. We invite you to The Run-Up, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday on this channel.
The 2023 election means a lot to Nigerians and Nigerians. Political actors in their trades have been going all over the country in search for vote from the electorate. While we understand that the emotion at this time is high, and also the polity as it is should not be heated more than it is now. And my take is this: no matter what really happened or whoever wins the 2023 election, we must make sure Nigeria wins. People have always asked me, what do you mean by saying that Nigeria should win? Nigeria will win when we understand that the life of any citizen is not worth taking because of politics. Properties of citizens are not always also worth vandalizing because of politics. So if we do all these things and run a government that really reflects the national cohesion of the country, while also whoever does not win should remember that Nigeria is a country that you can always win some other time. So this opportunity to tell them in peace and whoever wins the 2023 election, it is Nigeria that wins at the end of the day. Thank you.
I think the message is clear.
Yeah.
That after these general elections 2023, Nigeria should be the ultimate winner in all of this. We cannot overemphasize this. It is very important that all our political actors play by the rules, by the books, because out there have been attacks on a few presidential candidates. We've seen cases where supporters were beaten up. We've seen videos where people will decide that whatever the outcome of this election, Nigeria should still be as one. What are your takes?
Politicians, they have to have the issues at hand, security. You saw what happened. You heard what happened in Nasarawa. There was bombing recently, and several things. So whatever politics we have to do, politics is not the end game. The end game is good governance. Politics is the means to the end. So whatever politics, Nigeria has to benefit immensely from our party or what we're offering. So whatever you are doing is not just about you or what you stand to gain. It's what as a country, what would the country stand to gain? That's what we should be talking about, the issues at hand. That's why I always see politicians should not waste their time in fighting themselves unnecessarily. If you have opportunity to speak to everyone, talk to us with empathy. And yes, you have a right to respond to criticism from your opponents, but do so with the intent of explaining what you really want to tell us, not spending time talking about another person's personality and attacking the person. It's not fair. You saw what happened in the other state, right? The recent behavior of a certain, I think there was Senator Dino Malayi, trying to make jest of another Bola Tinubu's health, singing the song, that song that was formulated by the what do you call them, Pirates Confraternity. Right. Is it 2009, right? 2008 election in the US. Obama was sworn. Because I've been privileged to see videos of town hall meeting where John McCain had the opportunity of meeting some, let me use the word, people like him. You know, America is a kind of multiracial country, so you have the whites, the Caucasian, whatever. So this white town hall meeting where you have more of the white guys. So there was this particular woman that was asking him question, and the woman tried to denigrate Barack Obama. She was like, "We don't know who is this Obama guy. We don't know him. Who is he?" And then she said something. She used some language that was like not very appropriate in describing Obama, like kind of attacking the personality of Obama. Do you know what John McCain did? Yes, she did that maybe to like in favor of John McCain. But you know what John McCain told her? Madam, I don't appreciate you using such language on Barack Obama. This is his political opponent. Obama, according to him, Obama is a decent man. We don't just agree in policies. My policy and my idea is different from his own. We don't agree in our ideologies, but he's a very decent individual, and I don't appreciate you using such word. That's what politics is supposed to be. And then this same John McCain was a prisoner of war. He was a Navy officer. He served in the U.S. Navy. He was captured during the war. I'm not quite sure the war, whether it's Vietnam or so. I'm not quite sure. I think it's Vietnam. Or one of these wars between America and one of these countries or something. So John McCain spent some time in prison. He was tortured in prison. And eventually, during the process of torture, they injured him, he got his hand broken. So when he came back, I don't want to use the word disabled per se, but they had to go through surgery. So there's this, you don't have control over your health, ultimately, even though you try to live a very decent life. We have a president of America that was on wheelchair. Yeah, there was a president of America. Is it Franklin D. Roosevelt? If I'm not mistaken, also one of the Roosevelts, one of them, I'm not quite sure whether it's Eliano or Franklin, but one of the American presidents in time past was on wheelchair, and he did very well. I'm not saying that the health of a president is not important, but you see, everybody should be given opportunity to contest fairly, in as much as you are mentally and physically stable. But don't attack personalities of opponents. Spend your time talking about what you want to do, and be sincere about it. Don't attack personalities. Stick to the fact of the matter.
Victor, I think the message is that no matter what, in politics, there are some boundaries that you should not cross. Do you agree with it?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have said things that are very profound, and what Suleiman, had also said is quite agreeable. I mean, when you think about it, many Nigerians vote from different standpoints, right? Some vote from the standpoint of religion. Some vote from the standpoint of education and literacy. Some vote from the standpoint of party. Some vote from the, standpoint of trying to vote for him. I don't know his policy, because Tinubu is APC, I'm voting for him. I don't care about his policy. Or because Kwankwaso is educated, I'm voting for him. You see that now. So when you vote for those kind of things, what happens is we leave the person and we are voting. And I mean, there's even the standpoint of, because Segun is my friend, or I work for Segun, Segun is my CEO, whoever Segun is voting for is who I will vote for. There's that standpoint too, right? Yeah. So people are voting for different, because if I believe that at the presidential level it is XYZ that would make us win, I vote for the person. So I look for the party after I have identified the person. So I don't start at the local level. It is somebody in ABGA that is doing well. So you vote for that person regardless of the party. So when we move from people into party.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. I will be talking about the strength for adversity. May Nigeria not happen to you. Hussein K. Olanrewaju will be talking about the real reasons behind the redesigning of the Naira notes. Titi Lokpe Ibilola will be talking about how to teach your kids about earning, saving, and investing, while Tolu Moya will be talking on urgently needed, a government for the people. We will be back after the break. Strength for adversity. May Nigeria not happen to you. My name is Eni Tomoteju Birunke, and what do? I build, I grow, I am light. And that's why today, in the midst of Nigeria's looming adversity, I'm advocating for something: strength in adversity. All around us, everything looks bleak, very bleak right now. No light, no fuel, no cash, no ATM cards. And if your card unfortunately expires, not that it matters though, when you can't even withdraw funds with the card, even if valid. But in the process of preparing for today, I came across a Forbes article. And because I am determined that in adversity there must be more to do than just lament and cry doom doom all over social media and further blacken the mood and atmosphere. The article mentioned that resilience is a person's ability to bounce back from adversity and grow from the challenge. And I say, does this apply to Nigerians? That's a good question. As we approach an epic turn in our history, a time of decision making that can affect the next 4 to 8 years of our lives and the lives of generations yet unborn, we as a people have become more discerning, more circumspect, and suddenly, boom, adversity like we have never seen before hits us. And what does this have the ability to do, and is in fact doing? People are losing their equilibrium, and suddenly only survival matters. Let me take us on a short journey down memory lane to talk about a man who has shown me that in spite and despite, your best strategy in adversity is strength. I am going to talk about a man that I know personally. He grew up dirt poor. Poor as in P-O-O-R, poor. Like on a staple diet of Gary and then Gary again. He would stand on the shorelines of Ikorodu town back in the day and look across the waters and say to himself, there's life and wealth in Eko referring to Lagos. I must make it to Eko. And indeed, he made it to Eko. And not only did he make it to Eko, he became a lawyer, raised 16 children to university level and beyond, traveled around the world and built a legacy that's still living on even in his death. But remember, all the odds were stacked against him. But he kept one thing going, his mindset of strength in adversity. In September 2015, mental health was included in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In this historic step, the United Nations acknowledged the burden of disease of mental illness and defined mental health as a priority for global development for the next 15 years. Now, according to the World Health Organization, health in itself is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So today, as I and it stand on SDG 3, good health and well-being, and while I also realize that I do not absolve the government of Nigeria of its responsibilities to its citizens, I advocate that you as a citizen of this country take your life and health into your own hands. And as said by Olu Akamu, President and co-CEO OPay Nigeria, there may be situations of adversity, pushing at the boundaries of change. And unless you have a good depth of inner strength to draw inspiration from within yourself, you may be unable to overcome the adversity and fulfill your purpose in the time and place. As long as you allow external forces to affect your mental and social well-being, you are unwell, and how can you rationally reason? You will be more susceptible to the lures of enticement. My fellow Nigerians, don't break at this time. Stand strong in adversity. Find positive mental coping mechanisms. This too shall surely pass. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Amen. Amen. And
you left out PVC. You didn't talk about the PVC.
How many things can we talk about?
Thank you. Because even me, like, I will not lie to you. Like, I was tested. Like, by today, at some point, after going into 3 banks, just trying to renew my ATM card, I was like, you know what, maybe that strength adversity is a myth. Should I just abandon the whole theory? But I said to myself, no way. No, we're going to come through, because there was a man in the banking hall. He was losing that guy was going to go mad. Like, he literally at some point just said, you know what, let me leave this banking hall in case they turn it into a crisis right here. And it's just, I feel for me, it's a bit crazy. But I still believe that mental state of being, if we're not careful, we're going to just totally lose it. Why at this time? Why at this time is everything totally upside down when we need to make life-changing decisions?
You know, I asked you this question, like, are they trying to test something?
I don't know.
Are they trying to push us to the limit to see what's going to happen? Because everything that's happening, it's not making any sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. And honestly,
I think, there are a lot of gems in your advocacy. You know, for instance, you talked about resilience. And Nigerians have been said to be some of the most resilient people on earth, right? So that's the good part. We're very resilient people. You know, like Titi said, maybe they're trying to push they've heard this, they've seen the statistics, and they say, you know what, how resilient can you really be? Let's push this thing a bit further. Maybe it's a social experiment. Who knows?
There's
right?
a very serious social
but
it won't have a good end if they don't take time. It won't end well for them.
Yeah, but the challenge is these things are avoidable. There's nothing here. I mean, like I always say, most of Nigeria's problems are thinking problems. We're not just thinking. There's nothing. There's no brain surgery or rocket science required in changing the currency.
Nothing.
There are countries that don't produce oil, that don't have fuel scarcity. So there's nothing that is happening to us that is massive,
you need
mind-boggling. You know, you need some out of space solution for. These are everyday common problems. The problem is just that people that are responsible for solving these problems are not thinking. And it's rather unfortunate. Because what happens is, that's what happens when people get to positions of leadership or authority without being merited for it. You know, that's why I'm not really a big advocate of this thing. They say, oh, you know, I've forgotten what it's called, where you have to come from a certain tribe. Quotas. I don't care about that. Just find people that are, you know, that are competent, that can do this work, and let them do it. Who cares about the quota system when things are not working? You know, if you're about, like you were saying, if you're about to die on the 3rd Mainland Bridge, and they brought you a doctor, will your first question be,
where are you from?
No,
because we're at that point where it looks like this you know, construct called Nigeria is losing its life. We just need to first get on life support, and it doesn't really matter who gets us there. You know?
Well, I mean, I really think that at this point in time, I do believe that strongly as a people, it has gotten to a point where we're going to have to intentionally find our inner strength somehow.
From my own end, I think, just like you said, I want to come in for the inner strength. You know, you see, everybody has said there is nothing really. So yeah, we don't think, we don't exercise the power we possess, and luckily enough, we are blessed. We know we have issues with. Discovered, okay, they had a skill that they have inherited from their parents. But during the Hiroshima and Nagasaki war, and a lot of people were displaced. Some soldiers need, you know, their shoes were out and stuff like that. So you have people who are actually walking barefooted. And so let us pick these pieces. These people need this, and they begin to make money out of it. And today, Adidas, from the hardship of war, they discover their potential and turn it to an advantage. So I believe the now redesign notes of what are we that we are looking at now. If you look at Buhari's tenure, far back when he was the military head of state, they did it. So there are things we should at least follow the history, but we are lazy to study the history, and we are quick to react instead of think, just like we said. And I think we everything is our laziness. If we just bring in that inner self and push a little bit, we'll be better of a country.
Thank you, Hussein. Even though I mean, I do agree with some points of what you said, but I also think that while you may think that there's some laziness, I also think that those of us, people like you that do know history, what exactly have we actually done in terms of educating? A lot of people do not actually, where's the access to the history? We don't have our history written down. We don't have documents, books authored by Nigerians on what has gone on. Have we even taken any steps to say to those our parents or our parents before them that can you allow us to document our history and then be able to circulate it? So maybe laziness may not be, in my opinion, one of the best ways to put that challenge. It may just simply be a function of, are we ourselves that actually know not doing enough?
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I was going to say, I mean, I actually echo your thoughts that, you know, yes, there's a question of laziness, but beyond that, there's something Irakukola for offer. I think that most of our problems are self-inflicted. Most of our wounds are self-inflicted. It's like ishness. And that's very, I mean, it's talking about history. Of what use is history that you don't learn from?
Exactly.
And that's the biggest problem that we have. We don't learn from history.
No, we don't.
History continues to teach lessons, but we refuse to learn from it. So we make the same mistakes again.
Okay, well, I believe that we have taken away something from this particular session. Right? At the end of the day, there's adversity in Nigeria. We need that strength because we do not want Nigeria to happen to us. And we don't even want the calamity that Titi has just spoken about and has, you know, said could get us. Hussein K. Olanrewaju is next after the break.
How to teach your kids about earning, saving, and investing. Many parents feel their kids will learn about money and investing when they get their first job or become independent young adults. But a better way to help your children understand earning, saving, and investing is to teach them such skills while they're young. Parents shouldn't wait until their kids are old enough to have an allowance before teaching them about money. I advise that parents start teaching their children about money early, like 5, in order to help them build lifelong habits and positive relationship with money. By the time they are 13 and reaching adolescence, they should be knowledgeable about how money works. There are a lot of myths about money that translate to negative views about money. We say things like money is the root of all evil. It's not true. The love of money is the root of evil. Money is neither good or bad. It is an inanimate object. It does not have life. If one is evil, the money they have can be used for evil. If one is good, we also say things like money is scarce. Again, not true. Money is abundant. Money is a tool, and it is necessary and important to have. Teaching your children about money can help them become financially responsible adults. There are 3 important learning points that I'll be talking about. Earning. Although kids don't get jobs until after they're saving for years to come, allowances should not be given purely in exchange for chores. Instead, a hybrid system whereby kids receive a weekly allowance plus additional money for chores. This can help them learn money management. Allowing children to earn money will enable families discuss finance. If children spend some of their own money, they become aware of prices. They learn math skills and discipline. Saving. Parents can choose to talk with their children about saving in various ways. You can encourage them to save their allowances for a special item that they want to buy, or have different savings. One envelope for treats, another envelope for offering, and another envelope to save for something special. With older kids, discuss the idea of allocation and saving percentages. Saving before wants to return. Open a bank account and introduce the subject of interest and how banks pay savers an incentive on their savings. For older kids, talk about buying stocks in companies through the stock market. Be sure to discuss return on investment and risk. Risk is what makes some investments riskier than others. Speaking with your kids about financial topics and their money resources and choices can help them learn financial literacy. It can also encourage them to form good financial habits. Advocates, I know a couple of us are parents. Have you started talking to your children about money?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Again, there's so many gems in what you discussed. I mean, yes, so I talk to my 8-year-old about money all the time, you know, especially because all they want to do is 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 times. So actually show that you can afford it. If you buy it, as if you look at children abroad, you know, they understand naira and copper from very, whatever, their currency, dollar and cents, or pounds and shillings, you know, from very young age. And it reflects because, you know, someone said, I had a quote, it was a gangster movie, and the guy said, you know, before you go to war, you must get your money right. You know, and if you don't have financial literacy from when you're young, it just messes everything else up. So it's very important that we start to educate our children from very little for them to understand, you know, different currencies, you know, like you said, savings, investment, budgeting, from a very young age. And I mean, so I started it almost like unconsciously, but now that you say it, I just thought to myself, I have to be a bit more deliberate about this, you know, and start talking about savings, about investments, about, you know, putting their money somewhere, and being able for them to understand how investments work. When you put money, you get returns on it. You know, when you save money, then you can buy. So we start talking about savings. Talk about savings all the time. You know, there's a piggy bank, you put your money there. you have a target, you want to buy something, you know, when the money is, or at some point, just as an incentive, when you have a certain amount, then I top it up for you to get what you want, you know. So, and then that helps also with delayed gratification, knowing that it's not just every time you say I want that I get. So yeah, so that's, I mean, I think it's fantastic.
I mean, I had money conversations growing up, I mean, with my parents and all. But for some reason, I remember that when I was like in my 20s, I started asking questions around, okay, so who's going to teach me about financial literacy as a woman? You know, you start asking yourself that we might have rightly mentioned, especially if they, no matter where they live, but especially if they're living in Nigeria. Now look, Nigeria is a place where you need to understand that you have to be financially intelligent. It also actually helps you drive how you build your entire life. I realize when they say, like, you know, time is money, that thing doesn't play out, so it hasn't played out as well as in recent times. When I understand that, you know what, every single action, everything about the whole way we view money, the way we see money, but there's something said about money is scarce and how that's not true. And I was like, I really liked that one. But the one that got me, that really hit me in the gut was, agriculture is a multi-billion. I said that is so true.
Money doesn't grow on trees.
But I'm like, okay, that is so true. Money does grow on trees, and it can. And for me, if there's one thing I'm taking away, especially because at the end of the day, I've learned one thing, that while I've really pushed and I believe that your mindset, I also realize that one thing that really helps is those actual tangibles you can hold on to help you. And this part about money, at the end of it all, the whole drama we're talking about now boils down to standard of living, money, financial literacy, and it's important. I really like this one, and I like what Tolu said about how we should teach it in schools. But as he spoke, I thought to myself that, is there a way that we can get financial literacy actually to, you know, to those those people in the lower strata of life? Because at the end of the day, they're not really understanding that it's not about, they just get money. Money is survival for them. Money today, I survive, I eat. Daily income, daily money. But I'm just thinking that as you said it and everything, just hit that. When Tolu said, is there a way to actually push for this financial literacy as a life skill for these people? It suddenly changes the scarcity mentality. Anyway, I mean, a lot. Hussein, your thoughts on this? Yeah, you talk about Naira redesign.
Yeah, so I'll have to derail a little bit from where you guys are coming from. So I'll use myself as a typical example. I was lucky to be able to discover you don't have, you can't give, so that I can at least solve a problem, get a skill, solve a problem, and make an earning from it. I was able to discover that money that you dash me, I spend it so quickly, but money that I work for, I keep it so dearly, right? And it was when I was in university, I met someone who made me understand that your parents are just overprotective. They don't want you to be too exposed to, you know, to money, and that is one of the reasons why they are trying to tell you just focus on your book and what have you. So if you look at it on another angle, a typical farmer in the village, what they are thinking of about money is to solve a problem and see they want to have more harvest so that more people can eat. And when they get more money from their harvest, they try to get more land so that they can cultivate more workers and solve more problems, you know. So I think if we look at it from that perspective, not just the financial literacy, the need for you to get necessary skill, necessary, potential, helping people to discover themselves, necessary potential, and teach them how they can monetize those potential, you know, and what valuable those potential is. It's far better than saying, you know, in theoretical, this is how money is being spent, you invest. You know, once you know your potential, you know which investment yourself to, you know, to invest in or not. You just need little guidance. That's my own perspective of this money matters. And I can agree with Titulala that says money goes on tree. I know how more billions of naira is in agriculture. Is an industry that I'm ready.
I just want to conclude by saying, when we teach our children, we send them to school to learn great.
To talk about what his advocacy is for today.
Every Nigerian does not feel safe anymore. And the question remains, how many more lives need to be lost for enough to be enough? What about the economy? Creating an environment for wealth acquisition and distribution. Where do we even begin to dissect this issue? Is it just inflation or the recent currency change that has plunged many individuals and businesses into frustration? It's not enough to have money in the bank now. Now you must queue for hours at the cash machine or join a multitude of more frustrated customers inside the banking halls to get that money out. Should we talk about fuel? Almost 3 months of scarcity with price hikes and queues all over Nigeria. Let's go back to democracy again for a second. A government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Again, the top 5 global economies by GDP, the United States, China, Japan, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Of all these countries, only 1 or 2 of them are actual democracies, meaning they are not necessarily elected leaders, but the leaders and the governments they have, they think about the people and they put the people at heart. I hereby advocate that Nigeria finds and defines a democracy that works for the people. That is a government that works for the people.
We have a government. It was elected, the government was elected by us, the people. But they don't send us the people. That's it.
So which now goes to
So
the
Titi,
definition of a
let me quickly come in there.
Okay.
I love your line of thought. The government was elected by the people, right? But are not for the people. But the truth is, the government that are elected actually did business with the people and have completed their business on the election day because some people got paid to give them the votes, right? And now they have to pay back those money at their own interest rates, at their own preferred time. So it is about them, and that is where the issue of cabals comes in. I think far beyond the democracy, as a people, what are their ideology? The party we are talking about, can we say categorically, is it PDP, is it APC, is it any of those parties registered in Nigeria? What ideology do they present outside their individual interests? That is where the problem is. We the elites, are we still complaining at the back door? How many of us actually engage at the local level, polling units, ward level, to educate those vulnerable people who do not know the difference between A and B, but only answers to money because it's difficult for them to even have 3 square meals in a day. And when they have someone who give them the opportunity to have 5 square meals with just few money, they key in. So these are things we should be asking ourselves before we start condemning government. I think we should condemn ourselves for not doing enough to get things right as it is used to be, is expected to be rather. Thank you.
Let me just quickly ask you one question. Whose work is it to educate the people? Is it my job or the government's job? That's just the only question that I have. Whose job is it to educate?
So I understand that governance, as a matter of fact, is elections that are grassroots, that require grassroots strategy. Government itself is never bottom up; it's always top bottom. So, for instance, a community that wants to do something that feels like it's great, if it's not constitutionally, acceptable, it's on its own. If it doesn't have the wherewithal, if it doesn't have the funds, the people, the required elements, and machinery to do what he wants to do, he can't do it. So, government is always top bottom; it's never bottom up. However, so it's important that we understand. So, it's not a question of blaming government. Let me tell you exactly what the problem is. It's a systemic problem. See, I did some work with, with some people that gave me some exposure to how government works over the past couple of years. I assure you, there's actually structures and systems in place that were designed for the people to benefit. The problem is the people that are managed these structures. For instance, that community that you're talking about, many of them are selfish. I mean, and it's not only. So you talk about, people were elected and they got in because somebody gave them money. Some people were not elected. Some people were appointed. They didn't spend any money. Commissioners are not elected. They are appointed. Ministers are not elected. They are appointed. So at what point do we now take responsibility for what you've been given? The responsibility, the position that you hold. The problem is service. We don't realize that Leadership is service. And service from the word servant. You are here to serve. The problem is we have put this thing upside down. So the person that's supposed to serve is being served. So it's an upside down thinking to say that, oh, it's not. The government in itself is systematically dysfunctional. And that's where you start from. Once a system is problematic, you put the people. We've had some of the best minds to be, commissioners and ministers in Nigeria. Why didn't they work?
If you want to look at the government, it's even not the elected government. The most corrupt sector as we speak today is the civil service and a little of the public service. Because it's the civil service that will actually educate, enlighten the public servants how they can steal. They're the one not making things work. And they are not elected. They're actually paid staff who go steady. I know you understand what I'm saying. And for us to way forward is to at least try to educate ourselves from bottom up, which is not expected to be. But this is how we have to get out of this mess.
Okay, I think for me, my thoughts on this would be that I truly would just say that indeed for Nigeria at this point in time, it is indeed an SOS, urgently needed a government for the people. Because without any gainsaying or any doubt about it, governance in Nigeria needs to be relooked at. What exactly is it that we need? Nigeria may need to actually define and understand what their own literacy, and then maybe try to find access to the redesigned Naira that is somewhere roaming in the streets of Nigeria. Anyway.
Hidden.
Very hidden. But please, I would like to find it.
So both the old notes and the new notes are hidden.
I think some things are hidden somewhere, and then your ATM cards are also hidden too. Your ATM cards are also hidden, and your transfers are hanging. So somewhere, please, let's be strengthened, because Nigeria may not happen to us.
Amen.
Anyway, the end always seems to come too soon on The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, the hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up on previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the moment of truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted word of God, which is able to save your soul.
Èmi nìkan ló yẹ o, èmi nìkan ló yẹ, kò lè yẹ ẹnìkankan. Ìdí tí mo fi yìn Bàbá, èmi nìkan ló yẹ. Do not delay. Read it again. Oh. You see, first fruit is not something you keep aside. You can't delay with it. I hope you are hearing for Joshua too. You will become an aeronautic engineer. You will fly and you will come back to serve God all the days of their lives. That's a portion of the first son. I'm not making it compulsory. When he was little, he has forgotten that he was sowing seed. Shagun will stand before his siblings. I pray you out of disaster. I pray you out of trouble. I pray you out of danger. I pray you into God, into favor of God and favor of men. I say, amen. 4 years old, I traveled abroad and pastors were going to have a meeting. He entered the office and sat on my chest. Shagun, what are you looking for? He said, Dad is not home. I'm representing him. Oh, I did. I have that he doesn't have. He has access to all the notes. Come on, get ready. Prepare. Come on now. Give me that scripture again. Exodus 22:29. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe produce and your juices. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Look at Anna. Did not expect that any other child will come. So, and see what that one child became. See how many other children were given to her. And what were the names of the children of Peninnah, the sons and daughters? Nobody knows them. All right. How about the promise? Deuteronomy 28:8. When you honor the Lord with your substance or your possessions and the first fruits of all your increase, this is where it's taken from. The Lord will command that blessing on you in your storehouses. The blessing is not in your storehouses, it's on you before it can impact your storehouses. If you don't know carrying the blessing, your storehouse will dry up. The Lord will command the blessing on you in your storehouses and in all to which you set your hand, and it will bless you in the land where the Lord your God is giving you. Now, from the cross references, I'm letting you see that the author of the book of Proverbs, who wrote Proverbs chapter 3, verses 9 and 10, derived the inspiration to write that from the Lord. And here you have a generation that is preaching, shut their mouth up. I'm not legalistic. I love the Lord. I know the balance between the Old and the New Testament. I'm a trained lawyer. The Old Testament is God's will. The New Testament is God's codicil. Once you write your will and you have other possessions, you don't have to cancel the will. You write codicil to amend the will. That's all. Except there be death, they can only pacify him until the Son came and shed his own blood and said, this is the New Testament in my blood. The difference between the two is the cow and the bulls that you no longer carry anywhere. And please don't call that altar. That's not altar. That's a platform for people to stand upon. The altar of God today is your heart. We have an altar that those who serve the tabernacle cannot eat from. That's the difference between the old and the new. Don't let anyone push you into gutter and tell you we are in the dispensation of grace. We are not under the law. How foolish. Romans chapter 15, verse number 4. Written for learning, that we through the patience and comfort of the scriptures might have hope. Was the law written before? Is it for our learning? Or now, the law says thou shalt not commit adultery. We are under grace, you can commit it. Talk to me. The law says thou shalt not kill. We are not under the law. We are under grace, you can kill. So do you think when they tell you all excessive excesses that they bring into the body of Christ, do you check yourself? May I ask you, if living well, you are not living according to order anymore. You have thrown caution to the wind. You are hearing grace, grace, shout grace, 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 grace. And underneath is nothing but dead men's rotten bones. What a sepulchre. Let's look at some scripture. 2 Timothy chapter 3. I want you to be the one to judge this. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 14 to 17. If I can finish now, I pass the baton to the likes of Apostle Mike and Pastor Biola and the rest of you. You continue to marshal it and let people understand that times may change, men may differ. The expectation of God remains the same throughout all generations. His truth endures to all generations. It's not changed his mind, except those things that he has removed because of the sacrifice of Jesus. But you must continue what? In the things which you have learned and been assured of, knowing from whom you have learned them. And that from childhood you have known which one is holy and which one is unholy. Is the whole Old Testament unholy? And that from childhood you have known the Holy Scriptures, which are able to make you wise for salvation through faith, which is in Jesus Christ, in Christ Jesus. All Scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. Why? That the man of God may be complete, thoroughly equipped for every good work. I'm not very sure that the new kids in the block and their old counterparts who teach grace in such a way as to thrash the commandments of the law are aware of the following truths. I'm not sure they're aware of the following truths. Are you ready? Number one, that the giving of first fruits and the tithe existed before the law. The giving of first fruits and the tithe existed before the law. Abel gave first fruits of his flock to God, and Father Abraham gave his tithe to Melchizedek before Moses was born and before the law was given. If you agree with me, say yes. Yes. If you don't agree, say no. You can't say no because I'm teaching you the truth. All right. Both Abel and Father Abraham received commendation from God, though they acted without any written law, any written code to guide their giving. What did they base their giving on? Not a written code. Eternity was written in their hearts. Genesis 26, 1 to 6. I want to shut the mouth of the law. Genesis 26. There was a famine in the land beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines in Gerar. Then the Lord appeared to him and said, do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land of which I shall tell you. Dwell in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your descendants I give all these lands, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham, your father. And I will make your descendants multiply as the stars of heaven. I will give to your descendants all these lands, and in your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. Why? Why? Because Abraham obeyed man. Was Moses born when he was obeying laws and commandments? You throw caution to the wind. You're listening to those who push you into gutter. You do not want to live an orderly life anymore. Hey, we are sin abound, grace abound. My voice, and kept my charge, and kept my commandments, and my statutes, and my laws. Pastor Chigozie, was Moses born at God-given 10 commandments? What laws was Abraham obeying? Eternity that is written in their heart. They knew what was wrong from what was right because they were dealing with God, and it was in their heart to do what was right. Okay. Now, let's see the law. Deuteronomy 28. Look at what Abraham obeyed and became great and was blessed in all things. Deuteronomy 28. Now it shall come to pass if you diligently, what? This is the problem you have. You are not listening to the Holy Spirit. The voice is not guiding you. You don't even know how to obey. He said, he obeyed the voice of God. Are you obeying God's voice? Do you have a relationship with the Holy Spirit? Does he talk to you from time to time? Does he guide you? Or is bottled up on the inside of you? You do what you like and you ask God to put rubber stamp on it. No way. Now it shall come to pass if you diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all his commandments which I command you today, that the Lord your God will set you high above all nations of the earth. Next verse. And all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you because you obey the voice of the Lord. That was the first priority of Abraham. Abraham obeyed my voice. Are you obeying God's voice? The day the Lord called me into ministry, I was not prepared at all. I didn't want to be a pastor. I was doing well in my chambers. He spoke to me on the 3rd of May, 1988. I went to the place where he showed me. I met him there. We started church 3-4 days after. I went to tell Pastor Deboye. He came to the place. He said, what shall we call this place? I said, let us call it the Model Parish of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. I wasn't prepared. I didn't go to Bible college. I didn't go to any school. But before I got to Redeem, before I got to Deeper, I've been hearing the voice of God and obeying the voice of God. And nobody will substitute that or replace that because you're not hearing the voice. From this day, in the name of Jesus, may what others are looking for be looking for you as you hearken to the voice of the Lord your God. Those who try to separate law from grace in such a way as to completely discountenance the law without any exception must understand that Moses, the lawgiver, also found grace in the sight of God. First and foremost, found grace in the sight of God. Then Moses said to the Lord, see, you say to me, bring up these people, but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now, therefore, I pray, if I found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, and that I may find grace in your sight, and consider this nation is your people. And he said, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. Then he said to him, if your presence does not go up with us, do not bring us from here. For how then will it be known that your people and I have found grace in your sight, except you go with us? So we shall be separate, your people and I, from all the people who are upon the face of the earth. So the Lord said to Moses, I will also do this thing that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. He found grace in the sight of God. He stood in his presence 40 days and 40 nights. He was being dictated to. He was writing the law. He came down and broke the law in one day. We are under grace. Stop misleading people. I am of the considered opinion that the saints of old understood that the gracious God gave both the law and grace for the benefit of mankind. What did he do? He gave both the law and grace for the benefit of mankind. Then the church, as they were teaching loose grace, so that everybody becomes a loose canon and live the way you like, you're under grace. Paul's statutes and his commandments, which I command you, you and your son and your grandson, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Therefore, hear, O Israel, and be careful to observe it, that it may be well with you, and that you may multiply. See, this is why he gave them the rules and the principles, that you may multiply greatly as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your strength. And these words which I command you today shall be in your heart. Okay? You shall teach them diligently to who? Your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. They will guide what you look at. Mr. Internet expert, is the word of God governing your eyes when you're looking at pornography on the internet? You shall write them on the doorposts of your house. Everybody will know who you are before they enter your house and what you stand for. And on your gates. Go with me to verse 20 to 25. Where he compelled them to do this. Put it on the front of your eyes. Let it be around your arm to guide what you do with your hand. Let it govern where you go to. Let it determine where you walk. Your word is a lamp unto my feet, a light unto my path. When your son asks you in time to come, saying, what is the meaning of the testimonies, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord our God has commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were slaves of Pharaoh in Egypt. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders before our eyes, great and severe, against Egypt, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. Then it will be righteousness for us if we are careful to observe all these commandments before the Lord our God as he has commanded us. I believe this is why the psalmist said, if God wants to really deliver you from lying, his word will guide you. If he wants to drive away the spirit of lying and falsehood from your life, one of the things he will do to you is to give you his law graciously. I'm not sure you're getting me. When God is ready, when you are ready and you turn to God, he's going to remove every falsehood from your life by granting you his law graciously. He will supply grace for you to live even above the standard of the law. He will supply grace. Psalm 119, verse 17 to 19. Psalm 119, 17 to 19. Deal bountifully with your servant, that I may, verse 29. Can it be clearer than this? That there's grace. Even within the law, when it's granted to you with grace, you are able to do it. When you are learning how to swim, you're almost sinking. You're almost drowning. But when you perfect it, you stretch, you do backstroke. I've not started that. I only do front stroke. Mrs. B has learned backstroke. Me, which I learn, we're going to Atlantic Ocean to swim. Kept you, let God release unto you his law graciously. Now let me come to one point, and I'll kick in from here next time because of time today. Throughout the New Testament, inclusive of Jerusalem church and the Antioch church that we spoke extensively about last week, the only controversy in the church was not about tithe, was not about first fruits, was not about offering. The only controversy in the church was about circumcision. Read your Bible. When the Bible is quiet, be quiet. When it's silent, there's a reason for it. There was only one time there was controversy in the church, It was when those who came from Judea, who came to teach the people, except you are circumcised according to Moses, you are not saved. Paul and Barnabas resisted them very strongly in Acts of the Apostles chapter 15 until they carried the matter to Jerusalem council. And when they got there, Peter spoke. Why do you want to put a burden on these people who have been saved? Have you forgotten God took me to the house of Cornelius and they received the baptism in the Holy Spirit? Churches. And then James, the brother of the Lord, got up and he spoke according to what was written. He said, this was written that the time will come when I will, the tabernacle of David that was broken down will raise so that all other nations might come. I want us to please pay attention. Please, I'm not trying to just shut people down. I just want you to know the truth and be free. For if you know the truth will set you free. Do you know that by the time they were writing the letter to these people, they were giving them laws to obey? Give me Acts of the Apostle, chapter 15 to 29. Acts 15, 25 to 29. It seemed good to us, being assembled one accord, to send chosen men to you with our beloved Barnabas and Paul, men who have risked their lives for the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We have therefore sent Judas and Silas, who also report the same things by word of mouth. For it seemed good to the Holy Spirit and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things. What were these necessary things that they said them observe? That you abstain from things offered to idols, things from blood, from things. And read Ezekiel 44, 30 to 31. You'll find what they wrote, what they said they must abstain from in Ezekiel 30 to 31. And you also find it in Leviticus 17, 10 to 16. Leviticus 17, 10 to 16. Ezekiel 44, 30 to 31. If you do cross-reference, you will see that they were drawing strength from the law that was written and given to this Gentile church that don't worry about circumcision, don't worry about complying with the law of Moses regarding that. Do you know why Pastor Chigo said, why they said they shouldn't bother about Moses? Because the covenant of circumcision was given to Abraham when there was no law. Or was it Moses that received the covenant of circumcision? It was Abraham. There was no law when God gave it to him. And when they were compelling them that they must obey the law of Moses back, let's go back. Let's go and learn from the things that were written before we came. Abraham received that without any law. And that same day, he circumcised himself. He circumcised Ishmael. He circumcised all. I don't think we apply sanctified common sense when we read the word. Okay? Look, I have so much to say. Brothers and sisters, telling New Testament saints to do away completely with all the law is contrary. It is the grace that has appeared unto all men. The grace of God has appeared unto all men. He brought grace and truth. What did he say he came to do? Matthew 5, 17 to 20. Matthew chapter 5, 17 to 20. When you're listening to your apostles of grace, apply caution before they throw you into the dustbin. Do not think that I came to destroy the law of the prophets. I did not come to destroy but to fulfill. For surely I say to you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or one tittle will by no means pass from the law till all is fulfilled. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say to you that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. Did he come to set aside the law? He said, I have died for you, now you can live the way you like. It's as bad as they are saying. One of them got up on his pulpit. I felt so, there was anguish in my spirit. He said, if you repent of your sin, you are disgracing Jesus because he has already paid for it. You want me to mention his name? So if you have to repent for your sin, you are disgracing Jesus because he had already paid for it. This is the exercise that we have in the church. Anyone that passes by any door is saved. You want me to mention names? Tell your neighbor there was no controversy about giving in the church. If you look at Galatians chapter 2 verse 1 to 10, after they settled the controversy on circumcision, they came to the conclusion that he who was mighty in Peter for the apostleship to the Jews was mighty in Paul for the apostleship to the Gentiles. They only said to us, remember to give to the poor. In line with what I've said so far, and for everyone who cares to know, Proverbs chapter 3, verse 9 to 10 is God's honor code that governs our giving. That's God's honor code that governs our giving. Honor the Lord with your possessions and with the first fruits of your increase. So what will happen? So your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. When did God set this honor code in place? In the first time ever that offering was given to God. The first time offering was given to God was by Cain and Abel. Cain brought what? The first fruit of his lamb or animals, and Cain brought the fruit of the ground. And God respected Abel and his offering, but did not respect Cain and his offering. And someone would tell you, oh, God respected Abel and his offering because he gave blood sacrifice. No! It wasn't blood sacrifice. God does not drink blood. He gave first fruit of the animals. It was here. Abel also brought up the firstborn of his flock and their fat. And the Lord respected Abel and his offering. Next verse. But he did not respect Cain and his offering. And Cain was very angry and his countenance fell. What did Cain give? Verse 3. Genesis 4:3. What did he give? And in the process of time it came to pass that Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground, not first. He brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. And God said, what do you take me for? I'm first. I must be kept first. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. If he had given first fruit of the ground, God would have honored him. Deuteronomy 26. The law now came to set it in order. Deuteronomy 26. I'm trying to help you with your finances so that you don't grind yourself to a halt. Deuteronomy 26, verse number 1. And it shall be when you come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and you possess it and dwell in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the produce of the ground. This is what he did not give. He didn't give first of the produce of the ground, which shall bring from your land, that the Lord your God is giving you, and put it in a basket and go to the place where the Lord your God chooses to make his name abide. The moment you do that, let me show you what will happen. Verse 13 to 19. When you bring first fruit to God, and not just fruit of the ground, but first fruit, then you shall say before the Lord your God, I've removed the holy tithe from my house, and also I've given them to the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I've not transgressed your commandments, nor have I forgotten them. I've not eaten any of it when in mourning, nor have I removed any of it for an unclean use, nor given any of it for the dead. I've obeyed the voice of the Lord my God, and I've done according to all that you have commanded me. Look, the moment you do that, see how God will respond. This day, the Lord your God commands you to observe these statutes and judgments. Therefore, you shall be careful to observe them with all your heart and with all your soul. Today, you have proclaimed the Lord to be your God. When you honor him with your first fruit, You are honoring him and calling him and saying, you are my God. Today you have proclaimed the Lord to be your God, and that you will walk in his ways, keep his statutes, his commandments, and his judgments, and that you will obey his voice. Also today, same day, the Lord has proclaimed you to be his special people, just as he promised you that you should keep all his commandments, and that he will set you high above all nations which he has made. How? In praise. How? In name. How? In honor. And that you may be a holy people to the Lord your God, just as he has spoken. Fruit. Odaro. I quite enjoy me. Give him microphone. Welcome to church. If you have been coming regularly, I would not have called you. When you hear first fruits, what comes to your mind? Your tithe. No. Christian, what comes to your mind when you hear first fruits?
If, for example, you are earning $1 million.
You know, I'm not going to go into mathematics, because sometimes even your first fruit is much more humongous than your tithe. For example, if I'm earning 100,000 naira a month, what's my tithe? 10,000. And then I'm promoted, and they shot my salary up to 500,000 a month. How much was I earning before? 100,000. What is the increase that I've gotten? 400,000. What is my first fruit? 400,000. It's from the following month that I'll now give 10% of 400,000. So we've run away from first fruits. I can teach this boldly before God because I honor God with my own first fruits. But that's not where I'm going. You don't even have a clue about what first fruits is. I'll come back and teach you. The day you fully understand it, your lack will end. The day you fully understand it, things will begin to look for you. Opportunities will be banging at your door. The Hebrew word for first fruit is Bikurim. B-I-K-K-U-R-I-M. B-I-K-K-U-R-I-M. Bikurim. It literally means promise to come. What it means is promise to come. Bikurim. Promise to come. The Israelites saw this first fruit as an investment into their future. God told them that if they brought their first fruits to him, he will bless all that came afterward. Now, this is where the rubber will hit the road. And I'll give you this homework. Apostle Mike, Pastor Biola, Pastor Ike, all the elders. I want you to do a serious work on this. Beyond first fruits of material things,